I traveled across the Dou Qi Continent. I became the powerful 8-star fighting saint of the ancient tribe and the grandson of the Black Annihilation King Ji Yu Lai. At the age of 16, I already become the most outstanding genius of the ancient tribe. After that, the patriarch Ji Yu Yuan recalled Xun'er and betrothed to me. However, after getting married, Xun'er refused to consummate the marriage with me for half a year. Although I was obsessed with Xun'er before, when I discovered that Xun'er was indifferent to me because he cared about Xiaoyan, my heart is completely dead. It turns out that Xun'er said she wasn't ready because she planned to leave her virginity to Xiaoyan. How could I endure this? I decisively chose to divorce Xun'er. Chapter 251. Who are you? Facing this mysterious man's attack, the old soul demon felt his scalp numb. His handprints suddenly changed, and dark clouds covering the sky quickly appeared above his head, and countless shrill screams came from inside. Faintly, you can still see countless figures struggling in the black clouds. Heavenly demon blood Gu, bite. The old soul demon shouted loudly, and the black clouds in the sky suddenly started to billow. After a moment, a ferocious aura that seemed not to belong to human beings burst out. Immediately, in the eyes of countless people, a dazzling bloody light tore through the black clouds like thunder, and moved crazily towards the purple-gold light seal at an extremely terrifying speed. Pung! The purple-gold light seal collided with the blood light. There was a loud noise. Quack! The next moment, the bloody light flew thousands of feet away, and a strange and shrill scream resounded. The blood that flew out flew into the magma sea below and disappeared. It has to be said that the vitality of the creature in the bloody light is very strong. It survived such a terrifying blow and flew out of the hot magma sea a moment later. At this time, everyone could clearly see the specific appearance of the bloody light. It was something like a toad, but its body was dark red in color. On its surface, there were countless protruding flesh masses. Look carefully. Go, on these meatballs, there are actually ferocious human faces. It turned out to be a soul Gu frog. This soul demon old man from the Soul clan is really ruthless in his methods. Not far away, Yao Wangui from the Yao clan looked at the hideous and terrifying blood frog and said, most of the powerful ancient races present had heard of this soul Gu frog. It is said that many souls are gathered together and the souls fight each other. Coupled with the refining of some materials, this soul Gu frog can be refined. This thing is somewhat similar to a puppet, but because it is composed of countless souls forcibly blended together, it also possesses some wisdom. However, this wisdom is dominated by its ferocity. Once this kind of thing is released, will kill like crazy. Even later, there will be attacks on the master. Therefore, this soul Gu frog generally needs to be refined by someone with very ruthless means. Senior, please let go of our elder Hunji. My soul clan will definitely be grateful. The old soul demon did not dare to step forward, but respectfully saluted the mysterious man. Bah, who is your senior? How shameless. The mysterious man didn't buy it at all. After cursing, he lifted the cloak on his head. This is a girl with an alluring appearance, which is very different from what everyone imagined. She is so young. Where is this strong man? Why have I never heard of such a person before? Seeing the girl's appearance, the eyes of countless strong men present were filled with surprise. Brother Ji Yufei, are you surprised by my strength? The girl didn't pay any attention to the strange looks from the people around her, but slowly turned around and smiled playfully in the direction of Ji Yufei, which was completely different from the fierceness she showed just now. This girl is none other than Ziyan. After she came out of seclusion in the ancient emperor's space, her cultivation level rose to the level of 6-star Do Sage. Before that, she went to the ancient world, but found that Ji Yufei had left, so she immediately followed her, but she was not exposed. It's really surprising. Looking at the playful Ziyan, Ji Yufei smiled and nodded. He finally broke through to the 5-star fighting saint and surpassed Ziyan. Unexpectedly, only a few years later, Ziyan overtook him again. What is the relationship between this terrifying strong man and Master Ji Yufei? Hearing Ziyan call Ji Yufei, the surrounding ancient race experts were a little dumbfounded. Judging from the situation, Ziyan should be of the same generation as Ji Yufei, and even younger. What kind of monster is this that can cultivate to the 6-star fighting saint at such a young age? It is indeed her. Xun'er looked at Ziyan's face and felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. When Ziyan came to the ancient world for the first time, Xun'er could still compete with Ziyan due to her Donghua cultivation level, but now, the gap between the two has actually widened so much. Haha, I didn't expect that Miss Ziyan would grow to such an extent. Next to Xun'er, Ji Nane was all smiles. Ziyan was no secret among the ancient clan, especially the elders like them. At the beginning, Ziyan often secretly ate spiritual fruits in the ancient medicine garden, and she was discovered by the strong men of the ancient tribe. However, because of Ji Lai, all the elders were ordered not to investigate. Brother Ji Fei, you watch first while I help you kill these Soul Clan people. On Ziyan's side, after greeting Ji Fei, her eyes turned to the old soul demon again. With her 6-star fighting saint cultivation, the 5 members of the Soul Clan combined were no match for her. One more move, if I still can't kill you, I'll count you as lucky. Ziyan pointed at the old soul demon and said lightly, as if killing a 5-star fighting saint was like killing a chicken to her. HMPH, arrogant. Even if you are a 6-star fighting saint, you can't kill me with one move. Hearing this, the old man's soul demon looked slightly cold, but in his heart he was highly vigilant. The vast Dou Qi in the body circulates rapidly, and countless Dou Qi vortexes are formed on the surface of the body. Snort, Ziyan sneered, and at this moment, she quickly formed seals with both hands, and a terrifying energy that made people's heart palpitate gathered. Finally, a purple gold dragon light and shadow flashed in front of her, and there was a pair of golden shovel wings on the dragon's back. Roar! The dragon roared, leaving a vacuum track in the sky, full of murderous aura. Is this the Taishu ancient dragon? But, when did the Taishu ancient dragon look like this? Looking at the dragon light and shadow that appeared in the sky, the seriously injured Hun Misheng was very confused. Obviously, with his knowledge, he was not aware of the existence of the ancient dragon and phoenix. Swish! On the side of the old man Hun Mo, watching the giant dragon attack, his hands and feet were cold. A breath of death quietly surged from the depths of his heart. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary person. After a moment, he hurriedly suppressed the panic in his heart, and at the same time, a touch of cruelty surged on his dry face. We can only try our best. Swallow the frog. Under the gaze of countless people, the old soul demon pressed his palm on the top of the frog's head. As the blood light surged, the frog suddenly made a shrill croak. Immediately, everyone saw that the huge body of the frog melted down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a pool of sticky blood plasma, which was swallowed by the old soul demon. Bululu. After swallowing the frog, blood clots began to bulge on the face of the old soul demon, which looked particularly terrifying. Chapter 252. 71.8%. Bah, this is too disgusting. From a distance, Ziyan saw the series of actions of the soul demon old man, and her face was full of disgust. So, in order to prevent herself from seeing such disgusting things again, the handprints changed again. The power of the light and shadow of the giant dragon that was shot out became stronger again, making everyone present feel palpitated. Quack! At this time, an earth-shaking croaking sound came from the changed mouth of the old soul demon, and the energy between heaven and earth quickly condensed in the changed mouth of the old soul demon. At this time, the soul demon old man no longer cared about the harm caused to the body by the demonic fire energy in this space. In an instant, a sticky blood ball emerged. Boom! As soon as the sticky blood ball appeared, it shot out in the eyes of many people, and finally collided with the purple and gold dragon that flashed towards him. Boom! At the moment of the impact, strong blood light spread out, and the sky above the magma sea was enveloped in a dark bright red. Some violent emotions also quietly emerged in the hearts of some less powerful people, making their eyes turn blood red. Puff! After the explosion, a figure burst out from the center of the blood light. It was the old soul demon. At this time, his body was mutilated. The flesh and blood were gone in many places, leaving only a skeleton, which was extremely miserable. Mo Lao, looking at the miserable figure flying backwards, Hun Misheng was extremely horrified. In this operation, the soul demon old man is their soul clan's strongest backup man. If even the old soul demon man was killed with one move, then the few of them, let alone Ji Fei, wouldn't even be able to save the demon fire. Ziyan said that she would only make one move, so after this move, Ziyan did not make another move. Hun Misheng came to the broken body of the old soul demon, and a broken soul floated out. A generation of late-stage 5-star Dou Saint warriors, but at this moment there is only a remnant soul left. This woman is so strong, I'm afraid no one in this entire demon fire space can be her match. Yes, even a strong man like Old Soul Demon can't withstand a blow, and our strength can't even withstand it. It seems that this time, the demon fire will fall into the hands of the ancient tribe. After a period of breath adjustment, the Dou Sheng elders of other ancient races also recovered their strength, but they did not have any thoughts of snatching the demon fire. The country has talented people for generations to come. Xiao Chen looked at this scene and felt a little emotional in his heart. He was not sure of the strength that the Old Soul Demon showed in the end. In other words, if Ziyan wanted to kill him, it would be easy. It was not his turn to worry about Ji Yufei's safety. Palace Master, I'd better leave the source of this demonic fire to you for safekeeping. Hun Feng, who came to Hun Misheng, handed the black beam of light to Hun Misheng with a gloomy expression. Now, the origin of demon fire is a hot potato, and whoever takes it will die quickly. Palace Master, how about we hand over the source of the demon fire in exchange for the other party sparing our lives? The other person directly planned to beg for mercy, because facing Ziyan, they were not even qualified to resist. Now, the elder Hun Ji is still lying on a boulder, and no one dares to go to rescue her. Brother Ji Yufei, on Ziyan's side, she raised her hand and struck a palm, killing the soul girl, and came to Ji Yufei's side. Ji Yufei also didn't care about the eyes of everyone around him, and opened his arms to hug Ziyan. The ambiguous relationship between the two made Xun'er on the side very envious. Young Patriarch, now with the help of Miss Ziyan, the origin of the demon fire is at your fingertips. After a while, Ji Yunane stood up and spoke softly to Ji Yufei. When Ji Yufei and others looked at Hun Misheng and his party, the hearts of the three people beat hard. Even Hun Misheng's hand holding the black beam of light was trembling a little at this moment. This time when they came to the demon fire space, it was impossible for them to complete both tasks. Sigh, if the young patriarch had not come here today, perhaps our palace would have fought until the last moment. But for the sake of the young patriarch's safety, we should hand over the source of the demonic fire. Hun Mie Chong sighed. Hun Feng could naturally hear what he said. It was obviously because of him, but it was just a step he gave because he was afraid of death. The master of the palace is brave, of course I know it. The ancient clan has too many helpers today. Even if the mission fails, the clan will not blame them. Hun Feng nodded and replied, Master Ji Yufei, why don't we stop here today? I'll leave the origin of the demonic fire to you. With a decision in his mind, Hun Mie Sheng directly shot the black beam of light towards Ji Yufei. Haha, I'll let you hold this thing for now. Ji Yufei pushed, and the black beam of light returned to Shanghan Misheng. What does he mean? Seeing that Ji Yufei actually didn't want the demon fire source, Hun Misheng's face was very ugly. Could it be that the other party really planned to kill them all? Haha, little friend Ji Yufei, you are indeed the genius of the ancient clan, and you have actually seen the problem a long time ago. At this moment, an old voice sounded across the world. When this sound came out, the space fluctuations there became more and more violent. Immediately, a green cow slowly appeared in the space amidst the low howl of the cow, stepping on the void. That is, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the green cow. In other words, a person on the back of a green bull. But when they saw the appearance clearly, they were stunned, because the image of the old man they imagined did not appear. The man on the back of the cow was short, wearing an ordinary coarse cloth, with clear eyes and a childish face. Looking at his appearance, he was just a boy who looked about 10 years old. Donghua ancestor, Hun Misheng looked at the green cow child and spoke subconsciously. Hehe, the Xiao clan is a centipede that is still alive. Xiao Chen, you can actually live to this day, which is also a cause for celebration. The green cow shepherd boy approached Xiao Chen and smiled slightly. He was very old, and even when facing an old monster like Xiao Chen who had lived for thousands of years, he could treat him as an equal. You are the one from Donghua back then. Xiao Chen's eyes also looked at the green cow shepherd boy. Although the latter's appearance had changed a lot, he was very familiar with that unique aura. The green cow shepherd boy smiled, and the smile on his childish face showed his youthfulness. But everyone knows that beneath this immaturity, there is a kind of vicissitudes of life that sees through everything in the world. Ancestor. Greetings to the ancestor. The people who came to the demon fire space from Donghua all paid homage to the young boy of the green ox. Everyone, get up, now is not the time to reminisce about the past. The young boy of the green ox waved his hand, and then directly took the black light column in front of Hunmisheng into his hand, muttering, "The pure lotus demon fire is worthy of being ranked third on the list of strange fires." It was deliberately sealed just now, just to see them fighting each other. And you just need to sit back and reap the benefits. You are hiding very deeply, but you can't hide it from me. Come out. Chapter 253. The faint voice of Qingyu child rang out, and everyone's expressions changed drastically because of this. Their eyes were all looking at the rolling black beam of light in the sky in horror. Listen to what the Donghua ancestor said, Jinglian demon fire, was he captured by a few of us on purpose just now? How is this possible? He was obviously exhausted and was sealed by the formation. How could a strange fire have such a plan? This is absolutely impossible. Several ancient fighting saint warriors who had previously dealt with the pure lotus demon fire murmured in shock. It seems that this matter is true. Otherwise, how could the young patriarch give such an order just now? Moreover, how could a person like the Donghua patriarch speak freely? Ji Nane was shocked in his heart, but he was already 9 points better. He admired Ji Fei even more at this moment. This is impossible. No matter how strong the pure lotus demon fire is, it will definitely be difficult to escape if it is hit by my soul clan's great Luo demon sealing array. Hun Mie Sheng's reaction was very violent at this time. If it is as the ancestor of Donghua said, then what he did before his soul died was just a joke, and his whole life's reputation was ruined. Brother Ji Fei, you should have known for a long time that Jinglian demon fire was pretending to be arrested, right? Xian's beautiful eyes looked at Ji Fei and smiled. Well, the pure lotus demon fire has not been subdued here for thousands of years. This time, it is obviously stronger than the previous times. How could it be taken away by the Soul Clan's formation so easily? Ji Fei smiled and nodded. He has an emotional system, and even if he is not a time traveler, he can still see through the tricks of the demon fire. It turns out that I was the one who was so sentimental before. Brother Ji Fei has seen through this a long time ago, and that's why he told Elder Nane not to fight for the demon fire. Xun'er was close, listening to the conversation between Ji Fei and Xian, with a wry smile on her lips. She suddenly felt that most of the time, she had a sense of superiority that she imagined, and when she showed this fantasy, it would become an annoying and conspicuous package. Brother Ji Fei, I have let you down, doing disgusting things again and again. The corners of Xun'er's eyes were moist and she felt very regretful. Of course, no one paid attention to her situation. Everyone's attention was focused on the Donghua ancestor and the black beam of light in the sky. At this time, in the sky, the ancestor of Donghua faced the doubts of most people and did not defend himself. He just looked at the black light pillars rolling in the sky quietly. Since you are unwilling to take the initiative to show up, then I have to take action. Seeing the black beam of light, there was no reaction. The ancestor of Donghua spoke again, his voice cold. A black line suddenly appeared on his fingertips. Wherever the black line passed, the space was silently dissolved to create a trace of vacuum. Pung! Under the attack of Donghua ancestor. The black light beam exploded instantly. Terrifying flames surged out. Old monster, you ruined my good deeds again. Are you seeking death? Milky white flames swept across the sky, and a figure took shape in the sea of fire. This was none other than the pure lotus demon fire in white robes. At this time, he was looking at the Donghua ancestor below with a cold face and shouted angrily. This guy was actually deliberately sealed by our joint efforts. He just wants to see us fight each other because of the fight for the pure lotus demonic fire. He can weaken our strength without any effort. If the Donghua ancestor hadn't pointed it out, I'm afraid we would all be in trouble today. Seeing this scene, almost everyone's heart skipped a beat. Jinglian demon fire, you have a violent temper and have no respect for life. If you are allowed to enter Zhongzhou, life will definitely be ruined. It is precisely because of this that when the time came for the pure lotus demon saint to seal you, you could not leave here. The ancestor of Donghua raised his slightly immature face, looked at the pure lotus demon fire stepping on the sea of fire in the sky, and said slowly. That bastard, I have been with him for thousands of years, and I have worked hard without any credit, but in the end he didn't care about the old relationship and actually wanted to seal me. In the end, he was bitten. This is retribution. Jinglian Demon Fire said coldly, as for whether I can leave today, it is not up to you. Even if you are now promoted to the 6-star fighting saint, it may not be enough to stop me. The ancestor of Donghua sighed softly, and suddenly looked at Ziyan not far away. Brother Ji Yufei, the old man seems to want me to deal with the demon fire with him. Ziyan naturally understood what the Donghua ancestor meant, and she subconsciously asked Ji Yufei for his opinion. Ziyan, just hold back and don't put yourself in danger. Well, I'll be careful. Hearing Ji Yufei's words, Ziyan nodded lightly, then looked towards the Donghua ancestor, and said very casually, Old man, let's take action together, but after the pure lotus demon fire is subdued, you don't want to fight with me, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude with my fists. Ziyan's words did not mean to respect the seniors at all, but no one was surprised when she said this at this moment. After all, Ziyan is a strong person on the same level as the ancestor of Donghua. In this world, many things are weighed by strength. Haha, if you can really subdue the demon fire, I will naturally not fight for it. However, it is not that easy to subdue the demon fire. The ancestor of Donghua smiled and did not care about Ziyan. Instead, he admired Ziyan's frank character. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestor of Donghua touched the green ox with his toes, and his short body shuttled directly into the sea of fire and appeared in front of the demonic fire. Ziyan also went there in the same way. The two of them confronted the demon fire. During the time when he pretended to be captured, the demon fire also knew Ziyan's strength, so after Ziyan agreed to cooperate with the old ancestor of Donghua, he subconsciously felt a little apprehensive. Now these two people are twice as strong as the 7 people who worked together to deal with him before. Even he would have a lot of trouble dealing with them, especially Ziyan, whose physical strength is extremely strong. She didn't use her full strength to kill the old soul demon and the soul princess just now. Little girl, you are from the Taishu ancient dragon clan, right? Why do you risk attacking me for these irrelevant people? You retreat now, I promise to let you and your brother Ji Yufei leave safely. The pure lotus demon fire actually discussed with Ziyan, and his attitude softened for the first time. Okay, if you let brother Ji Yufei refine you obediently, I will let you go. Ziyan smiled and nodded, but the words she said made the pure lotus demon fire look very gloomy. You are looking for death. When I get out of here, I will make your Taishu ancient dragon clan pay the price. The demon fire gnashed its teeth and said, just you. Ziyan still looked disdainful. If the pure lotus demon fire dared to say this to Ziyan's father, I'm afraid the old dragon king would beat it half to death with a slap. Chapter 254. Little friend Ziyan, the seal here was placed by the pure lotus demon holy temple back then. It is difficult for anyone to break through it. This time, the demon fire just used the tide of heaven and earth to tear apart the space. But as the tide of heaven and earth recedes, the seal will naturally be perfected again. We just need to drag the demon fire until that time. The ancestor of Donghua was communicating with Ziyan. It's easy to say, just leave it here and can't get out, that's easy. Ziyan nodded without any pressure. She could feel that the demonic fire's strength was only between the peak of 5-star fighting saint and the early stage of 6-star fighting saint. If it weren't for the power of the strange fire that ranked 3rd on the list of strange fires, Ziyan would have been confident enough to cripple the pure lotus demon fire within a few moves. If you want to hold me back, you have to see if you too have such abilities. Jinglian demon fire sneered. His hand suddenly changed, and the milky white flames between heaven and earth quickly condensed into a giant flame that was nearly 10,000 feet tall. The demonic fire statue. The flame giant's feet plunged directly into the magma sea below, with unparalleled power. Dai, pure lotus demon fire was standing on top of the demon fire god statue, looking at the people below who were as small as ants, and smiled sternly. The demonic fire statue raised its fist like a huge mountain and punched the Donghua ancestor and Ziyan. Jinglian demon fire didn't use its full strength just now. The fighting saint elders of the ancient race who were watching were shocked when they felt the terrifying aura contained in the demonic fire statue's punch. Ji Yufei is not worried about Ziyan. With the strength of the pure lotus demon fire, it cannot hurt the ancient dragon and phoenix with the strength of the 6-star fighting saint. Unless he sacrifices the ancient heaven refining formation. The figure of the Donghua ancestor was suspended in the sky, his pupils looked at the giant fist that was like a meteorite falling from the sky, he opened his mouth, and a bright golden light burst out from his mouth, and immediately turned into a huge light. The curtain covers the sky. Boom! The giant fist of the mountain peak hit the golden light curtain fiercely, and the terrifying wind shock waves swept away immediately. Dan Rongtian, the ancestor of Donghua, raised his fingertips, and a drop of cyan blood seeped out from his pores. In the rich cyan color, it seemed that a trace of golden luster could be vaguely seen. As the cyan blood flew by, its size became larger and larger, and in an instant it turned into a group of nearly 100 cyan beams. Finally, it hit the chest of the demonic fire statue as fast as lightning. Suddenly, green light spread. I saw that most of the demonic fire statue was melted directly. This old monster's abilities are getting more and more terrifying. He can even melt monster fire. Seeing this scene, a look of solemnity suddenly flashed in the eyes of the people in the distance. In a battle of this level, even he, the all-powerful master of the Soul Palace in Zhongzhou, could no longer participate in it and could only watch from the sidelines. As the saying goes, all things are mutually reinforcing and interfering with each other. The ancestor of Donghua is a pill. According to common sense, he should be afraid of powerful flames. But now, the situation is reversed. Well done, old man. Ziyan saw that the ancestor of the Dan Pagoda had severely damaged the pure lotus demon fire, and she wanted to show off her skills. She fired a series of hand seals, and the terrifying fighting spirit energy quickly gathered in one place, turning into a purple gold dragon and crashing into the huge demon fire statue. Roar! The giant purple gold dragon was several thousand feet tall. This impact directly caused the demonic fire statue to retreat dozens of steps, and its figure was once again illusory. After being attacked continuously by Ziyan and Donghua ancestor, Jinglian demon fire was also obviously defeated. It seems that the pure lotus demon fire is really going to be conquered this time. Yes, in thousands of years, we have never achieved such results. Looking at the results of the two men's battle, the others thought that the battle was a foregone conclusion. Roar! The heavily injured Jinglian demon fire roared angrily, and he looked up to the sky and roared, "Whoever dares to stop me from escaping from this trap today, I will refine him alive." The next moment, his figure suddenly shot into the sky, and milky white lines of fire shot out overwhelmingly. Finally, they shot into the entire demon fire space. The ancient heaven refining formation appears. As these rays of fire shot into the depths of the space, pure lotus demon fire suddenly shouted loudly. There was a loud rumble in the space. A huge fire formation of nearly tens of thousands of feet slowly melted out of the void. Boom! When the large formation appeared in the sky, the boundless sea of magma also rolled, and finally, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, a super huge fire formation slowly emerged. The sky and the underground are all blocked. The demon fire is planning to keep all of us here. When the two fire formations appeared, everyone's faces instantly turned ugly. Haha, old ghost, and the little guy from the Taishu ancient dragon clan, you two couldn't have imagined that the ceiling formation set up by the pure lotus demon saint himself would actually be used by me in the end. For thousands of years, I have already understood the secrets of the great formation. Who can compete with me in this demon fire space? The ancient formation covering the world slowly rotated, and the pure lotus demon fire looked up to the sky and laughed. There's big trouble this time. Everyone looked at this scene and gasped. Even Ziyan and Donghua ancestors' eyes looked solemn at this moment. Even the six-star fighting saint is unable to withstand the power of this formation. When those two large formations were covering them, most people in the sky had only one thought in their minds: run. The Soul clans Hun Misheng and Hun Feng ran wildly, trying to escape from the formation. In fact, even the elders of some other ancient races changed their expressions. After a slight hesitation, they gritted their teeth and followed. Demon Saint, it's time to show up. Ji Yufei touched his eyebrows with his palm. At this moment, the strange light group in his mind suddenly trembled with an alarming frequency. Haha, I want to leave now, but it's too late. I want to refine all of you here into my fire slaves. Looking at the fleeing person, the pure lotus demon fire, who was thousands of feet high in the sky, looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, and pointed his finger gently in the direction of the space passage. The next moment, a milky white magma fire column swept out from the large formation below. With a thunderous momentum, it hit the space passage and shattered the passage to pieces. It's over. This is a space created by the demon saint. There is no space passage. Even if the patriarch takes action, he may not be able to get through it. Many elders of ancient races looked despairing when they saw the space passage destroyed. There is still a chance, don't give up. Little friend Xian, the heaven refining formation left behind by the demon saint is divided into two sides, heaven and earth. I will leave it to you to deal with the heaven formation and the earth formation. Only the Donghua ancestor did not give up at this time. He called Xian to take action together. Chapter 255. Good. Hearing this, Xian responded softly. Of the people present, only she and the Donghua ancestor had the ability to confront the formation head-on. At this time, Xiao Chen and the elders of many ancient races also understood that if they did not work together, they would die here. Even the three Soul Clan members who suffered repeated setbacks also contributed their own strength. Haha, you don't overestimate your capabilities. Although I hate that guy very much, if you three-legged cats can break the formation he set up, then will I still be trapped here for thousands of years? Seeing the actions of Donghua ancestor and others, the pure lotus demon fire sneered. After the pure lotus demon fire's words fell, the great formation covering the heaven and earth began to rotate slowly like a millstone. Some of those whose strength was lower than that of Dou Sheng turned pale on the spot, and even worse, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Fortunately for Xun'er, she was pregnant with the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame and could barely withstand such a riot. But if it were strengthened a little more, I'm afraid she would be seriously injured like those people. The two members of the Yan clan could barely resist the riot because of the strange fire in their bodies. The ancient formation of refining the sky as a slave. The pure lotus demon's fire body hangs in the sky, and the overwhelming milky white flames burst out from its body and pour into the formation. Bang! In the center of the heaven and earth, a milky white light pillar of 100 feet in size gathered together, and the light pillar was filled with destructive power. Refining. A look of forlornness appeared on Jinglian Yaohuo's face, and his finger suddenly pointed downward, making both the sky formation and the earth formation tremble violently. Two milky white light beams flashed out instantly like a fountain. Let's take action together. Seeing such a ferocious attack, even someone as powerful as the Donghua ancestor's face became extremely solemn. The rest of the people also used all kinds of skills. Combining the power of everyone, he hit the beam of light that surged upwards. Bang bang! In an instant, an earth-shattering collision sounded, and a huge pit of hundreds of thousands of feet was directly shaken out of the magma sea below. Haha, fight stubbornly and practice. In the sky, the eyes of pure lotus demon fire flashed with red light, and he looked like he was crazy. The blood light group released by the Donghua ancestor, including the purple gold light seal produced by Xian, were all destroyed with a bang. Jinglian demon saint, do you think you can destroy me like this? I am a divine creature of heaven and earth, and I have the power of heaven and earth to protect me, ha 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 ha. The pure lotus demon's fire shape is like a crazy smile. He thought that the defenses of Xian and Donghua ancestor were broken, and the people inside would basically die under the power of his own formation. Still alive, how is that possible? But the next moment, there was a look of disbelief on Yaohuo's face. A faint halo of light appeared, covering the Donghua ancestor, Xian, and everyone. None of them died, and they were all intact. What happened? Are we okay? Everyone looked at each other, obviously not understanding what happened. Brother Ji Yufei, what's wrong with you? However, while everyone was at a loss, Xun'er suddenly screamed. When Xian saw this scene, she felt relatively calm because Ji Yufei had already told her something before. Everyone hurriedly looked around and discovered that there was a faint halo outside Ji Yufei's body. The halo slowly condensed on his surface, and finally turned into a somewhat illusory figure. Pure lotus demon fire. As soon as the illusory figure appeared, everyone was horrified and quickly backed away, because the figure's appearance is exactly the same as the pure lotus demon fire in the sky. No, it's not the pure lotus demon fire. This is the pure lotus demon saint. After all, the ancestor of Donghua has lived for countless years and has more experience, so he recognizes it. What? How could this legendary superpower who had fallen for thousands of years suddenly appear in Ji Yufei? Is this too incredible? Everyone screamed in surprise. When everyone was shocked, Ji Yufei had his eyes closed tightly. But his body trembled slightly, and his eyes slowly opened. However, those pair of pitch-black pupils turned milky white. His eyes moved slowly. Everyone who was caught by his gaze had a feeling deep in their souls that they could not help but want to prostrate themselves in worship or even tremble. Pure Lotus Demon Saint, the powerful man who was said to be the closest to Dou Emperor back then, unexpectedly appeared again in this form. What is going on? How could the young patriarch do this? Gu Nane was in chaos at this time. Gu Fei is the hope for the future of the ancient clan. If something happens here, Gu Nane will be blamed for his death. He is a sinner of the clan. Elder Nane, don't worry. Brother Gu Fei told me before that we don't have to worry about him. Ziyan hurriedly explained to Gun Nane. Moreover, the demon saint will take action to save us all. He must not have bad intentions. His target should be the pure lotus demon fire. Ziyan continued to explain. Yes, with the qualifications of Jinglian demon saint, he will not take action against the younger generation. The ancestor of Donghua nodded and said solemnly. Jinglian demon saint, how is that possible? How can you still be alive? The one who was most surprised and had the biggest reaction was the pure lotus demon fire in the sky. When his eyes saw the figure formed on the surface of Gu Fei's body, a huge wave of shock suddenly rose in his heart. The horrified roar resounded in the sky in disbelief. Thousands of years of sealing still seemed to have failed to smooth out the violence in your heart. Gu Fei stared at the pure lotus demon fire, and a faint voice that came and went slowly came out of his mouth, echoing between heaven and earth. Pure Lotus Demon Saint, you ungrateful bastard, without me, could you have achieved such success? I helped you so much, but you sealed me, you deserved to be backfired in the end. The Pure Lotus Demon Fire said ferociously. I am also responsible for your violence, but the demon fire is too destructive. If you are allowed to leave, there will be a great disaster between heaven and earth. Gu Fei shook his head slowly and said, HMPH, a residual image, you dare to be arrogant in front of me, do you still think you are the powerful Pure Lotus Demon Saint back then? This formation was set up by you personally back then, today, let you taste its power. Refine. As soon as the voice fell, the Pure Lotus Demon Fire roared fiercely and activated the Refining Heaven Ancient Formation again. Two beams of light containing destructive power once again shot out from the Heaven and Earth formation. Be careful. Seeing this scene, Ziyan subconsciously condensed energy and then prepared to intercept. Although Gu Fei had explained it before, these two terrifying beams of light were obviously coming towards Gu Fei, and she did not dare to take such a risk. Xun'er and Gu Nane were the same, and they blocked Gu Fei without hesitation. Chapter 256. Certainly. Looking at the beam of light coming towards him, the Phantom Saint slowly raised his finger and tapped it lightly. The beam of light just stopped moving. Sure enough, Brother Gu Fei's judgment was not wrong. Seeing this scene, Ziyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the vast energy in her palms dispersed. I created the ancient heaven refining formation, but in terms of your understanding of it, you are not as good as me. A faint smile appeared on the face of Demon Saint Phantom, his eyes looked at the extremely ugly Pure Lotus Demon Fire in the sky, and he said softly. Asshole, do you think you are still the Demon Saint you were before? Seeing this, Jinglian Demon Fire became furious. But soon, he discovered that his control over this formation was gradually disappearing. Jinglian Demon Saint, I will fight with you. The Demon Fire destroys the world. The body of Jinglian Demon Fire expanded rapidly, and finally, with a bang, it turned into monstrous flames that filled the world. Ah, a strong man whose cultivation was at the semi-saint level let out a shrill scream. The fighting energy in his body burned at this moment. Even his meridians, flesh and bones, and even his soul were burned. When other people around saw this scene, their hands and feet became cold. All the energy of heaven and earth here has been evaporated by the high temperature of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. If it continues to stay, it will not be able to replenish the consumed fighting energy in the body. In the end, there was only one ending waiting for them, which was to be burned alive. Laugh. Just when everyone was trembling in their hearts, the Phantom Saint suddenly waved his sleeves. A huge formation measuring tens of thousands of feet on both sides of the sky and the earth suddenly released a burst of light. The light twisted in midair and finally turned into a space channel. Hurry up and leave. If the demon fire explodes completely, none of you will be able to survive. Run. See the space channel appear. Most of the people were running out desperately at this moment, not daring to waste a second. Elder Nane, Brother Gu Fei will be fine, let's leave here first. Ziyan withdrew her gaze, finally looked at Jiyu Nane and Xun'er who had not yet left, and said. Jiyu Nane did not doubt Ziyan's words at this moment. After all, he knew the relationship between Ziyan and Ji Yufei. If Ji Yufei was in danger, Ziyan would never leave. Brother Ji Yufei, you must be safe. Xun'er almost turned back every step of the way, extremely worried about Ji Yufei. But soon, she was forcibly pulled into the space passage by Jiyu Nane and left. Ziyan was also worried about Ji Yufei, but she believed in Ji Yufei's arrangements more, knowing that if she stayed here, she might cause trouble for him. Soon, no one except Ji Yufei remained in this vast demon fire space. Every area in the vast space is filled with milky white demonic fire. The space is filled with unspeakable terrifying high temperatures. Even a 4-star or even 5-star Dou Sheng expert cannot stay here for long, because the temperature here can even burn Dou Qi. At the center of the space fire sea, a fire lotus was slowly rotating. Not far below the fire lotus, Ji Yufei still stood with his hands behind his back. Outside his body, the demon saint's shadow exuded an endless aura of majesty. When we first met, you were as pure as a baby. I brought you spiritual intelligence, but your development is contrary to what I thought. Looking at the strange fire lotus in the sky, the demon saint phantom sighed softly. Jinglian demon saint, how I want to grow is my own business. You are too lenient, Jinglian demon fire roared. I just don't want you to eventually fall into self-destruction. I made you become like this, so in the end, let me end it. The demon saint's phantom stared at the demon lotus, and his handprints changed, and he saw the two large formations covering the world suddenly moving up and down. A huge fire curtain burst out from the center of the formation, and then formed a square prison of fire pillars as fast as lightning, sealing the demon lotus in. I will take away the wisdom and memory I gave you. From now on, you will once again have the purity you had when I first discovered you. Jinglian demon saint, you heartless bastard, I won't let you get your wish. The demon lotus spun violently at high speed. Obviously, pure lotus demon fire is resisting. He was not willing to fail like this. Thousands of years of sealing have made you hate even more. In this case, demon saint phantom looked at the madly struggling pure lotus demon fire and sighed softly. The giant formation between heaven and earth actually began to collapse from the outside in. However, as the outside of the formation collapsed, the pillar of fire that blocked the pure lotus demonic fire became more and more solid. Tiantian ancient formation, peel it off. Pure lotus demon saint waved his illusory palm lightly, and he could see the dense lines of fire in the fire curtain. Next, traces of bloody mist were slowly forced out of the demon lotus body. Ah! Jinglian demon fire screamed miserably. At this moment, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not get rid of this separation. I gave you your memory, now let me take it away too. Fart, there is no memory, and the pure lotus demon fire will have no consciousness in the future. What is the difference between your actions like this and killing me? Feeling the gradual blankness in his mind, Jinglian Yaohuo also became a little frightened. After all his memory and spiritual intelligence were extracted, he was truly dead. You have a violent temper, and now you have inherited my legacy. If you are allowed to break the seal, it will be a disaster. This disaster was caused by me, so it is natural that I will end it. The phantom transformed by the pure lotus demon saint shook his head, and then he exerted his strength to refine it again. Ah! A thick blood mist quickly gushed out from the demon lotus, and finally formed a blood-colored figure above the demon lotus. Being forced out of its body, the pure lotus demon fire hurriedly dived down, trying to get in again. However, the pure lotus demon saint did not give it a chance. He clenched his palm, and the fire curtain quickly shrank, and finally turned into a fire prison. Master, forgive me this time, I will definitely change in the future. The pure lotus demon fire was finally terrified, and immediately knelt down and begged for mercy from the pure lotus demon saint. Looking at the pure lotus demon fire that kept begging for mercy, the phantom transformed by the pure lotus demon saint also sighed lightly, waved his sleeves, and the phantom drilled out of Ji Yufei's body, then floated into the fire prison and landed in front of the demon fire. Alas, a generation of strong men, in the end, also ended up like this. At this time, Ji Yufei was finally able to control his body again. Before, his consciousness could clearly know what was happening outside. Looking at the phantom of the demon saint in the fire curtain, Ji Yufei couldn't help but sigh. Little demon, you bit me back then, but in the end, I don't hate you. I have no disciples or children in my life. From beginning to end, you are the person closest to me. The pure lotus demon saint gently stroked the head of the pure lotus demon fire. A kind smile also appeared on that somewhat illusory face. But I hate you. The pure lotus demon fire raised its head suddenly, staring at the pure lotus demon saint with blood-red eyes, and a trace of blood mist quickly wrapped the phantom of the demon saint. It looks just like that day. Faced with the erosion of the demon fire, a trace of sadness surged on the face of the demon saint. Together, let's disappear forever between heaven and earth. As the pure lotus demon saint spoke softly, the huge fire array suddenly collapsed. Chapter 257. Outside the demon fire space, the twisted space in the sky has dissipated. The terrifying high temperature that originally shrouded the world gradually weakened, and the magma desert below stopped churning and gradually solidified into white rocks. In the surrounding sky, figures were standing in the air, with unwillingness in their eyes. After the space channel dissipated, they lost their sense of that space. This time I really escaped from death. It's a pity that the two elders Hun Mo and Hun Ji died in the demon fire space like this. Walk. After Hun Misheng stayed for a while, he suddenly felt Zi Yan's gaze, so he left with Hun Feng and the two without hesitation. He didn't dare to bet on whether Zi Yan, the evil star, would take action again and kill them all. But during this trip to the demon fire, Zi Yan's reputation was finally revealed, allowing the world to see the grace of the Taishu ancient dragon clan again. Miss Zi Yan, what exactly did the young patriarch tell you before? Can you elaborate on it so that I won't worry? Ji Yunane's eyes were anxious. The energy in the demon fire space is so violent that even the 5-star fighting saint cannot survive. If something happened to Ji Yufei inside, he, Ji Yunane, would not have the shame to go back and explain to his tribe. Sister Zi Yan, please say more, I'm really worried about brother Ji Yufei. Xun'er's eyes were moist, and she looked at Zi Yan anxiously and asked. Brother Ji Yufei just said that he will not be in danger, and didn't say much else. Zi Yan shook her head and didn't care about Xun'er's name for herself. The demon fire is so powerful, is brother Ji Yufei so sure that he will be fine? Xun'er was still very worried when she heard Zi Yan's explanation. I do believe that nothing will happen to little friend Ji Yufei. He gives me the feeling of being extremely calm. The taciturn Xiao Chen suddenly spoke up. He was very optimistic about Ji Yufei. There are not many outstanding young people like this in the world. But, stop worrying blindly. Do you hope that something will happen to brother Ji Yufei? Zi Yan couldn't stand Xun'er, so she immediately interrupted her and added, he has the dragon mark 1 left on him. I know very well whether he is in trouble. Hearing this, Xun'er calmed down. Guys, do you know if there are any descendants of the Xiao family left today? Xiao Chen asked sincerely. The Xiao family. Hearing this, Xun'er and Ji Yunane were a little hesitant. Xiao Chen, the Xiao family has now lost all the Dou Emperor bloodline, leaving only one branch. If you go to a place called Wudin City in the Jama Empire in the northwest continent, you will naturally know. Ji Yunane spoke slowly. Thanks for letting me know. Xiao Chen didn't talk nonsense, and immediately left after learning the news. Miss Zi Yan, please wait here for a while. I need to return to the clan to report the things here to the clan elders. After Xiao Chen left, Ji Yunane also said goodbye. However, just when he was planning to take Xun'er away, Xun'er refused to leave. Elder Nane, please go back first. I want to stay here and wait for brother Ji Yufei to come out. Xun'er said firmly. Miss, stop messing around. Just have Miss Zi Yan here to watch over you. What can you do if you stay here? Ji Yunane's voice was obviously impatient, because Xun'er had repeatedly ignored dissuasion in doing things during this time. Did you hear that? If you stay here, you will only cause trouble. Zi Yan did not give Xun'er any face, and taunted Xun'er. Miss, if you insist on not leaving, then I will have to take you away by force. Ji Yunane's tone became more serious. Okay, I'm leaving. Xun'er responded gloomily. At this time, she was in very bad condition. She felt that no matter what she did, she would be disliked by others. Even though her intentions were good, she would always be like this. In the demon fire space. Ji Yufei retreated far away when a big explosion occurred in the center. At this moment, he looked at the empty world here. Both the Pure Lotus Demon Saint and the Pure Lotus Demon Fire had lost their traces. However, Ji Yufei was not worried. He knew that Jinglian Demon Saint's purpose was only to take away Demon Huo's current intelligence and memory. It won't really make the Demon Fire disappear. It's a pity that such a top powerhouse was expected to aspire to be the Dou Emperor, but due to the lack of source energy in the world. Ji Yufei sighed in his heart, and then his figure flashed and came to the center of the previous explosion. Look down. On the boundless sea of magma, a white lotus with pink veins all over its body was swimming slowly. And as it swims, it seems that the energy of the entire sea area is continuously flowing towards it. The origin of demonic fire. Looking at the milky white lotus with a faint pink color, Ji Yufei showed a satisfied smile on his face. If he could refine this thing, his strength would reach a new level. The next moment, he slowly lowered his body, and when he was several feet away from the milky white and pink fire lotus, he slowly stopped. The current Pure Lotus Demon Fire is undoubtedly two completely different manifestations compared to before. The former is violent, the latter is quiet and peaceful. The Pure Lotus Demon Fire did not attack Ji Yufei just because he was approaching. The current Demon Fire is as pure as when it first appeared between heaven and earth, without any human influence or pollution. With my current strength and the preparations I made before, there shouldn't be any problems in refining the Demon Fire. Ji Yufei made plans in his mind. Then he took out some materials and set up a large formation here. When the formation was completed, countless cold air fell from the sky and condensed into frost on the surface of the Demon Fire. Then, Ji Yufei took out another pill from the ring. As soon as the pill appeared, a biting cold fog suddenly surged around. This pill was naturally the 9-yin yellow spring pill that Ji Yufei prepared for this refining. With a flick of his finger, the 9-yin yellow spring pill flew out and melted quickly when it came into contact with the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Suddenly, layers of ice continued to appear on the surface of the Demon Fire. However, as soon as these ice appeared, they would be evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. Therefore, along with the coming and going of the ice, streams of white mist with a hissing sound also rose continuously from the body of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. In the sky, Ji Yufei exhaled deeply, and then his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. At this moment, the lotus petals of the Demon Fire had spread out, and in the center of the flower, a cluster of pink flames was like a baby. Bursts of high temperatures that made people's souls tremble emanated from this cluster of pink flames. Ji Yufei stared at this cluster of pink flames with scorching eyes. This is the true origin of the Demon Fire. Chapter 258. This cluster of flames is small in size. However, even a strong man who has reached the level of 6-star Dou Sheng will most likely be burned to ashes if he accidentally gets into his body. There is no doubt about his terrifying ability. Jinglian Demon Fire, you, the third-ranked strange fire on the list of strange fires, will never disgrace your reputation after joining me, Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei's eyes were fixed on this cluster of demonic fire. The words fell. The alien fire in his body was running wildly. Finally, a layer of fire armor forms on the surface of the body. But at this time, Ji Yufei's usually invincible fusion fire was trembling as if seeing the king in the fire. Laugh. Faced with the situation where the alien fire was trembling, Ji Yufei himself did not flinch at all. He quickly extended his palm. Then go through the fire lotus. Grab a handful of those pink flames. Pung. The moment Ji Yufei touched the pink flame with his palm, the seemingly tiny flame expanded in an instant. The raging fire enveloped Ji Yufei's entire body in an instant. Under this terrifying high temperature, it is impossible for the human body to sweat, and all liquids will be evaporated instantly as soon as they appear. Call. Even Ji Yufei showed a somewhat painful expression when he was burned by the strange fire. This also relies on his physical strength. If an ordinary 5-star fighting saint was directly burned by the demon fire, his skin would probably crack quickly, but Ji Yufei's body was already an ancient dragon and phoenix comparable to Ziyan's 6-star fighting saint. That's not enough to make me back down. Ji Yufei gritted his teeth and frantically activated the strange fire in his body to resist the destruction of the high temperature of the pure lotus demonic fire. Finally, with a sudden movement of his heart, he swallowed the cluster of pink flames in his palm. Boom! As soon as the demonic fire source entered his body, Ji Yufei felt a severe burning sensation in his body. Even the powerful physical body that he was proud of collapsed in an instant. The meridians, flesh and blood are constantly damaged. Practice for me. Ji Yufei forced himself to calm down in the heart-wrenching pain of the ninja. The huge fighting energy surged in his body, and then he forcibly wrapped the origin of the demon fire and started to circulate along the root of the technique. Boom! Refined by Ji Yufei's fighting spirit, the demonic fire source seemed to feel something, and it started to struggle fiercely instinctively. But fortunately, Ji Yufei's fighting spirit has a natural suppressive effect on the strange fire, plus Ji Yufei's current cultivation level can resist the 5-star fighting saint. Moreover, under the suppression of the 9th grade elixir Juyin Wangquan Dan, the demon fire was weakened. After difficult guidance, Ji Yufei finally successfully started to let the demonic fire origin operate smoothly in the meridians in his body, and traces of energy began to overflow from the demonic fire origin. Every time it operates, the aura in Ji Yufei's body will skyrocket. The duration of the pure lotus demonic fire's existence is immeasurable, and the energy contained in it is naturally indescribable. The huge fireball was suspended in midair. On the surface of the fireball, waves of fire continued to appear, and then spread out in a circular shape. Although the speed of this absorption seems slow, as the demon fire becomes weaker and Ji Yufei becomes stronger, this speed will naturally increase. Boom! When the pure lotus demon fire began to be refined, layers of energy dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. The dark clouds hovered over the fireball, and violent waves surged on the magma sea. Ji Yufei didn't pay attention to the changes in the outside world. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the strong and refreshing feeling of improving his cultivation. The vast liquid-like energy spread like a flood in Ji Yufei's meridians, flesh, and bones, feeling indescribably comfortable. Time flies, and a week has passed. Xiao Chen, who learned the location of the descendants of the Xiao family, finally found Wudin City. We, the Xiao clan, are actually in such a state of desolation. Looking at the descendants of the Xiao family, Xiao Chen felt extremely uncomfortable. Think about how glorious the Xiao clan was back then. How brilliant is the patriarch Xiao Zan. Now everything is empty. Forget it, since the Xiao family has fallen into despair, we should not let these descendants know about the past. Xiao Chen watched for a while over the Xiao clan, and then left quietly without disturbing others. Instead of letting the Xiao clan know the glory of the past and being unable to do anything about it, it would be better to let them live this life peacefully. Perhaps, when I die, the Xiao family will really disappear from this world. A sigh lingered in the air. Outside the demon fire space. Ziyan has been waiting here. Even though a month has passed, she has never left. Although this time was shorter than other times, Ziyan's loneliness increased exponentially. Because, in the past few times, Ji Yufei was in retreat, but he was still by her side, visible and tangible, but now this time, Ziyan could only rely on the dragon seal to sense whether Ji Yufei was dead or alive. Brother Ji Yufei, nothing will happen to you. Ziyan prayed in her heart. Next, Ziyan still did not leave here. During this period, the little medical fairy also came here and waited for Ji Yufei with Ziyan. Husband, nothing will happen to you. He has been preparing for this for a long time, so he must be extremely confident. The little medical fairy forced out a smile. Want to comfort Ziyan. In fact, I am comforting myself. And with the arrival of the little medical fairy, Ziyan is finally not as bored as before. The plain where they were located was a land of mountains and ridges before, but the mountains were melted into magma because of the demon fire. And now, because of the demon fire seal, the magma desert here is gradually solidified and finally turned into this plain. According to common sense, the place ravaged by the demon fire will become extremely desolate, but when a team of mercenaries on an expedition found a strange crystal stone full of violent fire attribute energy in the plain immediately became extremely lively. This crystal stone full of violent fire attribute energy is called Demon Fire Stone. Because in these crystal stones, there seems to be a trace of extremely faint demon fire remaining. Although this remaining demon fire has been diluted thousands of times, it is an absolute treasure for some people who practice fire attribute fighting spirit and alchemists. As long as they can absorb the energy in these demon fire stones, not only will the fighting spirit become more powerful, but even the flames summoned by the alchemists will be much more powerful than before. Therefore, the originally desolate plain has attracted many forces to divide the territory and divide the Demon Fire Stone in the past 2 years. Among them, the power of the Soul Palace is the most arrogant, and a large area is divided for the Soul Palace. The other major forces in Zhongzhou dare not speak out, and no one dares to clash with the Soul Palace. However, the arrogant Soul Palace dare not set foot in the area where Ziyan and the others are. That place is regarded as a restricted area here. The restricted area that the Soul Palace Master Hun Misheng personally emphasized that it must not be approached. Chapter 259. Somewhere in the Demon Fire Plain, a group of men in black robes suddenly appeared. This place was very close to the center of the Demon Fire Plain. Therefore, if you go further in from here, there will be more demonic fire stones inside. Sir, tell me, what's so evil here that warrants such a heavy order from the top brass to strictly prohibit anyone from breaking in? 1 year has passed, and some members of the Soul Palace have somewhat forgotten the original order of soul destruction due to the temptation of the Demon Fire Stone. To be precise, in the face of interests, he took the initiative to put them behind him. There is such an order from above. There is a reason. We don't need to know. The leading Soul Palace expert shook his head. Your Majesty, otherwise, we will quietly enter this area today and collect Demon Fire Stones. In this case, it will be much easier to complete the task. A Soul Palace protector tried to say. As soon as these words came out, the Soul Palace Lord was a little moved, because further inside, the output of Demon Fire Stones was indeed higher than ordinary places. Your Majesty, we will never tell anyone else about this matter. When the Soul Palace Venerable glanced around, all the Soul Palace protectors made guarantees. Okay, then go in. After the words fell, dozens of people quickly flew towards the center of the Demon Fire Plain. It's been a year and my husband hasn't come out yet. On a stone slab, the little medical fairy looked into the sky, with endless longing in his eyes. I just searched the surrounding space again, but I still didn't find any space passage into there. Ziyan escaped from somewhere in the void, with a depressed look on her face. Although through the dragon seal, she could sense that Ji Yufei was still safe, this kind of endless waiting could really make people go crazy. How dare these disgusting guys come here? Suddenly, Ziyan seemed to sense something, her brows furrowed, and murderous intent spread. What my husband hates the most is the Soul Clan and these lackeys of the Soul Palace. The little medical fairy also sensed it. At this time, she and Ziyan looked at each other. They all seemed to understand what the other party meant. Today, we will eradicate these Soul Palace lackeys first. Ziyan nodded. During this time, the two of them were extremely agitated. Now, the people from the Soul Palace hit the muzzle of the gun, and it was just in time to kill the people from the Soul Palace to relieve their boredom. Not long after, a pitiful scream suddenly rang out from 100 miles away. Who are you? You actually dare to attack the people in our Soul Palace? Aren't you afraid of revenge from the Soul Palace? The Lord of the Soul Palace looked at Ziyan and the little medical immortal who looked like murderous gods across from them, feeling horrified in his heart. At this moment, he almost subconsciously said the most common words spoken by people in the Soul Palace. Haha, you still dare to threaten me? Go and ask Hun Misheng. Last time in the Demon Fire space, if I hadn't been in a good mood, would he have had the chance to leave and continue to be the master of the palace? Ziyan's face was filled with ridicule when she heard the threatening words from the elder of the Soul Palace. How dare you insult? Before the Lord of the Soul Palace could finish speaking, his whole body suddenly exploded. Although he is a Dou Zun, killing him is as easy as squeezing an ant to death for Ziyan. These people are here to collect this kind of stone. It seems that there are more than just this group of people from the Soul Palace in the Demon Fire Plain. Then kill them all. Ziyan exchanged a few words with the little fairy doctor, then set off again and disappeared. Soon after, Ziyan and the two appeared above a branch of the Soul Palace in the Demon Fire Plain. In this branch of the Soul Palace, there is a strong man at the level of Soul Palace fighting saint sitting in charge. These guys are really arrogant. Ziyan looked down. In this branch of the Soul Palace guardians enter from time to time, and behind them, there is a rope holding more than a dozen heads. Obviously, these are the powerful men from all walks of life in Zhongzhou that the Soul Palace hunted here, and they came back to claim credit. With one less force like this, there will be more peace in the world. The eyes of the little medical fairy were filled with murderous intent. Before, she mostly heard about it through hearsay, but now she finally saw the evil of the Soul Palace with her own eyes. Ziyan nodded, then raised her hand and pressed down, and an invisible wave swept out. Under the impact of this invisible wave, the huge Soul Palace branch immediately collapsed, and the Soul Palace members inside exploded in an instant. With just one move, a branch of the Soul Palace completely disappeared from this world. After killing these people from the Soul Palace, Ziyan's long-suppressed mood was finally released. The demon fire space was still so hot, and in the sky of the magma sea, a huge crystal egg was suspended out of thin air. Crack! I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there was a faint sound in the silence. As his eyes moved along, he saw that a crack slowly opened on the surface of the crystal egg. As this crack appeared, more and more cracks gradually covered the crystal egg. Later, a large piece of crystal egg fragment finally slipped from above the crystal egg. Boom! As the crystal egg cracked, a pillar of light suddenly rose into the sky, and finally turned into a curtain of light, pouring down from the distant sky. Wow! In the beam of light, Ji Yufei stretched out his arm slowly, and then stretched hard. Finally out of seclusion, Ji Yufei sighed in his heart. This retreat to refine the pure lotus demon fire took more than a year. His cultivation level, after constantly absorbing the huge energy of the demon fire, broke through to the level of the early 6-star Dou Sheng. As a Dou Sheng, even a genius like Ji Yufei can feel how difficult it is to upgrade the level between Dou Sheng. For an ordinary person, it would probably take 100 years or even longer to break through from a 5-star Dou Sheng to a 6-star Dou Sheng, but Ji Yufei shortened this time by 100 times. I wonder how the strange fire in my body is now. Ji Yufei glanced around and suddenly remembered the strange fire in his body. However, under his perception, the strange fire that originally filled his body has now disappeared. Could it be? Ji Yufei did not feel any shock and panic because of the disappearance of the strange fire in his body, but instead a strong expectation surged. In this case, it is very likely that the fused strange fire gave birth to a fire spirit. Next, Ji Yufei began to carefully examine his body. This examination immediately felt that there was something more deep in his body. Come out! Sensing this thing, Ji Yufei clenched his palm fiercely, and with a low shout, a pink flame suddenly burst out from his palm. As soon as this pink flame appeared, the surrounding space was rapidly twisted. However, the flame suddenly squirmed automatically, and then, in Ji Yufei's extremely expectant eyes, it instantly turned into a baby only half a foot in size. Chapter 260. Ying Ying, Ying Ying. As soon as this little fire baby appeared, its big eyes glowing with pink flames looked at Ji Yufei in front of him. Then, it stretched out its chubby little hands, hugged Ji Yufei's palm, and kept rubbing it, making it look particularly intimate. This little guy, seeing Huo Ying's movements, Ji Yufei subconsciously showed a soft smile on his face. The fire baby was not big, just slightly larger than his palm, but it looked as fleshy as a small ball. A braid with a sky-high braid is on the top of her little head, and a small pink bellyband is worn on her body, revealing a bare buttocks. On his small face and forehead, there is a pink lotus fire mark, which looks extremely cute. Ying Ying, seeing the smile on Ji Yufei's face, the fire baby held Ji Yufei's hand and shook it back and forth, making a childish and strange voice from his mouth. After all, Ji Yufei had 2 children. At this moment, his father's love seemed to be overflowing. He reached out and gently stroked the little Huo Ying's head. Then, he slid his palm down and gently pinched the little guy's face. The soft and smooth touch made him realize that this fire baby actually looked like a real baby, and the skin touch was exactly the same as that of a human being. Moreover, while touching it, he also noticed that he seemed to have a strange connection with this little thing. That familiar feeling is the same as before when controlling the strange fire in the body. It was precisely because of that strange feeling that Huo Ying regarded Ji Yufei as the closest person to him, just like a little pet. Haha, if Xianxia and Wu Shuang see this little guy, they will definitely be very happy. At this time, Ji Yufei suddenly thought of his 2 children and their mother. This time I have been in retreat for so long. They must be worried. Thinking of this, Ji Yufei didn't intend to stay long. He slashed the space in front of him with his palm, and some pink flames emerged from his fingertips. The finger just lightly traced across the space, which was enough to make many 6-star Dou Sheng powerhouses helpless, but it was torn apart by a huge crack. After the crack appeared, Ji Yufei stepped in without hesitation, swayed, and disappeared at the same time as the space crack. And with Ji Yufei's departure, this demon fire space finally became completely silent. This space will never appear again in the future, and it will gradually be forgotten in the long river of time. This is, on the demon fire plane, Ziyan sat cross-legged. Suddenly, she sensed a trace of space power and hurriedly turned her gaze there. In her expectant eyes, a familiar figure slowly emerged. Brother Ji Yufei, you are finally out. Husband. Ziyan and the little medical fairy stood up excitedly at the same time, and then ran towards the figure in the sky. You guys, have been waiting here. Looking at the two familiar figures flying towards him, Ji Yufei had a trace of astonishment on his face. Then, he opened his arms distressingly and took the little medical fairy and Ziyan into his arms. His nose was also sniffing the faint body breath of the two women. Didn't I tell you that nothing would happen to me? I worry about you. Ji Yufei's palm caressed the two women's cheeks. When Ziyan spoke, she choked with excitement and her eyes were moist. Ji Yufei stretched out his hand to wipe away the water droplets that had just fallen from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Ji Yufei's intimate behavior towards Ziyan, the little medical fairy didn't feel anything wrong at all. The little medical fairy knew Ziyan's feelings for Ji Yufei very well. If it were an ordinary person, who would wait here stupidly for more than a year? The little medical fairy saw all the worries and impatience in Ziyan's heart because she cared about Ji Yufei. After the three of them cuddled together for a while, they slowly separated. Did anything happen while I was in seclusion? Ji Yufei asked. It shouldn't be a big deal. During this period, the little medical fairy sister and I destroyed a branch of the Soul Palace in the Demon Fire Plane. Ziyan replied seriously. The two of them have basically never left here, so they don't know what happened above Zhongzhou. Then go back first, the children should be quite anxious too. After Ji Yufei finished speaking, he casually constructed a space wormhole, and then stepped into it with his palms on the slender waists of the little medical fairy and Ziyan respectively. Soon, Ji Yufei returned to the ancient world. His return made many ancient clan elders breathe a sigh of relief. When they learned that Ji Yufei had successfully refined the pure lotus demon fire and raised his cultivation level to the 6-star dosage, all the elders of the ancient clan were excited. Nowadays, Ji Yufei's cultivation level has surpassed that of most of the elders of the ancient clan. There are only a few people who can surpass Ji Yufei in terms of cultivation. Maybe within 10 years, this kid will be able to surpass this old guy like me. Ji Yulai was happier than any other elder because Ji Yufei was his grandson. No one can compare to this relationship. Welcome to the young patriarch. Welcome to the young patriarch. Wherever Ji Yufei passed, all the young people of the ancient tribe who met him along the way bowed and saluted him respectfully. Even the ancient demon, Ji Yu Qingyong and his ilk are no exception. Everyone recognized Ji Yufei, the young patriarch, from the bottom of their hearts. However, Ji Yufei did not stop along the way and returned directly to his small mountain peak. Daddy, mother, master, master wife, brother Ji Yufei, sister Xun'er. Master, you are back. On the top of the mountain, Wushuang, Shan'el, Lingxi, Qinglan, Lion King, and Lord Tianguo all looked extremely excited when they saw the three Ji Yufei who had returned. For more than a year, Ji Yufei and the others have been away, but they have always made everyone worried. Okay, it's okay. How can the pure lotus demon fire hurt me? Ji Yufei smiled calmly. Then, with a thought, he summoned the fire infant in his body. Ying ying. As soon as the fire infant appeared, the surrounding space was distorted by the high temperature. Moreover, the little guy kept making some strange and childish sounds from his mouth. What is this? Looking at this little baby-like guy, everyone's eyes were attracted. This is the fire infant, a mutated fusion of the 6 different fires I control. Ji Yufei explained with a smile. So that's it. Dad, does it have a name? Xianxia blinked her big eyes and said curiously. This little guy always likes to scream every time he comes out. Why don't we call him Xiaoying? Hearing this, Ji Yufei pondered. Ying ying, ying ying. As if he understood what Ji Yufei said, the little guy started jumping up and down on Ji Yufei's palm. Chapter 261. 74.4%. Dad, this little guy seems dissatisfied with the name you gave it. Looking at the fire infant jumping up and down, Xianxia couldn't help but smile and said, how about changing to another one? Yeah, it seems unhappy. Why don't you give it a new name? Wuxia also echoed from the side. It's dissatisfied. I see, it has a name now, and it's very excited. Are you saying no, Xiaoying? Ji Yufei spoke, grabbed the fire baby, and then stretched out his hand to pinch its immature face. Ying Ying, facing Ji Yufei's threat, Huo Ying could only choose to bow his head and surrender, but he still kept screaming. It made everyone laugh. Little friend Ji Yufei, you are really a lucky person. The probability of the fire spirit appearing is extremely rare. There are very few records in history. Congratulations. Lord Tianwo congratulated rather enviously. Among this, Yao Lao also has a share of credit. If it were not for the fallen heart flame, it is very likely that the fire spirit would not be able to be condensed this time. Ji Yufei replied with a smile. Although Lord Tianwo's cultivation was not high, Ji Yufei was still very polite in his speech. His fire spirit combines 6 kinds of flames: pure lotus demon fire, 3000 flame flames, fallen heart flame, bone spirit cold fire, sea heart flame, and green lotus earth core fire. It is extremely powerful. As long as his thoughts move, this little thing will immediately execute his orders. In a sense, there is only one more transfer control between Ji Yufei and the strange fire, and this transfer control can also maximize the power of the strange fire. Moreover, with the fire spirit and this improvement in cultivation, Ji Yufei is confident that he can refine the higher level 9th grade Xuanden. Brother Ji Yufei is back. He also refined the pure lotus demonic fire and possessed a unique fire spirit. Deep in the ancient Saint Mountain range, in a quiet hall, Xun'er, who was confined here by the patriarch, also received news of Ji Yufei's return. At this moment, Xun'er's pretty face was full of joy. She has been worried about Ji Yufei for more than a year, but Ji Yuan has ordered her to be grounded and banned from going out for 3 years. During this time, Xun'er also figured out some things here, and she reflected deeply. These few times, she always went against Ji Yufei's wishes and ran out quietly. Several times, she put herself in danger and hindered her. Brother Ji Yufei didn't even bring his wife and children with him when he went out to seize treasures. Why should I feel that I am special than them? Suddenly, a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of Xun'er's mouth. Since Brother Ji Yufei needs different fires and confuse multiple different fires, it's time to peel off the 4th-ranked Golden Emperor Fen Tianyan from my body. Anyway, he is the most outstanding person in my ancient clan. After a moment, Xun'er suddenly thought of the Golden Emperor Fen Tianyan in his body. This thing has been following her for many years. If she could merge into Ji Yufei's strange fire and become part of the fire spirit, would it be the same as being by Ji Yufei's side? Thinking of this, Xun'er's face was filled with hope again, and a golden flame appeared outside her body. Well, when Xun'er began to take the initiative to peel off the Golden Emperor Fen Tianyan from his body, a sigh sounded in a certain space. The owner of this voice is none other than Ji Yuan, the patriarch of the ancient clan and Xun'er's father. Forget it. Now Ji Yufei is our clan's hope for the future, and we need the strange fire very much. Xun'er separated out the Golden Emperor burning Tianyan, and stopped some clan members from saying that I was unfair. Ji Yuan sighed again and did not go to stop Xun'er's behavior at this moment. Brother Ji Yufei, you are going to find Sister Kyre, so I'll go with you. By the way, I'll go back to the clan to have a look. On Ji Yufei's mountain peak, Ziyan laughed when she heard that Ji Yufei was going to Juyu Wangquan to find Kyre. Yeah, you're familiar with it there too. Hearing this, Ji Yufei naturally did not refuse. Now, Ziyan, as the Dragon King of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, has a heavy responsibility. If she stays here for a long time, it will be an irresponsible behavior for her tribe. Ziyan, the inheritance given by my father-in-law last time was really good. Now you finally have the strength to match the Dragon King. Ji Yufei stared at Ziyan and suddenly mentioned Ziyan's cultivation. The progress of her cultivation is truly terrifying. Ji Yufei absorbed the energy stored in the demon fire for many years before he broke through to 6 stars. And Ziyan also broke through from the 5-star Dou Sage to the 6-star, which also shows that the opportunity she got is no less than the pure lotus demon fire. Every dragon and phoenix bloodline can eventually grow into a 9-star fighting saint. I just accelerated the process this time. Ziyan explained with a smile. If she hadn't awakened the ancient dragon phoenix bloodline, no matter how talented her father was, it would be difficult for her to improve so much in 2 years. Brother Ji Yufei, in fact, this time, in addition to the changes in my own cultivation, there are also great changes on Long Island. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have the time to wait outside the demon fire space for so long. Ziyan said with some pride on her face. Dragon Island has also changed, what is it? Hearing this, Ji Yufei was a little curious. Judging from Ziyan's expression, you can tell that the changes she mentioned this time must be for the better. You'll know when you get there. Now let's go see Sister Kyre first. She has been in seclusion there for several years. You must miss her very much. Ziyan made a special effort to sell it off. Okay, let's go find Kyre first. Seeing Ziyan's refusal, Ji Yufei did not ask further questions for the time being. He nodded, and the two of them left the ancient world and rushed towards the Beast Realm. Beast Realm, a huge area, is not inferior to Zhongzhou in any way, and it is also the same as Zhongzhou, with countless wonderful things. In the Beast Realm, the most eye-catching existences are undoubtedly the 3 major ethnic groups standing at the top of the pyramid, the Taishu Ancient Dragon, the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan, and the 9 Netherworld Underworld Pythons. Among them, the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan has not appeared for many years, and the reputation they left behind has turned into legend. The people of the Juyu Earthly Python Clan are quite large in number, but in terms of quality, they are inferior to the Celestial Demon Phoenix Clan. Therefore, during the countless years when the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan disappeared, the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan's status in the Beast Realm was just as the Soul Palace was above Zhongzhou in the past. Recently, the Beast Realm has become extremely lively, and the protagonists of this excitement are the Sky Demon Phoenix Clan and the 9 Netherland Underworld Python Clan, which are among the 3 major ethnic groups. This time, the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan actually dispatched a large number of strong men from the clan to go straight to the headquarters of the Netherworld Python Clan in Juyu, and surrounded the latter. Such a tense confrontation made everyone in the Beast Realm understand that if the two groups started to fight, it would not be a small fight. Chapter 262. In the Abyss of the Underground, in the Nether Snake Vein. There is now an atmosphere of urgency in the headquarters of the 9 Nether Earth Nether Python Clan. Countless snake people looked at the sky outside the vein with cold eyes. In that sky, there were many figures. Huge wings covered the world like dark clouds. Chief, the people of the Sky Demon Phoenix Clan are simply too much, and they actually came to kill us. If our clan does nothing, we will definitely become a laughing stock in the future. By then, what other clans in this huge beast domain dare to rely on our 9 Nether Earth Nether Python Clan? On a majestic mountain in the Nether Snake Vein, more than a dozen figures stood. Several old men with cold faces said in a deep voice to the sturdy back in front of them. Several elders, this matter is not simple. This time, it is the chieftain of the Sky Demon Phoenix Clan, Huang Tian, who personally led the troops. This old guy is a 5-star Dou Sheng in the late stage. Who in my 9 Nether Earth Dark Python Clan can match him? Just when most of the elders of the 9 Nether Earth Dark Python Clan agreed, an old man in gray clothes with a slightly old-fashioned look frowned. Coward, are we just going to watch the Sky Demon Phoenix Clan shit on our 9 Nether Earth Dark Python Clan's head and dare not say anything? We would rather die in battle to defend the dignity of our clan than be a coward. If you are afraid of death, you can leave now, but in the future, don't tell others that you are a member of our 9 Nether Earth Dark Python Clan. As soon as the elder finished speaking, he was ridiculed and mocked by several elders. You guys, being ridiculed by his own clan, the old man's face suddenly became very ugly. Don't you know that the purpose of the Sky Demon Phoenix Clan's attack this time is just to get the woman who is practicing in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring? Besides, there is also the transcendent power of the Soul Clan behind this matter. As long as we hand over that woman, the old man seemed very unconvinced. He analyzed the specific situation very seriously. However, before he finished his last sentence, he was frightened by a cold snort. If the Sky Demon Phoenix Clan asks us to hand over someone, we will hand them over. Where is the face of our 9 Nether Earth Python Clan? What's more, the woman who is in seclusion in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring is Brother Ji Yufei's woman. What is Ji Yufei's identity? I don't need to tell you. I believe you should know it very well. The sturdy figure turned around, and his face was full of a sense of majesty without anger. This person is the current patriarch of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, Yao Ming. Young Master Ji Yufei's reputation is known to the world. But, is it true that young Master Ji Yufei has already died in the Demon Fire space? Moreover, today is the last day of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan's limited time. If you don't hand over the people, the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan will attack. Hearing this, the 2 elders who still fantasized about seeking peace with the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan spoke softly. Hearing these words, everyone's heart sank slightly. After all, the patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, Huang Tian, has the terrifying strength of a late-stage 5-star Dou Sheng, and even Yao Ming cannot stop him. And it seems that the people of the Soul Palace are secretly involved in the actions of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan this time. Yao Ming was also silent for a while under this huge pressure, and then asked in a deep voice, "Elder Qi, have you sent the letter I asked you to send to the ancient clan?" To the clan leader, "It has been sent." Hearing this, the Elder Qi nodded, and then hesitated, "But, will the ancient clan really send someone to come?" "Yes, although Master Ji Yufei is the young clan leader of the ancient clan, he is now. His woman is only an outsider to the ancient clan after all. Moreover, ancient races like that have clan restrictions, and strong men above the 4-star Dou Sheng cannot easily take action." The 2 elders who advocated peace said worriedly. What they said also made some sense. If it were normal, who in the world would dare not give face to anyone who had a relationship with the ancient clan? As long as the people of the ancient clan came forward, no matter how high or low their cultivation was, the other party would not dare to mess around. But this time, the Tian Yao Huang clan was determined to make trouble for Ji Yufei's woman because of hatred. Moreover, with the support of the Soul Palace and even the Soul Clan behind the Soul Palace, even if someone from the ancient clan came, it might not be able to solve the problem. Now, we can only wait. Moreover, the rumor that brother Ji Yufei is dead is just a rumor. The news I got is that the shadow of the demon saint appeared on brother Ji Yufei. Maybe it is a great opportunity for him. If you can refine the legendary pure lotus demon fire, Master Ji Yufei will soar to the sky, and he will definitely be a figure standing at the top of the continent in the future. Yao Ming thought about it for a while, but still did not back down. This was his promise to Ji Yufei. He is a grateful person. If Ji Yufei hadn't saved him, he might still be suffering at the bottom of the dark yellow spring. Moreover, he was also gambling, betting that Ji Yufei was not dead. And this time, if someone from the ancient clan could come, even if they couldn't defeat Huang Tian, at least they could relieve the pressure of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan. Yao Ming, the 3-day deadline has expired. Do you want to hand over that person or go to war with our clan? Have you made up your mind? At this moment, a calm voice with strong pressure, like thunder, sounded from the sky and fell into the ears of every member of the 9 Netherworld Python clan. Hearing this voice, the faces of the elders on the mountain peaks all became ugly. Yao Ming's eyes were gloomy, and he moved his body, soaring into the sky, and turned his gaze to the outside of the mountains. In the sky there, a huge demon phoenix vibrated its huge wings of hundreds of feet. On the head of the demon phoenix, a figure in a purple gold robe stood with his hands behind his back. A pair of golden and extremely majestic eyes also looked at him. Patriarch Wangtian, the person who cultivates in the 9 Netherworld, is the woman of the young patriarch of the ancient clan. If you touch her, the ancient clan will not let it go. Looking at the person, Yao Ming said in a deep voice. Haha, what a person who will not let it go. Hearing this, the man in the purple gold robe had a faint mockery in his eyes. Ji Yufei killed my son, this hatred is irreconcilable, do you think this king will still care about whether they let it go? It seems that this guy is determined to capture Miss Kyer to avenge his stupid son Jufeng. Hearing this, Yao Ming frowned. I'll ask you one last time, will you hand him over or not? Huang Tian looked at Yao Ming fiercely. The pressure of a 5-star Dou Sheng also emanated from him. I've said it before, this is my promise to brother Ji Yufei, unless I die. Yao Ming's answer was still very firm. Haha, what's the point of keeping a promise to a dead man? Ji Yufei killed my son, this time I must personally capture his woman and torture her to death to vent my hatred. Huang Tian's cold voice was full of hatred. Chapter 263. 74.9%. It seems that this guy has gone completely crazy because of Jufeng's death. Even the name of the ancient clan can't scare the furious Huang Tian at this moment. Hearing Huang Tian's cold shout, Yao Ming's face slowly darkened. Outside the Ming snake vein, Huang Tian stopped talking after he finished speaking. After a wave of ripples in the surrounding space, his figure rushed directly to the Juyu Wangquan deep in the headquarters of the Juyu Di Ming Python clan. This guy actually broke into our clan's forbidden area. Such behavior, where is the face of our clan? The snake elders were very angry when they saw this. Huang Tian, don't go too far. This is the territory of my Juyu Di Ming Python clan. As the clan leader, Yao Ming had to stand up at this moment. He flashed and appeared in front of Huang Tian, shouting angrily. Yao Ming, if you dare to stop me today, don't blame me for not remembering the old friendship between you and your clan. Huang Tian's face was indifferent, and his pair of golden eyes stared at Yao Ming coldly. Then he flashed and wanted to pass by Yao Ming. I have heard that the leader of the Huang Tian clan is extremely powerful. Today, let Yao Ming come to experience it. Yao Ming would naturally not give way. At this moment, in order to fulfill his promise to Ji Yufei, he actually went forward regardless of the huge gap between him and Huang Tian. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Huang Tian showed a trace of disdain on his face. He flicked his finger lightly, and a golden light immediately shot out from his fingertips and hit Yao Ming. Yao Ming raised his palm to fight back, and on the palm that was harder than golden stone, the golden light actually left a half-inch long wound and blood mark. Get out of here, Huang Tian shouted angrily, and then appeared in front of Yao Ming like a ghost. He just waved his sleeves lightly, and Yao Ming felt a huge force coming. Bang! With one blow, Yao Ming was directly knocked down by Huang Tian and shot into a mountain. With Huang Tian's strength, it can be said that it is easy to kill Yao Ming. At this moment, it is obvious that he is holding back a little, not wanting the two tribes to fall into a complete war. If that happens, it will be disadvantageous to the Tian Yao Huang tribe, so he only seriously injured Yao Ming. Clan leader, let's fight them. Seeing Yao Ming being knocked down by Huang Tian, the members of the Juyu Diming Python tribe were extremely sad and angry. However, these snake elders with only Dou Zun's strength are no different from seeking death when facing Huang Tian, a 5-star Dou Sheng strongman. Huang raised his hand lightly, and a hurricane drove back all the snake people rushing over. Form a formation. Yao Ming crawled out of the rubble, and his voice, as cold as a blade, slowly spread. As Yao Ming finished speaking, more than 100 figures flew up into the sky, and there was a hint of mystery between them. Pan snake formation. Many elders formed a 1,000-foot formation. Seeing this scene, Huang Tian in the sky frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the 9 Nether Earth Python clan would actually use a clan protection formation. Huang Tian, if you retreat now, our clan can forgive your recklessness just now. In the center of the formation, Yao Ming's handprints changed one after another, and a beam of light shot out from his body and finally shot into the formation. The infinite energy light twisted and condensed in the formation, and finally turned into a huge snake of thousands of feet. The giant snake was filled with an ancient aura and looked extremely powerful. HMPH, do you think that only your 9 Nether Earth Python clan can form a large formation? The ancient heavenly phoenix formation, rise. After Huang Tian finished speaking, many powerful men of the heavenly demon phoenix clan in the distant sky quickly separated, and then in a uniform roar, a shocking cry also resounded between heaven and earth. The next moment, a giant phoenix, which was no less in size than the giant snake, also vibrated its huge wings and appeared like a sky-blocking sun. Oh my god, these two clans actually used the clan-suppressing formation. It seems that the beast domain is really going to have a big earthquake this time. Yes, these two huge monster families are fighting. No matter which side wins, the other side will not be much better. Around the Mingxi vein, some powerful people who came here to watch the battle were shocked one by one. Under the gaze of the crowd, in the sky, Huang Tian calmly glanced at the giant snake standing in front of him, and with a move of his body, he turned into a rainbow and flew towards the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Kill. Yao Ming and others controlled the giant snake to intercept. But Huang Tian didn't care, just flashed and bypassed the giant snake. When the giant snake wanted to turn back to attack him, the huge demon phoenix condensed by the strong man of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan rushed up. Damn it, stop it. In this case, Yao Ming and others had to concentrate their spirits to deal with the demon phoenix. Huang Tian soon arrived above the 9 nether yellow spring. Now the surface of the 9 nether yellow spring has condensed into a very thick layer of ice. A stream of cold and abnormal cold air continuously gushed out of the yellow spring. This woman of Ji Yufei is extraordinary. She can actually practice in such a place. A bit of surprise flashed across Huang Tian's eyes. Although he could come and go freely in the 9 netherworld, he didn't dare to stay there for a long time to practice. Catch her out first. Huang Tian stretched out his big hand and clenched it hard at the 9 netherworld below. The black ice on the lake, which was originally extremely hard and thick, actually burst into pieces. Come out. Huang Tian did not delay, and grabbed with his big hand again, and the 9 nether yellow spring was like a raging sea, and streams of water were actually pulled out by Huang Tian. Watching this scene, Yao Ming in the distance felt powerless. He was dragged by the heavenly demon phoenix clan's formation and could not stop Huang Tian at all. If Huang Tian continued to do this, it might interfere with Kai who was practicing inside. Brother Ji Yufei, I tried my best. Yao Ming sighed deeply. In order to repay his gratitude, he sacrificed the entire 9 nether earth python clan this time, and did not hesitate to go to war with the heavenly demon phoenix clan, which was stronger than himself. Since you are still not coming out, I have no choice but to go in and look for you myself. When I catch you, I will torture you well and pay tribute to my son's spirit in heaven. Seeing that these actions did not force the people who were in seclusion inside to come out, Huang Tian stopped again. He planned to enter the bottom of the yellow spring himself. Huang Tian, if you miss your son so much, why don't you go down and accompany him in person? At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the distant sky and reached Huang Tian's ears. Hearing this, Huang Tian stopped and turned his eyes to the distant sky. There, 2 figures approached quickly. Isn't this Master Ji Yufei? He is not dead. It is rumored that Master Ji Yufei was trapped in the demon fire space. I didn't expect that after a year, he could come out of that ghost place. Looking at the man and woman who appeared in the sky, countless people around were surprised. Chapter 264. 75.2%. Why did Master Ji Yufei appear here and seem to want to kill Huang Tian? Don't you know that many years ago, Huang Tian's son died in the hands of Ji Yufei? This time, Huang Tian is here to capture Ji Yufei's woman to avenge the murder of his son. This is the young patriarch of the ancient clan. If you make him angry, Huang Tian will get nothing good. The leader of the Wangtian clan is the most powerful person in our beast domain. Even if he is from some ancient race, what will happen if a young boy comes here? Many powerful people around were talking about it. In the sky, the 2 people rushing towards them were Ji Yufei and Ziyan who had left the ancient world. At this moment, Ji Yufei looked at the whirlpool stirred up by Huang Tian in the Juyu Wangquan below, his originally calm eyes filled with coldness. When in seclusion, the most taboo thing is to be forcibly disturbed by others. A mistake will not only make the cultivator lose all his previous achievements, but also put his life in danger. Huang Tian's previous arrogant actions obviously showed no regard for Kair's life and death. Naturally, Ji Yufei couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. The next moment, Ji Yufei pressed his palm towards the water below, and the whirlpool immediately subsided. Brother Ji Yufei, I knew you wouldn't die that easily. On the other side, Yao Chan's face was full of surprise when he saw Ji Yufei appearing here. In Yao Meng's view, as long as Ji Yufei appears, with his status in the ancient clan, it is impossible for the top experts of the ancient clan to ignore him. Yao Meng, thank you very much for this. After hearing this, Ji Yufei glanced at Yao Chan and nodded slightly. After saying this, Ji Yufei turned his attention to Huang Tian in the sky. Are you Ji Yufei? It seems that your life is very hard, even the demon fire space can't keep you. Ji Yufei's face was cold. Wang Tian also had a gloomy look on his face at this time, staring at Ji Yufei with his golden eyes. This is his own murderous enemy. At this moment, Huang Tian, who was dazzled by hatred, had forgotten the huge gap between the Sky Demon Phoenix clan and the ancient clan. My life is naturally hard, Ji Yufei said coldly, but your life may not be so hard. Others are afraid of you, but I, Huang Tian, am not afraid. When you killed my son in the ancient wilderness, I had long wanted to kill you and bury my son with you. After waiting for so many years, I finally have this opportunity. As Huang Tian finished speaking, bright golden light suddenly swept out from behind him. A pair of golden wings measuring hundreds of feet extended out from Huang Tian's back. Looking from a distance, it is shrouded in golden light, filled with an aura of majesty and nobility. It seems that you, the heavenly demon Phoenix clan, no longer need to exist in the beast realm. Ji Yufei's calm voice contained a strong killing intent. It's a joke. Our heavenly demon Phoenix clan has been standing in the beast realm for so many years. How can it be that you, a young boy, can destroy it just by saying? Huang Tian shouted angrily and mocked Ji Yufei. After Ji Yufei left the ancient world this time, he still suppressed his cultivation to the level of the 4-star Dou sage because of the family covenant. However, Huang Tian did not see Ji Yufei's true cultivation. Brother Ji Yufei, let me solve it this time. Just when Ji Yufei was about to take action to kill Huang Tian, Ziyan beside him spoke. She knew that Ji Yufei was from the ancient tribe and had some restrictions. If his cultivation was completely exposed, he might attract some criticism. Although Ji Yufei didn't care about these criticisms, at this time, Ziyan felt that it was better for him not to be exposed. Huang Tian, your mere heavenly demon Phoenix clan was just our clan's food ration back then, yet you dare to be so arrogant here. The next moment, Ziyan took a step forward and mocked Huang Tian unceremoniously. Are you, Taishu ancient dragon clan? There was a hint of surprise in Huang Tian's eyes. When Ziyan came over, he had an instinctive hostility towards Ziyan. However, his mind was entirely focused on Ji Yufei at that time, so he did not think about it in detail. You're not blind yet. After Ziyan finished speaking, behind her was a pair of golden wings hundreds of feet spread out like Huang Tian's. Moreover, Ziyan's pair of wings are more brilliant than the wings on Huang Tian's back. Demon Phoenix wings. No, is this the legendary Sky Phoenix wings? The body of an ancient dragon, the wings of a celestial phoenix, are you the body of the legendary dragon and phoenix? Looking at the golden wings behind Ziyan, Huang Tian thought for a moment, and his eyes gradually revealed a look of deep shock and fear. Today, I will let you see what the supreme bloodline in the world of Warcraft is. Ziyan stopped talking nonsense, her body flashed, and she was in front of Huang Tian in an instant. The fist filled with purple gold energy hit Huang Tian's head hard. What a speed! Huang Tian was startled, and immediately raised his paw to meet Ziyan's fist in a hurry. Pong! Crack! The two top monsters of Warcraft collided, and the invisible energy fluctuations swept away. Several peaks below collapsed directly. After that, Huang Tian's arm actually made a clicking sound. Severe pain shot through Huang Tian's body. 6-star fighting saint, who are you? Huang Tian retreated hundreds of feet in fear. His arm was already fractured. No one expected that Huang Tian would already be defeated at the beginning of this confrontation. The strength gap between the two is too big. Ziyan's dragon and phoenix body is already much stronger than the demon phoenix, and her cultivation level is one level higher than that of the phoenix. This would not be normal unless she was beaten. You don't deserve to know. Ziyan sneered and continued to attack. Huang Tian was exhausted with every attack and the injuries on his body gradually increased. This, Miss Ziyan is too outrageous. Over there, Yao Meng was shocked as he watched Huang Tian being beaten by Ziyan until he was unable to fight back. When Ziyan first came to the snake territory, she was just a 4-star fighting saint. She didn't expect that in just a few years, she would grow up so horribly. The other members of the Juyu Daiming Python clan also felt very relieved when they saw this scene. Huang Tian was extremely arrogant before, but now someone can finally cure him. No, if we continue to fight, I will really die here today. Tianwang step. The next moment, Huang Tian turned into a golden afterimage. Every time Ziyan punched, he was able to dodge it again and again. It's so fast. The heavenly demon Phoenix clan's heavenly Phoenix steps are truly worthy of their reputation. I'm afraid even the 6-star fighting saint will have a hard time catching up. Seeing the battle in the sky, many strong men around commented. Come back. Seeing Huang Tian about to leave, Ziyan snorted coldly. On Huang Tian's side, he was about to escape from the sky of the Snake Earth line. With a sway in the space, his body actually appeared directly where Ziyan was just now. The latter, however, appeared strangely at the place where he had stood before, with such a strange appearance, it was as if the positions of the two people had changed instantly at that moment. Chapter 265. Space Shift. Huang Tian was shocked, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He thought that with the unique Tianhuang step of the Tianyao Huang clan, even a 6-star Dou Sheng would find it difficult to catch up with him, but he didn't expect that he would be replaced by the other party in the blink of an eye. He didn't expect that Ziyan actually mastered such a profound space power and could switch the positions of the two in an instant. Huang Tian's golden pupil shrank slightly, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead unconsciously. As one of the strongest in the beast domain, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe that this young woman in front of him had reached this level. Not only Huang Tian, but also many powerful people watching the battle around were shocked. What is going on here? It's too scary. Has the power of space reached such a level? No wonder even the head of the Huang Tian clan is not an opponent. This level of space control is probably beyond the scope of the 6-star Dou Sheng. Everyone talked about it, and their eyes were full of shock. Originally, they thought Huang Tian was strong enough, but they didn't expect Ziyan to show even more terrifying strength. At this moment, they realized that the real top powerhouse was far beyond their imagination. I was not prepared just now. Next time, she will never succeed. Huang Tian took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and kept himself in the best condition. Thinking of this, Huang Tian flashed and performed the Tianhuang step again. His figure turned into a golden stream of light and flew rapidly towards the distance. This time, he increased his speed to the extreme. His figure was almost illusory, and even the air was torn into cracks. However, at this moment, Ji Yufei, who had been watching the battle, finally took action. He still did not reveal his true cultivation, but simply used his soul power. But even so, the momentum released by Ji Yufei was still frightening. Moo! A low roar resounded through the world, shaking the void. In front of Ji Yufei, a 1,000-foot-high soul phantom instantly condensed into shape. The phantom was deep black and exuded a heart-pounding breath of death. Like Ji Yufei, the phantom put his hand to his mouth, and a terrifying sound wave followed. This was the heavenly level advanced soul attack fighting skill that Ji Yufei learned from the Wangquan steel, Wangquan Tianfu. The next moment, the terrifying soul sound wave, invisible and intangible, but containing the power to destroy the world, swept towards Huang Tian at an unimaginable speed. The attack speed of Wangquan Tianfu is unparalleled in the world. Even if Huang Tian's Tianhuang step is fast, it seems eclipsed by this terrifying soul sound wave. Not good, it's a soul attack. Huang Tian's pupil shrank sharply, and the alarm bells in his heart rang loudly. He could feel the terrible power contained in the sound wave and knew that he could not avoid it at all. Boom! The soul sound wave hit Huang Tian's body heavily. In an instant, Huang Tian felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if countless sharp blades were cutting his soul. As powerful as he was, he couldn't help but let out a shrill scream under this blow. Huang Tian's body twitched violently in midair, and the originally dazzling golden wings lost their luster and became dull. His eyes began to become blurred, and the whole person was in a semi-comatose state. At this moment, Ziyan's figure appeared behind Huang Tian like a ghost. A trace of coldness flashed in her purple-gold eyes, and her right fist was instantly covered with a layer of purple-gold energy. Bang! Ziyan's fist hit Huang Tian's back heavily, making a tooth-grinding bone-breaking sound. Huang Tian's body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, and was kicked away by Ziyan before landing, and hit a mountain heavily. Boom! The entire mountain collapsed under this blow, and smoke and dust rose up, blocking people's sight. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone finally saw the miserable state of Huang Tian. Half of his body was buried in the rubble, and a large piece of his golden wings had been torn off by Ziyan, and blood gushed out of the wound like a spring. Even his strong body, bones and internal organs were seriously injured. I didn't expect that the patriarch of the heavenly demon Phoenix clan would be defeated so miserably. It seems that the beast domain is about to change. The spectators around were talking about it, with shock and disbelief in their eyes. They never thought that the once powerful Huang Tian would be beaten into such a miserable state in just a few rounds. Patriarch, seeing Huang Tian's miserable defeat, the members of the heavenly demon Phoenix clan cried out in sorrow. Among them, 3 powerful figures soared into the sky and flew towards Huang Tian. The three people were a middle-aged beautiful woman in red and two old men in black. They were the three heavenly demon phoenixes. However, just as the three were about to approach Huang Tian, Ziyan spoke coldly, "Get out of here if you don't want to die." As she spoke, Ziyan flicked her sleeves lightly, and a terrifying energy wave swept out instantly. Boom! Before the three phoenixes of the heavenly demon could react, they were hit by this force and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, falling heavily to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. At this moment, something strange happened. The peaceful nine netherworld suddenly rolled violently, and a huge nine-color light column rose from the water surface and pierced the sky. The brilliant light shone in all directions, making the whole world colorful. Most of the nine netherworld python clan suddenly felt a pressure from the depths of their blood, and they knelt on the ground involuntarily, trembling all over. The next moment, a huge nine-color python broke out of the water and floated in the air. Its body was 1 point larger than Wangtian, and the whole body was flashing with 9-color streamers, emitting a kind of heart-pounding pressure. 7-color sky-swallowing python, someone exclaimed. No, it's not 7-color, it's a 9-color sky-swallowing python. Yao Ming widened his eyes, his voice full of disbelief. The entire Mingxi earth vein fell into a dead silence, and everyone was stunned by this sudden change. They never thought that the legendary 9-colored sky-swallowing python actually existed, and it was right in front of them. The 9-colored giant python slowly turned its huge snake head, and its cold vertical pupils scanned the surroundings. When its eyes fell on the seriously injured Huang Tian, a cold voice came out of its mouth. "It's you, who wanted to kill me just now." As soon as the voice fell, the snake tail of the 9-colored sky-swallowing python suddenly rose and smashed towards Huang Tian fiercely. Huang Tian was shocked. He didn't expect that the person he wanted to catch before was so powerful. At this time, he was seriously injured and dying, and he was powerless to resist. Chapter 266. 75.8%. Boom! The huge snake tail slammed down hard, stirring up dust. When the dust disperses, everyone can see clearly. The patriarch of the heavenly demon phoenix clan who once shocked the beast realm has now completely passed away. Clan leader. The tragic situation of Huang Tian made the people of the Tianyao Huang clan grieve. A few bold ones wanted to rush forward, but as soon as they took a step, they were pulled back by their companions. It's not that they don't want to save their clan leader, but they simply don't dare. No one in this world spares his life. No one is stupid at this moment. Ziyan and Ji Yufei's terrifying strength, as well as the sudden appearance of the 9-color sky-swallowing python, made them completely numb. At this moment, everyone in the Sky Demon Phoenix clan could only watch helplessly as their clan leader lay on the ground. Phoenix, Kunwang, and Yingwang also got up from the ground, but their conditions were not much better. Ziyan's casual blow seriously injured these three top experts from the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. At this moment, their faces were pale, and there were bloodshot eyes hanging from the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they had suffered serious internal injuries. "Withdraw," Phoenix shouted directly. "If we don't withdraw, more people will die." Following Phoenix's command, the sound of flapping wings suddenly sounded in the sky. Countless golden streams of light rose into the sky and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Ji Yufei didn't pay attention to this. His attention at this time was on the 9-color sky-swallowing python. "Good boy, this guy Huang Tian is dead like this." Yao Ming stepped forward and looked at Huang Tian who had died on the ground, and couldn't help but click his tongue. "Ji Yufei, what a blessing it is that the women around you are all so strong." As soon as Yao Ming finished speaking, the huge 9-color sky-swallowing python suddenly began to shrink. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the huge snake body gradually turned into a human figure with enchanting curves. When the light dissipated, a beautiful woman appeared in front of everyone. I saw that the woman had a peerless face that could bring disaster to the country and the people. Her skin was like mud and fat white jade, and her eyes were as bright as stars. Her long hair, like a waterfall, hangs down to her waist, fluttering gently in the wind. Her figure is curvy, and her long, close-fitting dress shows off her perfect figure. "Sister Kyre, you were so powerful just now." Ziyan ran forward excitedly. "Isn't this also due to you? If Huang Tian hadn't been seriously injured by you before, how could I have killed him so easily?" Kyre smiled slightly and reached out to rub Ziyan's hair. After saying that, Kair's eyes turned to Ji Yufei, who was walking slowly. When their eyes met, Kair's eyes flashed with tenderness. The next moment, she quickly stepped forward and threw herself into Ji Yufei's arms. Ji Yufei took advantage of the situation and stopped Kair's extremely slender waist. "Kair, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you have become stronger." Ji Yufei said softly. "It's not just to be worthy of you." Kair rolled her eyes at Ji Yufei angrily and teased. "Show." In front of so many people, the two people immediately started showing off their affection. Many single men almost cried when they saw this scene. After a long time, the two reluctantly separated. "These years, you have been practicing alone under the 9 Netherworld. You must be quite lonely." Ji Yufei asked, a trace of distress flashed in his eyes. "At first, I really didn't adapt to the environment there, but as time went on, I gradually got used to it. The energy there was very pure, and I got some opportunities, and my cultivation level improved very quickly. It has now reached the 4th level. Late Star Dou Saint." Kair chuckled lightly and began to tell her experience under the 9 Nether Underworld. The killing of Wangtian just now was not something that the 4-star fighting saint could exert. Ji Yufei smiled and said with a flash of understanding in his eyes. In fact, he had long noticed that Kair was unusual and knew the specific reason. Kair didn't hide anything. She slowly raised her jade hand and drew down her brocade sleeves, revealing the bright wrist-like mutton fat jade inside. On her jade white wrist, snake patterns of various colors were extending up her jade arms. Those snake patterns are so lifelike that they seem to be swimming at any moment. There are just some snake patterns left on the outside, and that appearance reveals a strange charm, tempting people to want to continue exploring. "This snake pattern has vitality," Ji Yufei said with a smile. "Well, at the bottom of the 9 Netherworld, there is hidden the lair of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python clan. There I received the inheritance from my ancestors. Although some of the ancestors' bodies have been damaged, their souls still remain. I awakened them, and they also attached themselves to my body. With the help of their power, I can exert the power that is close to the peak of the 5-star fighting saint." Kair nodded and explained. After listening to Kair's explanation, Ziyan's face showed an expression of sudden realization. No wonder Kair was able to easily kill Huang Tian. It turned out that she relied on the power of these ancestors. The three of them chatted for a while, and then Ji Yufei remembered the escaping Celestial Demon Phoenix clan army. "Let's go to Danzu Mountain. Even if the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan is not destroyed, they must be punished severely," Ji Yufei said lightly. Kair and Ziyan nodded and followed Ji Yufei towards the Dankai Mountain in the Beast Domain. It seems that our Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan will have to hide from the world for a while. Danzu Mountain is the homeland of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. This should have been a prosperous scene, but now it was filled with an atmosphere of sadness and fear. Because their clan leader died not long ago, Feng Wang and others had just led their clansmen to escape back to Danzu Mountain, and they had not had time to catch their breath. Suddenly, they felt 3 powerful auras approaching quickly. "Oh no, how come they are chasing us so quickly?" an elder of the Tianyao Phoenix clan exclaimed, his face full of horror. Feng Wang's face also became extremely ugly. Just as the people of the Tianyao Phoenix clan were in panic, Ji Yufei and the other two had already descended to the sky outside Danzu Mountain. The scenery of Danzu Mountain is indeed breathtaking. On the huge mountain, phoenix sycamore trees can be seen everywhere, and the crowns of the trees are shining with golden light, like a golden ocean. Those 10,000-year-old trees are towering into the clouds, and the trunks are incredibly thick. Some are even 10 feet wide, which is much larger than some trees in the ancient forest. On the ancient tree, huge golden leaves covered the sky, and in that golden color, there were also some green dots, which complemented each other and were magnificent. The whole picture was like a huge landscape painting, beautiful beyond words. "The scenery here is quite good." Kair and Xian looked at the beautiful scenery in front of them and couldn't help but exclaimed. "It is indeed very good." Ji Yufei also nodded, but then changed the subject. "But unfortunately, soon, this place will be stained with blood." Chapter 267. Above Danzu Mountain, 3 figures stood in the sky, their aura overwhelming all directions. The arrival of Ji Yufei, Ziyan and Kair plunged the entire Sky Demon Phoenix clan into panic. The clan members were terrified and didn't know how to deal with this sudden crisis. In a magnificent palace in the center of the clan, 3 figures were discussing countermeasures with solemn expressions. Sister, now that the clan leader is dead and Ji Yufei, the powerful Taishu ancient dragon clan and the 9-colored sky-swallowing python are attacking, what should we do? Kunwang and Yingwang looked at Phoenix, who was dressed in red, with anxious looks in their eyes. The only plan for now is to pray for our ancestors to come and protect us and other descendants. A trace of worry appeared on Phoenix's beautiful face. She sighed softly, and a trace of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes. As she finished speaking, Phoenix's slender fingers quickly changed, forming complex seals. As her hand seals changed, a drop of golden blood floated out of her body and slowly rose into the air. Seeing this, Kunwang and Yingwang no longer hesitated and started to form seals as well. A drop of golden blood flew out of each of the 2 people's bodies and merged with the Phoenix's blood. 3 drops of golden blood slowly rotated in the air, emitting a dazzling golden light. The light became stronger and stronger, as if it was dyeing the entire sky golden. At this moment, somewhere in the corner of Danzu Mountain, there was a commotion in a wooden cage on a tall sycamore tree. What's going on? Is this trying to summon the ancestors? Feng Qing'er's smart and beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She looked at the unusual scene in the sky through the gap in the cage. As a talented member of the Tianyaohuang clan, Feng Qing'er should have enjoyed high-level treatment and training within the clan. However, she was implicated in the murder of Zhufeng. The elders of the clan imprisoned her and a group of people here without distinction. What makes Feng Qing'er even more chilling is that the elders actually planned to sacrifice all of them alive to Zhufeng in a while. This kind of move makes Feng Qing'er completely disappointed with the senior leaders of the clan. The other prisoners in the wooden prison were also looking at the sky nervously, with uneasiness and confusion written on their faces. Are we really going to summon the ancestors? A young tribesman murmured in a low voice, his voice full of hope and fear. Feng Qing'er shook her head gently, a complex look flashed in her beautiful eyes. Even if you summon the phantom of your ancestors, I'm afraid it won't change anything. At this moment, I saw that the entire Danzu mountain sky suddenly changed color. What's the situation? Many tribesmen looked up. The 3 drops of golden blood suddenly burst out with dazzling light, instantly forming a huge golden light shield that enveloped the entire Dan Cave mountain. Bah! A high-pitched and loud cry pierced the sky, and the earth-shattering sound was enough to make people's souls tremble. In the deafening cry, a huge ancient phoenix icon slowly appeared. The holy statue was shining with golden light and was extremely majestic. Its huge wings are like a kunpeng, but at this moment it is curled up in an embrace. If unfolded, it would be enough to cover the entire sky. The huge wings overlap each other, with golden light shining on them, and the wing feathers are like oars, spreading out. The entire scene looks like a huge light bell, sheltering the entire Sky Demon Phoenix clan within it. This astonishing sight shocked all the tribesmen on Danzu Mountain. Many people knelt down directly on the ground and worshipped the ancient phoenix icon in the sky. The ancestors have appeared, my clan can be saved. Cheers resounded throughout Danzu Mountain, and the despair on the faces of the tribesmen was swept away, replaced by endless hope. However, in the sky outside Danzu Mountain, Ji Yufei and the others looked at this scene with different expressions. You actually have such a foundation. The strength of this ancient celestial phoenix shadow is stronger than the previous Wangtian. Ji Yufei was slightly surprised. What does this mean? I can defeat this little sky phoenix within 3 moves. Ziyan was very disdainful, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in her beautiful eyes. As she finished speaking, her body shape suddenly changed, turning into the body of a huge dragon and phoenix measuring thousands of feet. The body of a giant dragon, the wings of a phoenix. Such power makes many people from the Sky Demon Phoenix clan in Danzu Mountain tremble with fear. Many people even collapsed directly to the ground, their legs shaking so much that they couldn't even stand steady. Is this the legendary ancient dragon and phoenix? Oh my god, facing such a strong man, do we really have hope? The cheers of the tribesmen stopped abruptly. What replaced it was endless fear and despair. Next moment, the huge ancient phoenix icon suddenly let out a loud roar. In an instant, the golden light burst out again, forming golden light waves that spread around. Boom! Ziyan's huge dragon phoenix body was slightly pushed back by the impact of this force, and a trace of surprise flashed in her purple-gold eyes. It's a bit interesting. The next moment, Ziyan suddenly pounced out, grabbing the ancient phoenix statue with her huge dragon claws. Pung! There was a loud noise, and golden light and purple gold energy collided in the air, causing countless energy ripples. Even the ancient phoenix statue was shaken slightly by this blow. After an unknown amount of time, it gradually stabilized and let out a long roar again. Pung! Pung! In the next few rounds, Ziyan fought fiercely with the ancient phoenix shadow. Every collision will cause the heaven and earth to change color, and the entire Danzu mountain will tremble violently. However, after only 3 or 4 rounds, the seemingly extremely powerful phoenix phantom began to crack. Golden light continued to overflow from those cracks, and the entire phantom looked shaky. No way, the ancestor's phantom was defeated. The members of the Tian Yao Huang clan looked at this scene in despair, with disbelief written all over their faces. Crack, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the huge phoenix phantom completely collapsed. Countless golden light spots flew in the air and finally slowly dissipated. Then, the huge golden light covering the entire Danzu mountain also shattered. The golden fragments fell like raindrops, and the entire Danzu mountain was no longer supported. Feng Wang and others looked at this scene, their faces as pale as paper. She slowly raised her head and looked at the 3 figures in the sky, her beautiful eyes full of grief and despair. Master Ji Yufei, are you really going to kill us all? There was a tremor in Feng Wang's voice. It was obvious that this guy was completely numb. For Feng Wang's status, being able to call Ji Yufei like this and say such words was already very humble. It can be seen that she is still trying to maintain her last dignity. Ji Yufei looked down at her, without any pity in his eyes. Didn't you think that after failure, there would be such an ending? Hearing this, Feng Wang's body trembled slightly. Chapter 268, 76.4%. Now do you know how to be reasonable? A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Ji Yufei's mouth. He glanced coldly at the senior leaders of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan in front of him. These guys were not like this when they besieged the Nether Python clan in Juyu. They were so arrogant and domineering back then, but they are so groveling now. When Feng Wang heard Ji Yufei's words, her heart suddenly sank. A trace of despair flashed in her beautiful golden eyes. She knew that what happened today might not be easy. The phantom of her ancestors was broken. Why? How can we stop Ji Yufei and others? Thinking of this, Phoenix took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Master Ji Yufei, it is indeed our clan's fault this time. We should not have disturbed your wife's retreat by going to the Nether Python clan in Juyu land. A look of pleading appeared on her beautiful face, and she spoke softly. Please, let my clan go. At this point, Phoenix suddenly knelt down and touched his forehead to the ground, with a hint of pleading in his voice. Seeing the arrogant supreme elder of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan in front of him being so groveling, the surrounding Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan people all looked sad. Once upon a time, their Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan was so majestic, but now they have to beg others for forgiveness in such a humble manner. Oh, if I had known today, why did I do it in the first place? At this moment, a cold and sarcastic voice suddenly came from the wooden prison at the top of the huge sycamore tree. After hearing this, everyone looked up and saw a graceful woman in a colorful dress leaning on the edge of the wooden prison, her eyes full of ridicule. The person who spoke was none other than Xun'er, who was extremely disappointed with the senior leaders of the clan. At this moment, she no longer cares about life or death for the sake of happiness in her heart. Bold, Xun'er, you are so guilty, yet you still dare to speak indiscriminately. It seems you don't want to live anymore. Yingwang and Kungwang scolded fiercely. Their eyes were wide open and full of anger. I'm going to die anyway. Instead of asking you to sacrifice that idiot Zhufeng alive, it's better to die happily now. Facing the scoldings of the 2 elders, Xun'er not only showed no fear, but instead sneered and said sarcastically. At the beginning, if Zhufeng hadn't been seeking death and couldn't see the situation clearly, how could he have been killed? And you, the higher-ups, convict us indiscriminately. Can we stop such a strong person? Also, with the strength of our Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, we seek revenge from the ancient clan, instead of using an egg against a stone. Just because of the clan leader's personal vendetta, the fate of our entire clan is affected. Xun'er's words were impassioned and heartbreaking. Her bright eyes sparkled with anger, and her voice was full of dissatisfaction and disappointment with the higher-ups of the clan. As soon as these words came out, they immediately caused a huge response among the tribesmen. Many people nodded secretly, obviously agreeing with Feng Qing'er's words. Many of these people have actually been dissatisfied with the decisions made by the top leaders of the ethnic group for a long time, but they just dare not speak out because of their status. Seeing the reactions of the tribesmen at this moment, Yingwang and Kunwang's faces were obviously a little unnatural. Especially Yingwang, whose old face was full of anger and his eyes flashed with fierceness. Still talking nonsense, looking for death. Eagle Phoenix roared angrily, then moved his palm, and a huge golden eagle claw appeared out of thin air. The eagle's claws were more than 10 feet wide, exuding terrifying pressure as it clawed hard at the wooden prison. If this claw is implemented, no one in the wooden prison will survive. Just as the eagle claw was about to fall on the wooden prison, an invisible force suddenly appeared and defeated the golden eagle claw instantly. Haha, interesting. Ji Yufei chuckled. It was obvious that he was the one who blocked the attack of Eagle Phoenix just now. He actually saved me. A look of surprise flashed in Feng Qing'er's beautiful eyes. Obviously she didn't expect Ji Yufei to help. Seeing that his attack was easily neutralized, Yingwang was obviously numb. Master Ji Yufei, I'm going to teach the clan members to be rebellious. What do you mean? But soon, this guy pretended to be calm and asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple gold figure appeared in front of Yingwang like lightning. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to brother Ji Yufei like this? Ziyan snorted coldly and raised her leg to kick her. Boom! With a loud noise, in an instant, the eagle and phoenix flew directly out and hit a mountain peak in the distance. The whole process was so fast that almost no one could see it clearly. It was like a figure flashed by, and the next moment the guy flew out on his own. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Before everyone could react, boom, the entire mountain peak collapsed under this blow, and smoke and dust were everywhere. When the dust dispersed, everyone could clearly see the tragic situation of Yingwang. I saw that half of his body was buried in the rubble, with blood pouring out of his mouth, and his life or death was unknown. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. You must know that Yingwang was a strong man in the middle stage of the one-star fighting saint, and he was kicked like this by Ziyan. The others were so frightened that they could not even take a breath. Hee, if you don't teach this guy a lesson, I'm afraid he won't understand. Am I here to argue with you? The corners of Ji Yufei's mouth raised slightly. From now on, let her take the position of leader of the Demon Phoenix clan. Upon seeing this, Ji Yufei nodded with satisfaction, then turned his eyes to the wooden prison and said lightly. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Feng Qing'er. As soon as this statement came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Phoenix and Kunwang were even more shocked when they heard this, their faces full of disbelief. Let a junior with Dou Qi cultivation be the clan leader. Phoenix blurted out subconsciously, with a bit of doubt in her tone. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she had said the wrong thing. Ji Yufei's eyes flashed with cold light, and he raised his hand and swung out a stream of energy. Puff! Phoenix, who was a 2-star Dou Sheng, didn't even have a chance to react, and was pierced through the body by this energy. A lot of blood gushed out, dyeing the sky red, and she died on the spot. If anyone disobeys, the end will be like her. Ji Yufei said coldly. This scene completely shocked the Tian Yao Huang clan strongmen present. Even Kun Huang, a 1-star Dou Sheng late-stage strongman, was trembling at this moment, and didn't dare to breathe. Then, Ji Yufei waved his hand lightly, and the huge wooden prison was torn into pieces, and the dozen people imprisoned inside were instantly freed. Let me be the clan leader. Feng Qing'er walked out of the wooden prison, looking dazed. I never thought that things would change so dramatically. But, can I really take on this important task? With my qualifications, I am not worthy of the position of clan leader. Feng Qing'er bit her lip. Soon, Feng Qing'er came back to her senses, and a firm look ignited in her beautiful eyes. Since Master Ji Yufei asked me to be the clan leader, I have nothing to hesitate about. The Tian Yao Huang clan is becoming increasingly corrupt. I must cheer up. I must change the Tian Yao Huang clan and make the previous corruption disappear. Thank you, Master Ji Yufei. Thinking of this, Feng Qing'er took a deep breath, faced Ji Yufei's direction, and knelt down respectfully. Ji Yufei nodded. Through the feedback of emotional values, Ji Yufei can clearly see everyone's inner thoughts. Chapter 269. Master Ji Yufei, I will do my best to assist Feng Xun'er as the clan leader. In this suffocating atmosphere, Kunwang slowly stood up. I saw Kunwang walking in front of Ji Yufei with staggering steps, and deeply bent his straight waist. As the only remaining fighting saint warrior from the heavenly demon Phoenix clan, he knew very well that if he did not surrender at this time, he would only be dead. Ji Yufei looked down at Kunwang with a meaningful smile on his lips. Seeing that Ji Yufei had no objection, Kunwang felt relieved a little. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he carefully stepped aside. At this moment, there was a commotion in the wooden prison under the huge sycamore tree. I saw a dozen members of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan walking out of the broken wooden prison, with somewhat frightened expressions on their faces. We are willing to respect Feng Xun'er as the clan leader. Others also echoed, their voices uniformly echoing in the sky. Nonsense. This is what happened. At this time, who dares to resist even if they risk their lives? I am lucky to be alive. This scene made Feng Xun'er's eyes flash with emotion. There was a thin layer of mist in her bright eyes, obviously moved by the support. But to say that I am moved is actually more about Ji Yufei and the others. Actually, however, just as this heartwarming scene appeared, an extremely tyrannical pressure suddenly came. This pressure was so strong that it even made the entire Danzu mountain tremble slightly. Feng Xun'er, from now on, your heavenly demon Phoenix clan will become a vassal tribe of my Taishu ancient dragon clan, are you willing? Ziyan's cold voice sounded, but it carried unquestionable majesty. When Feng Xun'er heard this, her body trembled slightly. Becoming a vassal is undoubtedly a great humiliation for the proud Sky Demon Phoenix clan. However, Feng Xun'er knew very well that if she didn't agree, what awaited the Sky Demon Phoenix clan would be annihilation. After weighing it again and again, Feng Xun'er finally made a decision. Willing. Feng Xun'er's bright eyes flashed with determination, and then she bent down deeply and said respectfully. These two simple words seemed to exhaust all the strength of Feng Xun'er's body. After she finished speaking, her pretty face was already covered with beads of sweat, and she was obviously under tremendous psychological pressure. Seeing Feng Xun'er agree, Ziyan nodded with satisfaction. A hint of approval flashed through her purple gold eyes, and she was obviously satisfied with Feng Xun'er's awareness of current affairs. In this way, the once famous heavenly demon Phoenix clan in the Beast Realm officially became a vassal of the Taishu ancient dragon clan on this day. If this news spreads, it will definitely cause an uproar in the entire Beast Realm. After handling the affairs of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, Ji Yufei's eyes fell on the bodies of Phoenix and Eagle Phoenix not far away. Although the two corpses had lost their vitality, they still emitted a faint golden light, obviously containing considerable energy. These two corpses are quite good materials. Ji Yufei whispered to himself, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He had already put away Huang Tian's body before. At this moment, he grabbed it with his palm, and the two corpses flew up out of thin air and floated in front of him. Ji Yufei looked at the two corpses carefully and began to think about how to use them. If you take these corpses back, they might become the main ingredients for 9th grade elixirs. Or take off the wings and train the children in flying fighting skills. Ji Yufei said thoughtfully. After hearing Ji Yufei's words, the faces of the surrounding Sky Demon Phoenix clan members became a little ugly. After all, they were their tribesmen, but now they were being used as materials, which inevitably made them feel a little uncomfortable. However, no one dared to speak out against it. They could only watch in silence as Ji Yufei put away the two corpses, secretly lamenting the family's bad luck. Run the heavenly demon Phoenix clan well and don't let me down. After handling all matters, Ji Yufei and others prepared to leave Danzu Mountain. Feng Xun'er heard this and nodded. Afterwards, the figures of Ji Yufei and the others slowly disappeared into the sky, leaving behind a silent Danzu Mountain. Even though Ji Yufei had left, the people of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan did not dare to slack off at all, for fear that Ji Yufei would suddenly turn back. Let's go to Dragon Island with me. After leaving Danzu Mountain, Ziyan said to Ji Yufei excitedly. As she spoke, she lightly drew her slender jade hand in the void, and a space crack suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. Ziyan stepped into it first, followed closely by Ji Yufei and Xun'er. Traveling through the space wormhole, Ji Yufei only felt that the surrounding scene was unpredictable. All kinds of strange space debris flew past them, making it dizzying. About an hour later, the three finally walked out of the space wormhole. When they opened their eyes again, they saw a magnificent scene. I saw a majestic island suspended in the void space. The island was lush and lush, with beautiful mountains and rivers. Countless dragon shadows hovered over the island, making bursts of dragon roars. See the Dragon King. The moment the three of them appeared, all the powerful Taishu ancient dragon clan members who discovered them on the island bowed and saluted, their voices uniformly echoing throughout the world. This scene surprised both Ji Yufei and Xun'er. They did not expect that Ziyan would have such a lofty status in the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Get up. There was a bit of majesty in Ziyan's voice, completely missing her usual cuteness. However, when she turned to look at Ji Yufei and Xun'er, she instantly turned back into the lively and cute little girl. I said, Sister Xun'er, just stop making fun of me. She stuck out her tongue and said playfully. This extremely contrasting performance made both Ji Yufei and Xun'er laugh. At this moment, Ji Yufei's brow suddenly frowned slightly. Ziyan, this dragon island has changed too much. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes as deep as the starry sky, and then he spoke. Hey, brother Ji Yufei, I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. Ziyan smiled proudly, with a cunning light shining in her eyes. I sensed 4 auras that were stronger than me. They should all be above the 6-star fighting saint. Ji Yufei nodded, his expression slightly solemn. Xun'er was also surprised when she heard Ji Yufei's words. You know, the 6-star fighting saints are the top beings on the entire continent. Unexpectedly, 4 of them suddenly appeared on Dragon Island. When Ziyan heard this, a proud smile appeared on her face. Those seniors left in search of my father and wandered in the void space for countless years. If my father hadn't given me something when I saw my father last time, I'm afraid I don't know when these seniors would be able to return. Quote. She raised her slender jade hand, pointed to several towering peaks in the distance, and explained. There are so many top fighting saints, and the dragon race's heritage is comparable to that of the ancient races. Xun'er sighed, her beautiful eyes shining with wonder. Chapter 270. Ziyan just finished speaking. I saw Ji Yufei and Xun'er still immersed in the shock of the dragon clan's heritage. Why? Ziyan suddenly sighed and her expression became a little melancholy. If these seniors hadn't left back then, where would it have been for those 3 guys from Zubei to become kings and split the dragon clan? A trace of despair flashed across her bright purple gold eyes, and she murmured to herself. This is true. As she spoke, Ziyan's petite body trembled slightly, and a look of pain appeared in her eyes. Obviously, bringing up the past reminded her of her father who was trapped in the ancient emperor's space. When Ji Yufei saw this, his heart ached. Don't worry, in a few years, I will definitely be able to collect the ancient jade. The next moment, Ji Yufei stretched out his hand, gently held Ziyan's soft and cold hand, and comforted her gently. Waves of warmth came from the warm palms. Ziyan raised her head and looked at Ji Yufei. The sadness in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a touch of gratitude and trust. She showed a bright smile to Ji Yufei and nodded slightly. Hee, this girl is actually very strong inside. It seems that I don't have to worry too much. The corners of Ji Yufei's mouth raised slightly. Xun'er stood aside, looking at this heartwarming scene, with a complicated look in her eyes. However, Xun'er did not show any displeasure, but instead showed a happy smile. I know very well that Ziyan and Ji Yufei have known each other for so long and experienced so much during this period. The pure friendship between the two has long surpassed the love between a man and a woman. Naturally, he would not be jealous because of this move, but was happy that Ji Yufei could have such a close friend. Just as the 3 of them were immersed in this warm atmosphere, an old voice suddenly came from the sky. Dragon King. Before he finished speaking, a figure appeared from the sky above Long Island. He was a tall old man with silver hair blowing in the wind. Although his face was wrinkled, his eyes were bright and his whole body exuded a powerful aura that made people palpitate. As soon as the old man appeared, he bowed to Ziyan and looked extremely respectful. However, when he saw the intimate behavior of Ji Yufei and Ziyan, he couldn't help but frown slightly. As an elder of the Dragon Clan, he is naturally very aware of Ziyan's importance as the Dragon Emperor. If Ziyan is seduced away by a foreigner, it will be a huge loss to the Dragon Clan. No, this kind of thing must not be allowed to happen. Elder Zushang, there is no need to be polite. Seeing this, Ziyan quickly withdrew her little hand, put on a serious expression, and said politely. Although this girl Ziyan is usually lively and cute, in front of this elder, she shows great respect. In fact, it's no wonder. Who doesn't know that Elder Zusheng in front of him is the strongest being on Dragon Island now, and his cultivation has reached the astonishing 8-star fighting saint realm. Brother Ji Yufei, this is Elder Zusheng of our clan. Later, Ziyan turned around and introduced Ji Yufei. Junior has met Elder Zusheng. Upon hearing this, Ji Yufei immediately took a step forward and bowed his hands respectfully. No matter what, the proper etiquette is still in place. Although Ji Yufei is now a 6-star Dou Sheng strongman, facing Zhu Sheng, who has a higher level of cultivation and is older, Ji Yufei seems neither humble nor arrogant. However, while saluting, Ji Yufei also quietly released his aura, showing the strength of the 6-star fighting saint. Zhu Sheng felt Ji Yufei's aura, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. You are the ancient clan Ji Yufei that the Dragon Emperor often talks about. You are truly extraordinary. Zhu Sheng looked Ji Yufei up and down and spoke slowly. These words not only affirmed Ji Yufei, but also revealed a hint of temptation. Zhu Sheng knew very well that in this world where the jungle prevails, strength is the most important criterion for measuring a person's value. In this world, no reason can withstand the fist of the strong. If Ji Yufei was just an ordinary person or had a low level of cultivation, I am afraid that these top experts from the Dragon Clan would not look upon him well. But the strength of the 6-star fighting saint was enough to make Zhu Sheng look at Ji Yufei with admiration. Although human nature is cruel. No way, but this is the truth. Unexpectedly, the 9-color sky swallowing python actually reappeared in the world. Then, Zhu Sheng's eyes fell on Xun'er. A trace of surprise flashed through his cloudy old eyes, and he sighed. I was lucky enough to get a 9-color rough stone. Hearing this, Xun'er smiled slightly and responded humbly. In the following time, Ji Yufei and Xun'er, accompanied by Ziyan, stayed on Dragon Island for a while. They visited various wonders of Dragon Island, got to know many powerful dragons, and also became familiar with the top powerful dragons who had just returned. During this time, Ji Yufei gained a deeper understanding of the Dragon Clan's heritage. Those strong men who returned from the void space each have amazing strength and rich experience. Their return has undoubtedly skyrocketed the Dragon Clan's strength, becoming a super force comparable to the ancient races. I'm going to the Void Thunder Pond. A few days later, Ji Yufei suddenly said to Ziyan. Ziyan was stunned when she heard this, and then she remembered Ji Yufei's experience in the Void Thunder Pond, and couldn't help but feel worried. But then I thought about it, with Ji Yufei's current strength, those black magic thunders might not be something to be afraid of anymore. Be careful. So, Ziyan nodded and whispered. Ji Yufei smiled and waved his hand, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Not long after, Ji Yufei arrived above the Void Thunder Pool. Looking around, he saw the boundless sea of thunder rolling under his feet. Countless thunders roared like mad dragons, and the scene was spectacular. Compared with the past, Ji Yufei now seemed much calmer and calmer in the face of this mighty Void Thunder Pool. His figure passed over the thunder pool slowly and steadily, and those huge thunders flashing wildly would suddenly stop when they approached his body for more than 10 feet, and then dodge away in a panic. Obviously, these thunders have already felt the power in Ji Yufei's body that frightened them. Along the way, Ji Yufei did not stop at all and went straight to the deepest part of the Void Thunder Pool. With the pure Lotus Demon fire protecting his body, even those fierce thunder powers did not dare to approach easily. This scene undoubtedly confirmed that the pure Lotus Demon fire's ranking on the list of strange fires was not in vain. Soon, Ji Yufei came to the depths of the thunder pool. Here, he saw patches of black magic thunder. These black magic thunders were more violent than ordinary thunders, and each one contained amazing destructive power. Ji Yufei's appearance immediately caused these black magic thunders to riot. In an instant, dozens of black magic thunders attacked him crazily, and each one was comparable to the full force of a 1-star Dou Sheng. Such a terrifying power, even a 2-star or even 3-star Dou Sheng would probably be afraid. However, for Ji Yufei now, unless there are thousands of thunders at the same time, otherwise, it does not pose much threat. Chapter 271. Boom. As Ji Yufei went deep into the thunder pool, the violent black magic thunder rushed toward him as if they had found their target. Dark magic thunder. You can't threaten me now. Ji Yufei glanced at the huge number of black magic thunder. I didn't care much about it. Call out. The next moment, one after another black magic lightning hit Ji Yufei's body. However, these black magic thunders, which were enough to threaten the low-level Dou Sheng warriors, dissipated as quickly as they encountered their nemesis the moment they came into contact with Ji Yufei's body. I saw Ji Yufei's whole body covered with a layer of faint pink flames, which was the power of the pure lotus demon fire. Under the protection of this layer of flames, those black magic thunders could not harm Ji Yufei at all. Not only that, when some black magic thunder touched that layer of pure lotus demon fire, it was instantly purified and directly transformed into a pure energy that merged into Ji Yufei's body. As expected of the pure lotus demon fire, which ranks third on the list of strange fires. It can even purify this black magic thunder. Seeing this situation, Ji Yufei smiled and praised Xiaoying. However, as Ji Yufei continued to go deeper, the number of black magic thunders around him suddenly increased sharply. The dense black thunder dyed the entire sky ink, and seemed to be endlessly flying towards the ancient times. Even with the magic of the pure lotus demonic fire, it was gradually becoming incapable of doing what it could. The number of these black magic thunders is too huge. Boom! Black magic thunder, as thick as a giant dragon, struck Ji Yufei hard, making a deafening explosion. The terrifying power of thunder is unbearable even for ordinary fighting saints. However, Ji Yufei's cultivation level was high and his physical body was powerful, but he seemed to have no feeling and still stood as steady as a mountain in the void. It seems that without the devouring power of the void-swallowing flame, it is still difficult to absorb the thunder. There was a trace of regret on Ji Yufei's face. If merged with the alien fire, the devouring power of the void-devouring flame can be obtained. Then he will undoubtedly become stronger much faster than now. Why, that's all. Everything is a matter of chance, just let it happen. Ji Yufei curled his lips. But even so, these black magic thunders are a great supplement to Ji Yufei. Although it cannot be completely absorbed, this level of thunder tempering is undoubtedly a great exercise for his physical body. Ji Yufei continued to move forward, and the black magic thunder around him became more and more violent. The thunderbolts as thick as mountains raged in the sky, dyeing the entire world black. However, at this moment, Ji Yufei suddenly felt a unique pressure. It was a strange pressure that was different from the black magic thunder, and seemed to come from an even more ancient and mysterious power. Ji Yufei's heart moved and he flew towards the direction where the pressure came from. As he got closer to the dark area, the strange pressure became stronger and stronger. Later, even Ji Yufei's footsteps stopped involuntarily. A trace of shock flashed across his dark eyes. I saw that in the center of the Thunder Sea, a giant dragon that was as bright as gold was winding its way. The dragon's body was several thousand feet long, and its entire body exuded a heart-stopping pressure. The most amazing thing is, countless rays of golden thunder were continuously sputtering out from the surface of its body, dyeing the entire sky golden. It is indeed the 9 mysterious golden thunder. Ji Yufei murmured to himself, a hint of wonder flashed in his eyes. To know, Jushuan golden thunder, this is comparable to the top alien fire on the alien fire list. If you want to make a ranking similar to the strange fire list in thunder, then this thunder is equivalent to the position of the pure lotus demon fire or even the void-swallowing flame on the list of strange fires. According to legend, only when the 9th grade golden elixir is refined, this kind of 9 mysterious golden thunder will appear in the world. Every time this thunder appears, it is earth-shattering and the heaven and earth tremble. Even the powerful Dou Sheng seemed insignificant under its thunderous power. And now on the mainland, there has been no news of the appearance of Jushuan golden thunder for thousands of years. This also means, in these thousands of years, there has never been a 9th grade golden elixir in Dou Qi Continent. That kind of almost divine elixir is probably something that no one can refine on the continent today. Ji Yufei took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart. He did not approach the golden thunder dragon rashly, but found a safe position in the distance and sat down cross-legged. Since we have encountered the 9 Zon golden thunder, it is better to wait here. If you are lucky, you might be able to see the scene of the 9 mysterious golden thunder gathering spirits. Ji Yufei thought to himself. Time passed little by little, and Ji Yufei just sat cross-legged in the void, waiting silently. The surrounding black magic thunder seemed to be intimidated by the golden thunder dragon and did not dare to approach this area, making it a rare place of tranquility. Half a month flies by in a blink of an eye. Just when Ji Yufei thought he might be in vain this time, something unexpected happened. I saw that in the depths of the Thunder Sea, the huge body of the golden thunder dragon suddenly erupted into huge thunder arcs. Those thunder arcs contained the shrill roar of dragons, which sounded earth-shatteringly throughout the world. The surrounding black magic thunders were also frightened and scattered far away, as if they had encountered natural enemies. The spirit gathering is about to begin. Ji Yufei's eyes flashed and he stood up excitedly. This kind of vision is not something you can just see. If you want to see it once, you may have a chance that you can't accumulate in several lifetimes. In sight, the thunder around the golden thunder dragon became more and more violent, and countless golden arcs intertwined in the void, forming a huge thunder and lightning field. In the center of the field, a golden ball of light was slowly taking shape. The ball of light was getting bigger and brighter, as if it was going to dye the whole world golden. As the ball of light condensed, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth also began to gather here frantically. Ji Yufei held his breath and concentrated, observing this scene with full concentration. As time went by, the golden ball of light became more and more condensed. During this period, the golden thunder dragon kept roaring earth-shakingly, as if undergoing some kind of transformation. At a certain moment, the golden thunder dragon temporarily stopped roaring. Ji Yufei opened his eyes and stared at the golden thunder dragon with burning eyes. He could feel that the 9 mysterious golden thunder had undergone some qualitative changes at this moment. The golden thunder dragon slowly raised its head, and 2 eyes as bright as stars suddenly opened. There was some spirituality in those eyes. Roar! The golden thunder dragon roared to the sky, and the sound seemed to be full of joy for life. Is the 9 mysterious golden thunder really going to successfully transform into a spirit and give birth to spiritual wisdom? Ji Yufei murmured in his heart. In the original book, this level of creatures basically cannot succeed in transforming into spirits. Roar! Sure enough, after the voice in Ji Yufei's heart fell, a hint of pain came from the roar of the 9 mysterious golden thunder. Chapter 272. Ji Yufei quietly stared at the huge golden thunder dragon in front of him, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. He knew very well that the stronger the creature, the more difficult it would be to give birth to spiritual intelligence. Just like the ancient Bodhi tree he met before, even though he once had a terrifying power comparable to that of a duty, he still only had the most basic biological instincts. In contrast, humans are extremely weak from birth, but they have the highest spiritual intelligence. This may be because humans have a short cultivation cycle and can achieve remarkable results in a short period of time, which is difficult for other creatures to achieve. This world gives birth to all things. How many people can tell the opportunities among them? Roar! While Ji Yufei was thinking, the golden thunder dragon suddenly let out a shrill wail, and its huge body trembled violently. Countless golden arcs jumped on its body, as if to tear it apart. Ji Yufei's pupils shrank, and he immediately realized that the 9 mysterious golden thunder was suffering a strong backlash. The majestic thunder dragon was in great pain at this moment, and the huge dragon head swung back and forth, making bursts of painful roars. At this moment, the surrounding black magic thunder unexpectedly broke the norm and no longer avoided the 9 profound golden thunder, but rushed towards it one after another. Those black thunders seemed to be summoned and merged into the body of the golden thunder dragon. Ji Yufei's eyes flashed with surprise, and he realized that these black magic thunders were dissolving the terrifying backlash for their king. However, as time went on, even with the help of the black magic thunder, the situation of the 9 profound golden thunder was still not optimistic. I saw that the backlash in the golden thunder dragon's body became more and more violent, and there was a place that exploded every moment. The golden blood gushed out of the wound like magma, and turned into golden light in the void and dissipated. It seems that it will not succeed. Ji Yufei sighed lightly, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. All things have spirits, and it is rare to reach this step in 1,000 years. Now it's like this, how can I not regret it? What a pity. It's really a pity. However, at this moment, Ji Yufei remembered something, and a bold idea suddenly arose in his mind. He took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the struggling thunder dragon. Give me your power, I will help you gather spirits. Ji Yufei said loudly, his voice full of determination. The Golden Thunder Dragon turned his head with difficulty after hearing this. The next moment, its eyes as bright as stars stared at Ji Yufei, and a hint of hesitation flashed in its eyes. Ji Yufei could feel that the 9 mysterious Golden Thunder was extremely weak at this moment, and it didn't even have the strength to launch an attack. Through the feedback of the emotional value, Ji Yufei knew that the Thunder Dragon did not reject his proposal. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his hands, and his whole body was suddenly covered by a layer of pink flames. "Peel off," Ji Yufei shouted in a low voice, and suddenly pressed his hands on the huge body of the Thunder Dragon. In an instant, the dazzling golden lightning surged out of the 9 mysterious Golden Thunder like a tide. Under Ji Yufei's control, those Golden Thunders turned into a Thunder Dragon of about 100 feet, circling and dancing in the void. The whole process went very smoothly, thanks to the fact that the 9 mysterious Golden Thunder did not resist. When nearly 90% of the power was extracted, the pain in the eyes of the Golden Thunder Dragon was significantly reduced. Ji Yufei was not idle either. He activated the pure Lotus Demon Fire in his body and firmly suppressed the giant Thunder Dragon in his body. Then, he formed seals with both hands, and a mysterious rune condensed at his fingertips. "Transform into a spirit," Ji Yufei shouted softly, and the rune in his hand was instantly printed on the forehead of the 9 mysterious Golden Thunder. At this time, the size of the 9 mysterious Golden Thunder had shrunk to only a dozen feet in size, and its strength was only at the semi-saint level. In this state, the backlash suffered by gathering spirits can be almost ignored. As time went on, the eyes of the Golden Thunder Dragon gradually became smart. Its eyes wandered around and finally fixed on Ji Yufei. In those star-like eyes, a hint of intimacy appeared. "Haha, it's not that I, Ji Yufei, have the opportunity to meet you. Rather, I am your opportunity." Ji Yufei smiled. Open black lens bracket ding. 9 mysterious Golden Thunder has developed dependent emotions, and the emotional value is increased, close black lens bracket. The system's prompt sounded in Ji Yufei's mind. Obviously, the 9 mysterious Golden Thunder, which had just been born with intelligence, recognized the first person it saw, Ji Yufei, as its closest existence. "Little guy, this is all fate between you and me." Ji Yufei's mouth curled up. "Haha, little friend Ji Yufei, you are really blessed." At this moment, an old but majestic laugh suddenly sounded in the void. Ji Yufei looked at the sound. "I saw a white-haired old man slowly walking out of the void. That person was none other than Elder Zhu Shang of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan." Zhu Shang looked at Ji Yufei with burning eyes, and his eyes flashed with amazement. With his terrifying cultivation of the 8-star Dou Sheng, he felt something when the 9 mysterious Golden Thunder turned into a spirit, so he rushed here. "Elder Zhu Shang." Ji Yufei bowed politely, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that the scene of him helping Jushu and Jinlei to transform into a spirit was actually seen by this Dragon Clan great man. At this moment, through the feedback of the emotional system, Ji Yufei knew that this Elder Zhu Sheng had no ill will towards him, but admired him very much. To be able to help Jushu and Jinlei to transform into a spirit, this opportunity is not something that everyone can encounter. Zhu Shang smiled slightly, his eyes wandering between Ji Yufei and the Golden Thunder Dragon. "To be honest, all of this is a coincidence. If it weren't for Juzan Jinlei's free will, I wouldn't have been able to do this." Hearing this, Ji Yufei also had a smile on his face. "Yes, it is rare for you to have such humility." Zhu Shang nodded, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "However, although this Jushuan Golden Thunder has transformed into a spirit, it will still take some time to adapt to its new identity." As he spoke, his eyes fell on the Golden Thunder Dragon. Hearing this, Ji Yufei nodded thoughtfully. He could feel that although Jushuan Golden Thunder had given birth to spiritual intelligence, its consciousness was still vague, like a newborn baby. At this moment, the Golden Thunder Dragon suddenly let out a soft groan, and its huge body slowly approached Ji Yufei. Its star-like eyes were full of attachment, as if seeking shelter. Seeing this, Ji Yufei couldn't help but stretched out his hand to caress the Thunder Dragon's head. "It feels cold but not stinging, but has a strange sense of intimacy. It seems that it has recognized you as its master. This is a great opportunity." Zhu Sheng looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. When Ji Yufei heard this, he was also excited. There was no doubt about the power of the 9 mysterious Golden Thunder. If he could subdue it, it would undoubtedly be a great help to him. Chapter 273. 77.8%. Ji Yufei stretched out his hand and gently stroked Zhuzan Jinlei's huge dragon head that shone with golden light. Looking at this newly born spiritual being, Ji Yufei also liked it from the bottom of his heart. Strangely enough, this mysterious golden thunder gave Ji Yufei an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Little guy, you wait for me here first. When you become stronger, I will come to pick you up. Ji Yufei said softly. Zhuzhan Jinlei seemed to understand Ji Yufei's words, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his star-like eyes. The next moment, it gently rubbed Ji Yufei's palm and let out a low dragon roar, as if saying goodbye reluctantly. Ji Yufei took a deep breath. He knew very well that Lei Kai was the best environment for Zhuzhan Jinlei to grow up. Here, it can absorb endless thunder power and grow rapidly. And once this little guy grows up, he will become a terrifyingly powerful being. But there's no rush, growth requires cycles. Elder Zhu Shang, let's go. The next moment, Ji Yufei and Elder Zhu Shang left the thunder pool together. Haha, little friend Ji Yufei, if you can refine the power of Zhuzhan Golden Thunder this time, I'm afraid your cultivation level will increase a lot. On the way, Zhu Shang praised Ji Yufei again. It's all a matter of luck. Ji Yufei smiled. Naturally, it was impossible for him to tell everyone that he had already known that the mysterious golden thunder was about to transform into a spirit, so he waited in that thunder pond for half a month. Zhu Shang didn't say much when he heard this, he just nodded happily. This young man is not only powerful, but also has a good character. No wonder the Dragon King values him so much. It seems that in terms of vision, he must be the Dragon King. When the two landed on Long Island, Ziyan and Kair had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Ji Yufei's safe return, the two of them wanted to rush directly into Ji Yufei's arms. Brother Ji Yufei, are you okay? Ziyan trotted over and asked with concern on her face. Obviously, she also knew about the strange atmosphere that just happened in the Void Thunder Pond. Don't worry, I'm fine. Instead, I got an unexpected surprise. Ji Yufei touched Ziyan's head and said with a smile. What surprise? Kair also came over at this time, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. Ji Yufei will narrate the story of how he met Zhuzhan Golden Thunder in the Thunder Pool and helped it transform into a spirit. After listening, Ziyan and Kair looked shocked. What? 9 mysterious golden thunders? Really? That's a huge opportunity. When I was young, I heard people in my clan say that ordinary people would never have the chance to see this person once in several lifetimes. Ziyan exclaimed, her eyes full of envy. Husband, your opportunity is incredible. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be recognized by Zhuzhan Golden Thunder and let it accept you to help it strip away its power. Kair also looked happy. Okay, you two, stop complimenting me so much. It's just luck. I plan to go back to the ancient world. Kair, you haven't seen the child for a long time. Ji Yufei smiled and waved his hand. Well, I've been in seclusion for a long time, and it's really time to go back and see them. When Kair heard this, a trace of longing flashed in her eyes. She nodded. When Ziyan heard that the two were leaving, she couldn't help but show a trace of disappointment on her face. Although she wanted to go back with Ji Yufei, as the Dragon King, she was not suitable to stay in the ancient clan for a long time now. With our current strength, it won't take long to go back and forth. If you want to see me, you can come anytime. Ji Yufei saw Ziyan's thoughts and gently held her in his arms. Well, brother Ji Yufei, please go back, I will miss you. Ziyan nuzzled into Ji Yufei's arms and said coquettishly. I'll miss you too. Ji Yufei stroked Ziyan's hair and comforted her softly. After reluctantly bidding farewell to Ziyan, Ji Yufei and Kair embarked on a journey back to the ancient world. Along the way, the two chatted about their experiences during this period, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. When the two returned to the ancient world, the sky had darkened. At this moment, the moonlight pours down like water, as if covering the entire ancient world with a layer of silver gauze. Mother. As soon as Ji Yufei and Kair stepped onto the mountain peak, a childish voice came into their ears. I saw a figure rushing over like an arrow from a string, and plunged into Kair's arms. Wuxia, do you miss your mother? Kair reached out and picked up the child, with a loving smile on her face. Think. Wuxia misses his mother every day. Wuxia nodded vigorously, tears of excitement flashing in his eyes. Silly boy, don't worry, my mother will never leave you for so long again. Kair kissed Wu Shuang's face distressingly and comforted her softly. Aunt, at this moment, another sweet voice came. Auntie, Chanel misses you too. I saw Xianxia running over with a bright smile on his face. I saw her hugging Kair's thigh, raising her little face and saying coquettishly. Kair stretched out her jade hand and gently stroked Xianli's now growing face. Xianli, you are now a big girl, and you are getting more and more handsome. Ah, really? Being praised by Kair, Xianli's face showed joy. Then he glared at Wushuang fiercely, because not long ago, Wushuang was complaining that he was getting more and more fierce, unfeminine, and would not be able to marry when he grew up. Sister Kair, you're back. After a while, the little medical fairy, Qinglin and others also rushed over. Everyone expressed their feelings of missing each other with every word. Ji Yufei stood aside, watching this heartwarming scene, and couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. This is what home feels like. Thinking of this, Ji Yufei raised the corners of his mouth slightly and sat aside. However, this warm atmosphere did not last long. Young Patriarch. Young Patriarch, the Patriarch and the elders are in the main hall. Please come over. Just when Ji Yufei was about to take everyone back to rest, an elder hurried over. Ji Yufei frowned slightly when he heard this. The Patriarch is looking for him. Could it be? What trends did you discover about the Soul Clan? Or, have the Spirit Tribe and Stone Tribe encountered unexpected events? Thinking of this, Ji Yufei's heart couldn't help but tighten. You guys go back and rest first. The clan leader should have called me if he has something to do. I'll go there. Ji Yufei turned around and said to Kair and others. Kair nodded and left with the children. Ji Yufei followed the elder and walked towards the main hall where the Patriarch was. Along the way, Ji Yufei's thoughts surged in his heart. The Soul Clan has always been the biggest threat to the ancient clan. If anything happens, the situation may be serious. And, if it wasn't an urgent matter, given the clan leader's personality, he wouldn't be so anxious to see him. Not long after, Ji Yufei came to a magnificent hall. Pushing open the heavy palace door, Ji Yufei strode in. In the hall, Ji Yuan sat at the top of the table, looking majestically below. Other elders from the ancient tribe were also present. It's just that the atmosphere feels a bit strange. Chapter 274. 78.1%. From the moment Ji Yufei stepped into this hall, almost everyone's eyes in the hall were focused on him. In the splendid palace, the air seemed to have solidified and was filled with a sense of solemnity. Ji Yuanduan sat in the first place. His majestic gaze swept over everyone present, and finally landed on Ji Yufei. A trace of relief seemed to flash in Ji Yuan's eyes, but it was quickly covered up under that majestic face. Ji Yufei, you're here. Ji Yuan spoke, his voice low and powerful. Normally Ji Yuan was the most dignified among the clan, but at this time he seemed a little more serious than usual. The Patriarch summoned, Ji Yufei came here. I don't know what the Patriarch has to do. Ji Yufei also bowed slightly and responded respectfully. The next moment, Ji Yuan slowly raised his palm, and a cluster of golden flames emerged from his palm. After the golden flame appeared, the temperature in the hall rose linearly. But the people sitting there were all strong men at the Dou Sheng level, so they were not affected. Ji Yufei, you have refined the pure lotus demon fire, and you have the means to fuse the strange fire. If you can refine the golden emperor burning sky flame, your strength will definitely improve again. Ji Yuan spoke slowly. After he finished speaking, he flipped his palm and Jin Emperor Fen Tianyin was pushed in front of Ji Yufei. Pure lotus demonic fire plus golden emperor burning sky flame. Putting these two kinds of strange fire together, it would be an extremely terrifying power in this world. Ji Yufei's eyes narrowed slightly. I can also feel the huge power contained in this flame. Emperor Jin burns Tianyin, the fourth ranked existence on the strange fire list. Its power is enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. Haha, the best destination for this golden emperor Fen Tianyin is to be handed over to the young clan leader. Seeing Ji Yuan's actions, an ancient clan elder had a smile of approval on his face. The other elders also nodded, obviously agreeing with the clan leader's decision. No one raised any objections. After all, Ji Yufei's talent is obvious to all, and giving him such a powerful strange fire will undoubtedly be beneficial to the ancient clan. Ji Yufei naturally knew it well, and he was afraid that these elders had discussed it before he came. What we are doing now is also for the sake of the fate of the ancient tribe. But, do I really want to accept this Golden Emperor burning heaven flame? Ji Yulai was sitting in a high position, looking very excited at the moment. Looking at my grandson, my heart is full of pride at this moment. Ji Yufei's talent is so high that he can be called a genius that the ancient tribe has not seen for thousands of years. If the road to fighting the emperor had not been cut off, Ji Yulai firmly believed that Ji Yufei would definitely be able to aspire to the legendary realm of fighting the emperor. However, Ji Yuan still noticed that there was a hint of hesitation in Ji Yufei's expression. Facing everyone's gaze, Ji Yufei stood there, showing no intention of reaching out to accept the strange fire. Is it Xun'er's intention to give Jin Emperor Fen Tianyan to me, or is it the clan leader's intention? Ji Yufei's eyes turned to Ji Yuan, with a hint of hesitation in his tone. Hearing this, Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it important to you whether Xun'er takes the initiative to peel off the alien fire? Ji Yuan did not directly answer Ji Yufei's question, but asked instead. As soon as these words came out, the whole hall fell silent instantly. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Yufei. Everyone knows about the unbearable past between Ji Yufei and Xun'er. Ji Yufei was slightly startled by this question. Is it important? Ji Yufei was silent for a moment, and then, through Ji Yuan's emotional value feedback, Ji Yufei already guessed the answer. This Golden Emperor Fen Tianyan was indeed taken out by Xun'er on his own initiative and given to him. This is indeed something Xun'er's temperament can do. What's wrong with her? Ji Yufei sighed softly, an extremely complicated look flashed in his eyes. Who doesn't know that peeling off alien fire is an extremely painful process? And Xun'er must have suffered a lot in order to give Jin Emperor burning Tianyan to herself. This kind of pain is unbearable for ordinary people. Xun'er turned out to be real. But Ji Yufei had already made up his mind that he would never accept Xun'er again in this life. I don't even want to owe her a favor. Get involved with her. Ji Yufei, don't feel any psychological pressure. Ji Yuan spoke again. Obviously, this was to appease Ji Yufei. The strange fire belongs to the ancient clan. You are the first prodigy of the ancient clan, and it should be yours. Ji Yuan continued. Moreover, it can be seen that Ji Yuan is actually very satisfied with Ji Yufei's reaction just now. After all, he doesn't want the people he cultivates to be ruthless and unjust. Xun'er's sacrifice was meaningful. What Ji Yuan said was above board and without any selfish motives. The elders present couldn't help but nod in agreement after hearing this. With such a selfless clan leader, how could the ancient clan not be strong? Other elders also hope that Ji Yufei can accept this strange fire. After all, this is not for Ji Yufei, but for the glory of the entire ancient clan. All right, Ji Yufei finally nodded slightly. Now that it's all said and done. And he does have the responsibility to shoulder the fate of the ancient tribe. At this moment, I have no reason to refuse. After saying that, Ji Yufei stretched out his hand to grab the Jin Emperor Fen Tianyan. Pink flames filled Ji Yufei's palm, and even the strange fire like the Jin Emperor Fen Tianyan trembled. Afterwards, Ji Yufei suppressed Jin Emperor Fen Tianyan in his body without any pressure. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with relief on their faces. Ji Yufei did not stay in the hall for long. After accepting the strange fire, he said goodbye to Ji Yuan and left the hall. The verdant bamboo forest surrounded it, and the gurgling stream flowed through the mountains. Where Xun'er lived, it has always been a pleasant scenery. However, at this time, Xun'er had no intention of appreciating this beautiful scenery. She was seen sitting quietly on a boulder, looking into the distance. Her expression was a little dazed. Brother Ji Yufei, you are back. You should have got the Golden Emperor burning sky flame now. Xun'er spoke and talked to herself. The voice sounded a little weak. Obviously, the peeling of the strange fire caused great trauma to her body, and it has not yet fully recovered. This kind of trauma may not be able to recover in a short time. There is a mark left by me in the strange fire. If you refine it, it is equivalent to leaving the mark on you. Xun'er, who was pale, suddenly showed a smile at the corner of her mouth. Why are you doing this? Suddenly, a very familiar voice sounded quietly in Xun'er's ears. She looked up in surprise. In her sight, a figure she had been thinking about appeared in the air. Brother Ji Yufei, I did all this voluntarily. Moreover, I didn't want to change anything, I just wanted you to be stronger. Xun'er hurriedly explained to Ji Yufei. She was worried that Ji Yufei would misunderstand her. Ji Yufei looked at the stubborn woman in front of him, and his emotions became very complicated. Alas, with a sigh, Ji Yufei disappeared again, and a green pill was suspended in the sky where he left, which was very eye-catching. Chapter 275. Brother Ji Yufei. Looking at the pill left by Ji Yufei, Xun'er did not take it immediately. She felt as if a stone had fallen from her heart. Just now, Ji Yufei's attitude was already very clear. Even this time, stripping the strange fire only made Ji Yufei feel sympathy. Brother Ji Yufei, I hope you get better and better. After a moment, Xun'er just grabbed the pill floating in the sky. However, she did not take it, but she planned to treasure it forever. Ji Yufei, after leaving the quiet mountain where Xun'er was, returned to his residence without stopping. This time, he went to deliver the medicine simply because Xun'er took the initiative to strip the strange fire and got injured. As the highest level alchemist in the clan, Ji Yufei gave some help. The attitude in his heart will never change, just like a broken mirror that is hard to mend. Husband, is there any urgent matter for the clan leader to summon you this time? Xiao Yixian, Kair and others asked. The clan leader gave me the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame. Ji Yufei did not hide it and said it truthfully. Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame. Hearing Ji Yufei's answer, several people were happy at first, and then, as if they had thought of something, their thoughts were rolling in their hearts without replying. I will go into seclusion for a while first, in order to refine this strange fire as quickly as possible. Ji Yufei told everyone. After the voice fell, Ji Yufei slowly turned and walked towards the secret room, and the heavy stone door slowly closed. Ji Yufei sat cross-legged, stretched out his palm, and the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame instantly emerged. In an instant, a hot breath rushed to his face. The golden flame was beating in his palm, emitting a huge pressure of strange fire. Ji Yufei did not hesitate, took a deep breath, and then stretched out another hand and probed into the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame. Sizzle. The Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame instantly attached to Ji Yufei's palm, making a harsh burning sound. However, with the pure Lotus Demon Fire, the damage Ji Yufei suffered was still within the controllable range. Puff. Finally, the spirit of the strange fire of the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame was caught alive and then swallowed in one gulp. Ji Yufei practiced his skills, and the pure Lotus Demon Fire in his body rose up, complementing the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame. The two strongest strange fires collided in Ji Yufei's body, erupting with amazing energy fluctuations. The whole secret room began to tremble slightly, and cracks appeared on the wall. Refine it for me, Ji Yufei shouted in a low voice, and used all his strength to activate his skills. The pink flame of the pure Lotus Demon Fire pounced on the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame. The two strange fires collided fiercely in Ji Yufei's body, erupting with a deafening roar. The next moment, Ji Yufei's body was wrapped in golden and pink flames, as if he was in a huge furnace. Sweat began to seep out of his forehead, and sweat slid down his cheeks. Strangely, Ji Yufei seemed to feel no pain, and devoted himself to the process of refining the strange fire. Time passed by minute, and Ji Yufei always maintained a high degree of concentration. In his body, the collision between the pure Lotus Demon Fire and the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame became more and more intense. The two kinds of fire went back and forth, neither giving in, as if they were fighting an epic battle. Until the third day. At this time, Ji Yufei's body began to change, and fine golden lines appeared on his skin, emitting a faint light. 5 days later, Ji Yufei's aura became more and more profound and unpredictable, and two fire dragons could be vaguely seen circling around him, one red and one gold, shining against each other. The temperature in the secret room was already astonishingly high, and even the stone walls had been melted. Fortunately, Ji Yufei set up a seal in advance. Until the 7th day, Ji Yufei suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils flashed with golden and pink flames, as if two miniature suns were burning in them. A terrifying pressure erupted from him, instantly shattering the entire secret room. Success. Ji Yufei breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the wonderful feeling of the harmonious coexistence of the two kinds of fire in his body. He stood up and stretched his muscles. There was only a crackling sound, and streams of pure energy flowed through his body. Almost 6-star mid-stage, Ji Yufei muttered to himself, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. After refining the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame, his cultivation had indeed made great progress, and there were signs of entering the 6-star mid-stage. However, Ji Yufei was not satisfied with this. System upgrade. Ji Yufei took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and silently said a sentence in his heart. Open black lens bracket consume 500,000 emotional points, provide an opportunity for enlightenment close black lens bracket. The system's prompt sound sounded in Ji Yufei's mind. The next moment, Ji Yufei felt a mysterious feeling surge in his heart. His consciousness seemed to be separated from the body and entered a strange space. Time seemed to stop flowing at this moment. Ji Yufei didn't know how long he had been in this space. When he opened his eyes again, it was 3 days later. 6-star late stage, Ji Yufei felt the surging power in his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This enlightenment allowed him to directly break through to the 6-star late stage, and his strength once again had a qualitative leap. Walking out of the secret room, the sun shines on Ji Yufei, making him feel warm. Daddy, the outside world has sensed the previous movement, so everyone is waiting outside early. Everyone is happy for Ji Yufei's cultivation results this time. Husband, I heard that the day of the medicine clan's pharmacopoeia is coming soon. The little medical fairy suddenly spoke. Pharmacopoeia, I almost forgot about it during this retreat. Ji Yufei raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Husband, you must attend this pharmacopoeia. Of course. Ji Yufei smiled slightly and nodded. Who in the world doesn't want fame? The pharmacopoeia of the medicine clan is a grand ceremony to select the world's #1 alchemist. For any alchemist, it is a great opportunity to show their strength. What's more, Ji Yufei has other purposes. He hopes that Hunzuzi can come. In this way, he will have the opportunity to contact the legendary void-swallowing flame fire. If Xiaoying can have the opportunity to swallow a part of the power of the void-swallowing flame fire, then this trip to the pharmacopoeia will be a great profit. Pharmacopoeia, the medicine clan is located in the Shenong Mountains in the extreme south of Zhongzhou. It's a good place. I have wanted to see it for a long time. Kair said thoughtfully. That's right, although the Shenong Mountains belong to a wild area, poisonous insects are rampant and ferocious beasts appear all year round. But because of the existence of the Yao clan, it has become a paradise for alchemists. Ji Yufei nodded. I heard that there are all kinds of rare medicinal materials there, and many alchemists travel thousands of miles to find materials for alchemy. Xianxia said with a smile. After this pharmacopoeia is over, I will take you to have a good look around the Shenong Mountains. Ji Yufei smiled and touched Xianxia's head and said. Xianxia nodded. Get ready, we have to set off. Chapter 276. The Shenong Mountains are shrouded in mist, like a fairyland. Ji Yufei and his party were suspended in midair, overlooking the legendary holy land of medicine refining. The rich energy of heaven and earth flows in the air like a substance, forming strange beams of light, like rainbows spanning the sky. With such rich energy from heaven and earth, this medicine clan occupies a good place. The little medical fairy couldn't help but sigh. Ji Yufei looked at the little medical fairy's big bright eyes staring seriously into the distance, with a soft smile in his eyes. He knew in his heart that the little medical fairy was naturally very interested in this kind of place. This place is like an enlarged version of the small valley in the Warcraft Mountains. Kair and Qinglin also nodded repeatedly. Several people can clearly feel that the energy of the world here is more than 10 times stronger than the outside world. If you practice here, one day may be worth several months in the outside world. Ji Yufei glanced at the billowing clouds and mists above the mountains. These seemingly ordinary mists are actually formed by the gathering of pure energy from heaven and earth. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the distance. A group of cultivators are flying towards this side. When these people noticed Ji Yufei, their eyes were full of awe. It's no wonder that in this continent now, Ji Yufei's name is extremely loud in the ears of the top experts in the continent. That's Ji Yufei, the young patriarch of the ancient clan. I didn't expect that even he would come to participate in this pharmacopoeia, it seems. Hush, Please say a few words, don't lose the etiquette of our medicine clan. There was a lot of discussion around. Ji Yufei's arrival obviously caused a lot of commotion, and many people nodded in Ji Yufei's direction with flattering smiles on their faces. Ji Yufei is not surprised by all this. This world has always been like this, and I feel numb to these faces. Ji Yufei nodded slightly, responding to the greetings of these people. Next, Ji Yufei led the women around him through a huge arch in midair. The scene in front of me suddenly became clear. A vast expanse of space appeared before everyone's eyes. The energy of heaven and earth here is more intense, and the air is filled with all kinds of strange medicinal fragrances. And then, I saw several huge birds flying in the distance. These giant birds are emerald green all over, their wings are spread 10 feet wide, and they look quite majestic. Please, please, they will take us to the Medicine Mountain. A member of the Medicine clan pointed at the giant birds and said. Ji Yufei and others jumped on the back of the giant bird. With a long roar, the giant bird flapped its wings and flew towards the majestic mountain of medicine in the distance. This flyby lasted for about half an hour. During this period, Ji Yufei and others enjoyed the unique scenery of the medicine world. I saw all kinds of exotic flowers and plants scattered below, some exuding colorful light, and some spitting out dense mist, which was so beautiful. Gradually, the speed of the giant bird began to slow down. Ji Yufei raised his eyes and saw that the clouds and mist slowly dispersed, and a huge mountain towering into the clouds appeared in his field of vision. On top of the huge mountain, groups of halls and buildings can be vaguely seen. Countless smoke pillars slowly rise into the sky, filled with the rich fragrance of elixir. The fragrance of elixir contains extremely pure energy. Just smelling it makes people feel refreshed. Young Master Ji Yufei's visit really makes our medicine clan shine. When Ji Yufei landed on a square, an old man fell from the sky and landed in front of Ji Yufei and others. He smiled and his eyes stayed on Ji Yufei for a moment, then he bowed slightly and his words were very polite. This person is exactly the Medicine Wangui, the punishment elder of the Medicine clan. He had some dealings with Ji Yufei and saw with his own eyes how powerful Ji Yufei was. He knew that with Ji Yufei's achievements, he would definitely be able to inherit the position of patriarch of the ancient clan in the future. Elder Wangui is too polite. Ji Yufei smiled faintly. After all, he didn't reach out to hit the smiling person, so he just said a polite word. Master Ji Yufei is here, please come with me. I will lead you into the Medicine Mountain. Yao Wangui waved his hand quickly. Having said that, Yao Wangui was about to turn around and lead the way, but at this moment, another figure flew from a distance. It was an old man with a serious face. The old man had long fiery red hair and exuded a powerful aura. Astonishingly, he was a 6-star fighting saint. Haha, this must be Master Ji Yufei, welcome to our medicine clan. The fiery red old man smiled heartily. Although Ji Yufei had never seen him before, he could guess at a glance that this person was Yao Wanwo. What's more, with the feedback from the emotion value system, he basically won't recognize the wrong person. Elder Wanwo is welcome. Ji Yufei is deeply honored to have you two medicine clan elders personally greet you. Ji Yufei nodded slightly, with a smile on his face. Yao Wanwo and Yao Wangui looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect Ji Yufei to have such a calm demeanor at such a young age. No wonder it is extraordinary to become the young patriarch of an ancient clan. Said it was magnanimity, but actually he was more surprised by the powerful fighting spirit in Ji Yufei. Master Ji Yufei, please come with us. Yao Wanwo made a gesture of invitation. The three of them walked side by side and flew towards the top of the Medicine Mountain. The little medical fairy, Kair and others followed closely behind, their eyes full of curiosity. Finally, the group of people arrived at the top of the Medicine Mountain. Looking around, I saw patches of medicinal materials on the top of the mountain gathering together like an ocean. Colorful medicinal fields stretch as far as the eye can see. Above these seas of medicine, there is a huge square suspended in the air. There is a huge medicine cauldron at each corner of the square, which is emitting the fragrance of elixir, and the smoke column is rising into the sky. At this time, many people have gathered on the suspended giant platform. Various lively conversations are heard one after another, and the whole mountaintop seems very lively. Master Ji Yufei, please come this way. Yao Wanwo made a gesture of invitation and took Ji Yufei and others to the VIP seat. From this position, the whole square is overlooked, and the field of vision is extremely wide. Ji Yufei's eyes swept through the crowd and suddenly noticed a familiar figure. It was a handsome young man who was standing not far away, looking over here intentionally or unintentionally. When Yao Tian's eyes met Ji Yufei, a trace of panic flashed across his face, and he lowered his head quickly. Ji Yufei smiled, but didn't say anything. This guy challenged Ji Yufei in the ancient world, but Ji Yufei was not there. But now, he obviously has lost his original arrogance. He didn't even dare to look directly at Ji Yufei's eyes. At this moment, a bell sounded in the space. Hearing this sound, Ji Yufei looked up and saw that the clouds in the sky suddenly surged up, and then they split automatically. A white-haired old man in a white robe walked slowly out of the clouds. With every step he took, the space under his feet would have strange fluctuations. It seemed that the empty space had become real at this moment. "Welcome to the clan leader." The mighty welcome sounded through the sky. All the Yao clan members bowed their heads respectfully, looking at the old man with awe in their eyes. Chapter 277. With the appearance of Yao Dan, the chief of the Yao clan, the whole square fell into silence. It's no wonder, the chief of the Yao clan is a 7-star Dou Sheng. This strength is enough to shock the people present. Almost everyone bowed their heads respectfully, their eyes full of awe. However, Ji Yufei, who was sitting in the VIP seat at this time, seemed calm as usual. As a 6-star late Dou Sheng, Ji Yufei had long been accustomed to more powerful existences. 8-star and 9-star Dou Shengs were nothing surprising in his eyes, not to mention the Yao clan chief with only 7-star cultivation in front of him. Ji Yufei's eyes swept over Yao Dan calmly, his expression was indifferent, as if he was looking at an ordinary elder. In addition, Ji Yufei's original character was neither humble nor arrogant. Yao Dan walked slowly, his white robe fluttering without wind, and every step he took on the void caused strange ripples. The turbid but sharp eyes scanned the crowd and finally fixed on Ji Yufei. Seeing Ji Yufei so calm, Yao Dan nodded slightly at this moment, seeming to admire Ji Yufei very much. "Master Ji Yufei, you came here this time, should be to compete for the first alchemist." Yao Dan sat directly on the first seat of the VIP seat not far from Ji Yufei, with a gentle smile on his face. Ji Yufei was slightly stunned by Yao Dan's words. You know, there are many strong people present, and Yao Dan actually asked Ji Yufei if he came to take the first place. Just this sentence is enough to show that Yao Dan has seen through Ji Yufei's hiding his cultivation. Ji Yufei was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that his deliberately hidden cultivation was seen through by Yao Dan at a glance. Haha, who doesn't want to be the first in the world, but it's also a good thing to be able to learn from the master of the pharmacopoeia. Ji Yufei's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said calmly. Yao Dan heard the words, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The Ji Yufei in front of him is not only amazing in strength, but also extremely mature in mentality. The words were watertight. At this moment, the world suddenly changed. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, making everyone present feel palpitations. This is Old Shenong, someone exclaimed, causing a commotion. What? The legendary ancestor of alchemists actually showed up. Oh my god, I'm lucky enough to see Old Shenong. A burst of exclamations broke out in the crowd, and everyone's eyes were focused not far away. It is indeed a bit exaggerated to say that he is the ancestor of alchemists. But Old Shenong is indeed worthy of this title. You should know that Old Shenong is a hermit master in the Shenong Mountains. The 9th grade Xuandan master. He is very old in the alchemy world of Dou Qi Continent. It is said that he is more than 1,000 years old. Moreover, he does not often show his face. The reason why he is called the ancestor of pharmacists is not because of his strength, but more because of his qualifications. An old man in cloth gradually appeared in the distance. The old man looked ordinary, but his eyes seemed to be able to see through time and space, making people dare not look directly at him. Senior Shenong, the elders of the medicine clan, such as Yao Wangui, all stood up and saluted, with respectful expressions on their faces. Yes, you have achieved such achievements at such a young age. The ancient clan has successors. The old man Shenong's eyes swept over everyone and finally fell on Ji Yufei. He smiled slightly and said, Junior Ji Yufei, meet Senior Shenong. It is really an honor for the junior to be praised by the senior. Ji Yufei heard the words and bowed respectfully. There was 3 points of courtesy in his words. But there was also 7 points of respect for the old senior. Just when everyone was still immersed in the shock of the appearance of the old man Shenong, a cold breath suddenly came from the distant sky. A black figure broke through the air, and the air froze wherever it passed. Hunzuzi, someone exclaimed, his voice full of disgust and anger. The black figure slowly landed on the square, revealing a cold face. It was Hunzuzi of the Soul Clan. This guy, how dare he come to participate in the pharmacopoeia? Yes, this guy who betrayed his teacher and destroyed his ancestors dared to come to participate in the pharmacopoeia. Kick him out. Get out, the Yao clan does not welcome shameless people like you. A burst of curses broke out from the crowd of the Yao clan. I come to participate in the pharmacopoeia, what's wrong with that? Hunzuzi's face was gloomy, his eyes swept over everyone, and finally fell on Yaoden. Wait, a guest is a guest. Since you are here, then participate. But if you dare to play any tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Yaoden was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. It's no wonder that the medicine clan would not ruin the atmosphere of such a sacred event because of one person. Yaoden was still very calm. At this time, the medicine codex could not mess up. Hunzuzi snorted coldly and walked straight to the VIP seat. However, this guy's eyes were always fixed on Ji Yufei, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Hunzuzi, why are you looking at me like this? Are you going to thank me for saving your clan leader's life in the monster fire space last time? Ji Yufei noticed Hunzuzi's gaze and raised a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. As soon as these words came out, Hunzuzi's face instantly became uglier. Last time in the monster fire space, the Soul Clan lost 2 5-star Dusheng strongmen at once, and he has always remembered this hatred in his heart. Ji Yufei, don't be too crazy. Do you know that anything beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind? Hunzuzi said grimly, his voice full of threats. Really, you, a traitor and an unjust person, are you qualified to say these things? Ji Yufei didn't care at all and instead sneered. Hunzuzi was furious when he heard this, and the fighting spirit surged in his body, and he was about to take action. Naturally, Ji Yufei would not get used to this guy, but Ji Yufei just sat steadily. After all, in this pharmacopoeia, you don't need to do it yourself at all to get rid of this product. Stop. However, at this moment, a majestic voice sounded. The pharmacopoeia does not allow you to be presumptuous. Yaoden stood up and glanced at Hunzuzi coldly. Although Hunzuzi was unwilling to give in, he could only suppress his anger and sat back down with a cold snort. Master Ji Yufei said it well. In the distance, Cao Ying from Dan Pagoda heard these words and couldn't help but cheer. But it was the right time for these two fools to complain. As soon as Zhu Yao Dan finished speaking, the scene was very quiet. At this time, the voices of these two guys could be heard throughout the scene. At this time, Hunzuzi's face turned dark. This guy probably wants to tear Cao Ying apart with his hands. The time has come for the pharmacopoeia to begin. Yao Dan's eyes slowly swept across the entire audience, and finally settled on Ji Yufei. He took a deep look at Ji Yufei and then said. As Yaoden's words fell, the whole square instantly boiled. At this moment, more than 10 huge medicine refining platforms suddenly rose in the center of the square. Each alchemy platform is tens of feet high, looks like a hill, and exudes a faint glow. And around the alchemy table, there are countless strange runes circulating. Chapter 278. Endless medicinal fragrance permeated the vast medicinal fields. The bustling crowd surrounded the square suspended in the air. As a long-standing alchemy family on the Dou Qi Continent, the Yao clan would inevitably be a little arrogant even when facing those self-proclaimed top alchemists in Zhongzhou. However, this arrogance did not come from illusory conceit, but was supported by real strength. Perhaps because of the origin of blood, the children of the Yao clan always seemed to be particularly handy when practicing alchemy. After all, the unique power flowing in the blood gave them an almost instinctive insight into the properties of medicine. There are also many people with outstanding qualifications and talents in the Yao clan, which provided a solid foundation for the Yao clan to occupy a place in the alchemy world. But then again, although the power of blood can help the children of the Yao clan to make further progress in alchemy, if they want to reach the pinnacle of the alchemy world, relying solely on blood is far from enough. In the pyramid of alchemists, the top level is extremely rare no matter which force you look at. In the entire Dou Qi Continent, alchemists are divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the lowest and the 9th grade being the highest. Among the 9th grade alchemists, there are 3 levels: Treasure Pill Master, Mysterious Pill Master and Golden Pill Master, representing different realms of alchemy attainments. In fact, Ji Yufei had reached the level of the 9th grade Treasure Pill Master many years ago. And now, Ji Yufei's strength is close to the level of the 9th grade Mysterious Pill Master, but he has not yet officially refined the Mysterious Pill. Before the pharmacopoeia officially begins, according to convention, the younger generation of the medicine clan will first compete. For a strong man at Ji Yufei's level, watching these young people compete is like an adult watching children playing house. Yo! Ji Yufei's mouth corners slightly raised. It seems that among this group of young disciples of the medicine clan, there are also people who can attract Ji Yufei's attention. The young man named Yao Tian performed particularly well. As the recognized number 1 prodigy of the Yao clan, Yao Tian's qualifications and understanding of alchemy far surpass his peers. But if he is compared with Ji Yufei, it is like a firefly to the bright moon, they are not on the same level at all. With the end of the last youth group competition, the eyes of the whole audience were focused on the stage. Yao Dan stood with his hands behind his back, looking around at the black crowd below, with a faint smile on his lips. Everyone, the appetizers have been eaten, and I believe you can't wait to see the highlight of today. This pharmacopoeia conference will be a competition between the 4 top alchemy masters of Dou Qi Continent. And the final winner will be awarded the title of the first alchemist of the continent. I think no matter who stands to the end, no one will raise any objections. Although Yao Dan's voice was calm, it revealed the calmness of a superior. As Yao Dan's voice fell, 4 figures appeared out of thin air in the middle of the square. The leader was wearing a black robe and had a gloomy face. He was Hunzuzi from the Soul clan. Haha, Yaodan clan leader is really straightforward. I have long heard of the great reputation of Yaodian. Today I come here to ask all the masters for advice and bring the title of the first alchemist on the continent back to the Soul clan. He looked around at everyone with a sarcastic smile on his face and a bit of domineering in his tone. Hunzuzi, although your Soul clan is good at alchemy, I am afraid that it is slightly inferior to my Yao clan in terms of alchemy attainments. It is more appropriate to keep this title in the Yao clan. Hearing this, Yao clan elder Wanwo snorted coldly, and his figure flashed in front of Hunzuzi, confronting him without showing any weakness. At this moment, the gunpowder smell on the scene reached its peak. Originally, Yaodan clan leader was qualified to participate in this competition, but in order to maintain the face of the Yao clan, he chose to stand aside and watch, leaving the opportunity to another respected alchemy master in the clan, Elder Wanwo. Just when everyone's attention was attracted by the tense confrontation, a dazzling golden figure stepped in the air. Seeing the face of the person clearly, many people took a breath of cold air. That's Ji Yufei, the young patriarch of the Ji Yu clan. The eyes of the scene were directly focused on Ji Yufei. After all, Ji Yufei didn't give Hunzuzi any face just now. There will be a good show to watch later. Ji Yufei looked indifferent, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Hehe, even Hunzuzi has come up, so I, Ji Yufei, will naturally come to play. Ji Yufei stood in the void with his hands behind his back, and his eyes seemed to glance at Hunzuzi beside him, with a calm tone that revealed a bit of sarcasm. It's true that Ji Yufei was full of domineering at this moment. Hunzuzi was choked and couldn't say a word at this moment. Ji Yufei's words just now were like a thunder that exploded in the crowd, and immediately caused an uproar. Ha ha ha, young master Ji Yufei of the Ji Yu clan speaks with a strong attitude. Yeah, he made the old man Hunzuzi's face turn green. If I were Hunzuzi, I would have to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. In an instant, all kinds of mocking voices came from outside the venue. And Hunzuzi's gloomy face instantly turned red, staring at Ji Yufei with murderous intent, but he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, he knew that Ji Yufei was not easy to deal with. Under the attention of the crowd, the 4 alchemy masters each came to their own alchemy platform. The alchemy platform was simple and ancient, made of extraordinary materials, and surrounded by mysterious magic circles. It was obviously an instrument that the medicine clan had spent a lot of effort to prepare. The first to attack was the Hunzuzi who was exposed by Ji Yufei in public. He flipped his palm and a ball of inky black flame rose into the air and burned in his palm. The flame exuded a breathtaking breath, as if it could devour everything between heaven and earth. That is, the sun fire of the void-devouring flame. Old Shenong's eyes condensed and frowned. Hearing this name, Ji Yufei's eyes also flashed. For this sun fire of the void-devouring flame, he has coveted it for a long time. If he can take this opportunity to devour a part of it, maybe Xiaoying can also have the terrifying devouring power. In comparison, the strange fire offered by old Shenong is also dazzling, but it does not have that kind of heart-pounding oppression. It is a ball of green and gold flames, and the flames seem to contain infinite vitality, with a wonderful harmony and vitality. The flame of living beings, ranked 5th on the list of strange fires. I didn't expect to see this legendary top-level strange fire. The field was full of discussions again. And on the Yao clan side, Elder Wanwo also showed his trump card without showing any weakness. The fireball in his hand was dark blue, surrounded by strange and weird flames, looking strange and beautiful. The 9 nether wind flame, although not as good as the void-devouring flame and the flame of living beings, is also a rare and precious strange fire. That's right, it is a top-ranked strange fire on the Dou Qi Continent. Chapter 279. Next. Following the movement Ji Yufei made. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Ji Yufei raised his hand, and a ray of light shone out from the palm of his hand. A short flame baby was floating quietly in Ji Yufei's palm. The baby's body seemed to be made of molten lava, and every inch of its skin shone with bright flames, as if it contained the power to destroy the world. This little man radiated a heart-stopping heat all over his body, making everyone present feel as if they were facing a miniature sun. Ying ying, ying ying. After Xiaoying appeared, his eyes were filled with disdain, and his pink eyes glanced contemptuously at the other 3 groups of strange fires in the sky. It's as if he is saying that this level of power is nothing in his eyes. This is the spirit of strange fire. Seeing Xiaoying's appearance, the expressions of several top alchemists in the entire square changed slightly. They took a breath, and a look of uncertainty flashed in their eyes. For a strong person at this level, the meaning of the spirit of strange fire is by no means simple. As a legendary existence, possessing the spirit of strange fire means being able to completely control the power of strange fire, turning decay into magic, and reaching the ultimate state of transcendence and sainthood. Moreover, this strange fire spirit is transformed from the pure lotus demon fire and has the ability to purify. Even if it is said to be a plug-in on Dou Qi Continent, it is not an exaggeration at all. Quote. No way, Master Ji Yufei actually possesses the legendary fire spirit. Cao Ying had a look of surprise on her face, and her bright eyes shone with a little envy. Not to mention Cao Ying, everyone present, including several top experts, were probably crying at this moment. This kind of treasure should belong to my soul clan. Hun Zuzi couldn't hold back at this moment. His face was as gloomy as water, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. This guy's mind is probably constantly thinking about how to take Xiaoying, the spirit of strange fire, away from Ji Yufei. I knew that when my husband takes action, everyone in the audience will be shocked. At the VIP table, the little medical fairy and Kair looked at each other and smiled. The two of them, as Ji Yufei's wives, at this moment, were also stained with a glimmer of brilliance because of Ji Yufei's dazzling appearance, and were envied by others. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiaoying obeyed Ji Yufei's instructions. I saw the short flame man slowly opening his arms, his body seemed to expand slightly, and he spit out a stream of flames. The flames hovered in the air for a moment, and in the blink of an eye they turned into a huge cauldron of fire that was more than 10 feet high. At this level, the ordinary alchemy cauldron can no longer meet the requirements. The fire cauldron formed by condensing different fires is the most suitable container. I can't believe it, is this really the legendary fire spirit? To be honest, this is the first time I have seen this legendary existence with my own eyes. Hey, people are more likely to die than others. If you compare goods, you have to throw them away. At this moment, the scene was also buzzing with discussions. The next moment, 4 cauldrons of strange fire towered over the square, like 4 blazing volcanoes. Old Shenong, Yao Wangui, and Hun Zuzi each used their own methods to put a large amount of medicinal materials into the fire cauldron. Whoosh whoosh, wisps of strange smoke quickly rose from the 4 fire cauldrons. The smoke swirled and intertwined in the air, eventually condensing into a bell-shaped smoke barrier. The whole space suddenly became foggy, as if in a dream. Although Hun Zuzi's reputation among alchemists is basically useless, but his skill in refining medicine is unquestionable. When he sneaked into the little alchemy pagoda to study, he showed amazing talent in refining medicine. Among his peers, there are very few people who can compare with him, or even surpass him. Snort. Yao Wanwo is not willing to be outdone. Various methods of refining medicine are displayed. In an instant, there was a scene of Hun Zuzi and Yao Wanwo competing on the field. At this moment, the old man Shenong is not lagging behind, he is no worse than Hun Zuzi. The handprints of the four people change like flowing clouds and flowing water, from simple to complex, advancing layer by layer. The people watching at this moment became even more cautious when breathing, for fear of missing any exciting part by accident. Master Ji Yufei can actually refine thousands of medicinal materials at one time. It seems that his soul power has already surpassed mine. As the genius of the medicine clan, Yao Ling felt a burst of emotion in his heart at this moment. There was a bit of helplessness in his tone. He is known as the alchemist of the medicine clan who is most promising to break through to the soul of the emperor. But only now did I realize. It was obvious that the gap between himself and Ji Yufei was too big, as if there was a chasm. Although the process of refining medicine may seem similar, a few minor deviations may cause the entire pot of medicinal materials to be burned down. And the refined medicine will be completely different because of these subtle deviations. The methods used by the four people at this moment really opened the eyes of the alchemists watching the battle. A pair of greedy eyes stared closely, for fear of missing any detail. This scene is rare in a century. The power of heaven and earth, listen to my orders. A loud shout came from the scene. I saw Hun Zuzi suddenly exerting force, his palm prints changing wildly, and every gesture contained the power of profound laws. He saw the energy of the surrounding world surge in like a tide, rushing towards the fire cauldron in his hand. Seeing this, Elder Shenong, Yao Wanwo, and Ji Yufei also began to exert their strength. The vast energy was all swallowed up by the fire cauldron transformed by Xiaoying. In front of Ji Yufei, a terrifying suction field was formed, absorbing the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. Even the power of heaven and earth is being plundered. What's going on? Does this medicine also need to devour the power of heaven and earth? Oh my god, this is really eye-opening. At this moment, everyone's face changed drastically. When they saw Ji Yufei, Yao Wangui, and Elder Shenong also began to use the same method, they exclaimed in surprise. For a time, four huge energy vortices formed above the entire square, and the energy between heaven and earth swirled and circulated in them. Such a spectacular scene can only be seen when refining the 9th grade Xuanden. I have heard that refining the 9th grade Xuanden requires devouring the power of heaven and earth. Now it seems that this is true. Someone in the audience exclaimed directly. Looking at Hun Zuzi's eyes narrowed slightly, he glanced at Ji Yufei inadvertently. This kid, at such a young age, wants to refine the 9th grade Xuanden. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he sneered secretly. But there was a hint of sourness in his words. Although Hun Zuzi had heard that Ji Yufei was extraordinary. But seeing this scene with his own eyes, he was still greatly shocked. He has always claimed to be a genius alchemist, and he knows what it means to refine the 9th grade Xuanden. But Ji Yufei has taken this step at such a young age. This kind of talent makes geniuses like Hun Zuzi feel like they have been hit hard. Chapter 280. Four huge energy tornadoes roared violently over the vast mountain of medicine. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged toward the four blazing fire cauldrons like a tide. Anyone who is familiar with the art of refining medicine knows that such earth-shattering scenes can only occur when refining the 9th grade Xuanden. The four of them are refining the 9th grade Xuanden. At the head of the VIP table, Yao Dan, the leader of the Yao clan, looked at the vision in the sky with a serious expression. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that these four people were competing, so they unanimously chose to challenge the limits of the medicine refining world. Although Yao Dan didn't know much about the strength of the other people, he knew his own clan elder, Yao Wanwo. With Wanwo's level, the probability of successfully refining a 9th grade Xuanden is no more than 20%. What's more, this refining process requires absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Although Yaoshan has countless natural resources and abundant spiritual energy, it may be stretched thin if it has to support 4 people refining elixirs at the same time. Even if you have the ability to refine it, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this radius is not enough to refine 4 ninth grade Xuanden. And, if you look at it this way, these people will have to compete with each other today. Nowadays, whoever can refine it is truly recognized as the #1 alchemist on this continent. I have never seen my husband refine the 9th grade Xuanden, but I am somewhat looking forward to it. The young medical fairy raised her eyebrows slightly, and a hint of excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes. After all, the little medical fairy is very interested in this art of refining medicine. But the next moment, he was a little worried about Ji Yufei. After all, the other 3 are all leaders in the field of medicine refining on this continent. With my husband's personality, I generally won't try anything that I'm not sure about easily. Kair seemed to see the little medical fairy's thoughts at this moment and said with a smile. Far above the horizon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged like a tidal wave, finally converging into 4 tornadoes. One end is connected to the fire cauldron, and the other end is desperately absorbing the rich spiritual energy and pouring it into the fire cauldron continuously. This kind of vision lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was frantically extracted, and the surrounding air became much thinner. Even some of the spiritual plants around the square gradually withered because their spiritual energy was forcibly sucked away. Sealed medicine garden. Upon seeing this, several elders of the medicine clan quickly set up barriers around the places where some precious medicinal materials grow to prevent them from withering. Almost all the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles radius was sucked out, and even some alchemists with low cultivation levels felt dizzy and their breath was disordered. The medicinal materials themselves are the gathering of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. It can be said to be the spiritual energy itself. As these people work desperately to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, these medicinal materials will naturally be affected. Many medicinal materials are beginning to wither now. If so many precious geniuses and earth treasures all wither and die, that medicine clan is in big trouble. But now that the main medicine garden is sealed, the spiritual energy of this world is getting thinner and thinner. It seems that the 9th grade mysterious pill is destined to be. It seems that this time, no one can succeed. Yao Wanwo smiled bitterly and shook his head. After all, the 9th grade Xuanden is so precious, even he can only be 20% sure about it. Hey, that's not necessarily the case. Just as Yao Wanwo was speaking, a strange smile appeared on Hun Zuzi's face. I saw this guy suddenly change his hand seals, and slap the fire cauldron with his palm. Suddenly 3 jet black pillars of fire burst out, covering the fire cauldrons of Ji Yufei, Yao Wanwo, and Old Shen Nong respectively. The battle situation suddenly became tense. The 4 of them went back and forth, secretly competing, trying their best to protect their own cauldrons and spiritual energy, while waiting for opportunities to attack other people's fire cauldrons. For a moment, flames shot into the sky, and the 4 colors of black, red, blue and gold were intertwined. The scene was spectacular and terrifying. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose, the ground began to melt, and heat waves rolled in. Huge coercion hung over the square, making it suffocating. Many alchemists with poor cultivation were shocked by this coercion and their faces turned pale and their legs became weak. This is a duel between top alchemists. They are truly worthy of being masters in the mysterious Dan realm. This momentum alone is enough to make ordinary alchemists feel ashamed. The crowd burst into exclamations from time to time, and many people were excited by this magnificent scene. Being able to see such a grand occasion is a worthwhile trip. And just when the battle was reaching a stalemate, a heart-stopping devouring force suddenly rose in the void. Then, one end of the black flame pillar turned into 3 wildly rotating black holes, emitting a heart-stopping devouring power. Ji Yufei, Old Shen Nong, and Wan Huo and Huo Ding worked hard to absorb the vast spiritual energy for several days, but it turned into a beam of light and was quickly sucked into the black hole. Hun Zuzi, how dare you? The expressions of Yao Wanwo and Old Shen Nong suddenly changed, becoming gloomy almost instantly. No one expected that Hun Zuzi would be so bold. He actually decided on himself. Finally a chance. The corners of Ji Yufei's mouth raised slightly. Ji Yufei just finished speaking. I saw Xiaoying opening her mouth at this moment. The pink-colored flames directly caught the jet black fire pillar cast by Hun Zuzi. At this moment, the expressions of Yao Wanwo and old Shenong changed. Although the two of them could barely resist Hun Zuzi's attack together. But in front of this weird fire spirit, he was completely powerless to fight back. But fortunately, this strange fire spirit didn't seem to be directed at the strange fire between them. So it wasn't affected too much. But just looking at this scene is quite scary. If the spirit of the strange fire had not just swallowed the black flame, I'm afraid Yao Wanwo and Elder Shenong's strange fire would have been swallowed. You dare to swallow even my black flame? Hunzuzi's face turned pale. Boy, you! Hunzuzi glared at Ji Yufei fiercely. In a blink of an eye, the black flame was completely swallowed into Xiaoying's stomach, leaving nothing behind. The whole process was extremely spectacular, and in an instant, the flames all around engulfed everything. Question mark, question mark, question mark. At this moment, the people of the Yao clan were dumbfounded. Damn it, what happened? Everyone present was so shocked by this scene that they were completely speechless. I don't know how long it took. Damn it. In the distance, Hunzuzi's face sank and he cursed. Seeing this scene, even Elder Shenong couldn't help but look shocked. Looking at Yao Wanwo again, he was also numb at this moment. Haha, interesting, I said Hunzuzi, it seems that cause and effect are true, and your retribution has come. Yao Wanwo, who had reacted, raised his mouth and sneered. And Hunzuzi almost cursed at this moment. I originally wanted to absorb spiritual energy from Ji Yufei, but I didn't expect that not only did I fail, but I also lost a part of the void-swallowing flame. This time it was a big loss. You know, Ji Yufei's pure lotus demon fire is a genuine spirit of strange fire. And it is the origin of fire. On the other hand, the void-swallowing flame in Hunzuzi's hand is just a wisp of fire after all. Who is stronger and who is weaker, there is no need to explain. I hope that this time, Xiaoying can get the devouring power of the void-swallowing flame. Looking at the black flame that was completely devoured by Xiaoying, Ji Yufei felt a little expectant. Chapter 281. Hunzuzi's face was ashen, his eyes were flashing with angry flames, but in the end there was nothing he could do. This wave is a loss after all. This guy gritted his teeth hard. Never mind. Hunzuzi cursed secretly, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Although Ji Yufei took away part of the void-swallowing Yanzi fire, he couldn't give up at this moment. Fortunately, most of the energy in the fire cauldron of those two old guys has been plundered by me. Hunzuzi looked around, his eyes sweeping over old Shenong and Yao Wanwo's fire cauldron, with a cold smile on his lips. At this rate, there's something to be said for it. Hunzuzi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Looking down at his fire cauldron, he saw a golden light flashing inside the cauldron, and the prototype of the elixir was already beginning to appear. With all this energy, it's enough. As he said this, Hunzuzi formed a seal with his hands and began to use his alchemy technique with all his strength. I saw the energy inside the fire cauldron surging, and a golden elixir prototype floating in it. The surrounding audience held their breath and stared intently at Hunzuzi's fire cauldron. Even some masters of alchemy could not help but be amazed at this moment. It seems that Hunzuzi is going to succeed. I didn't expect that he could actually refine the prototype of the 9th grade Xuanden in such a short period of time. This Hunzuzi's alchemy skills are truly well deserved. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. If Hunzuzi can really successfully refine the 9th grade Xuanden, then this guy will be the only person present to accomplish this feat. This also means that he will win the title of the best alchemist in the world. A hint of fanaticism flashed in Hunzuzi's eyes. This is the goal he has been working hard for throughout his life. Thinking about getting what you want, he couldn't help but get excited, and the movements of his hands became even faster. However, at this moment, Ji Yufei encountered trouble. Not enough. Ji Yufei frowned, feeling the thin energy of heaven and earth around him, and felt secretly anxious in his heart. He looked around and found that he could no longer absorb more energy from heaven and earth. Just when Ji Yufei was at his wit's end, his eyes suddenly fell on Hunzuzi's fire cauldron. In an instant, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Right. Ji Yufei's eyes lit up and a sly smile appeared on his lips. Xiaoying, it's up to you this time. Ji Yufei muttered silently to Xiaoying. The next moment, something unexpected happened to everyone. Xiaoying's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already on top of the black fire cauldron in front of Void Tunyan. The short flame baby has a flexible body and moves as fast as lightning. What? Hun Zuzi's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was filled with disbelief. I never expected that Ji Yufei would dare to make his own decision at this time. It's never over. Didn't you just swallow part of my strange fire? However, before Hun Zuzi could react, Xiaoying had quickly opened the top cover of the fire cauldron. A hint of cunning flashed in his lava-like eyes, and he immediately swallowed the young pill in it. Court death. Hun Zuzi was completely crazy. How much effort did this young Dan spend on him? Hun Zuzi's eyes were red, and the veins on his face popped out, like a crazy beast. This guy yelled and slapped Xiaoying with his palm. However, Xiaoying was extremely flexible and easily dodged Hun Zuzi's attack. The short figure drew a graceful arc in the air, and finally landed firmly on Ji Yufei's shoulders. This scene happened so fast that the surrounding audience didn't even react. When they realized what had happened, there was an uproar. Oh my god, Ji Yufei actually, he stole Hun Zuzi's elixir. A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd, completely unexpected that Ji Yufei would do something like this. But at the VIP table, the little medical fairy and Kair couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well done, Xiaoying. The little medical fairy clapped her hands and applauded. However, Hun Zuzi was not in such a good mood. His eyes were red, and his whole body exuded a violent aura, like a volcano about to erupt. Give me the Hinden, Hun Zuzi roared. The next moment, Hun Zuzi flashed and rushed directly towards Ji Yufei. Although Ji Yufei is not afraid of Hun Zuzi, but if a war breaks out at this time, it will undoubtedly affect the refining of the elixir. Just when he was preparing to deal with it, two figures suddenly stood in front of Ji Yufei. It is none other than the old man Shenong and Yao Wanwo. Hun Zuzi, you are too domineering. Old Shenong snorted coldly. It seems that I can't sit back and ignore it anymore. Yao Wanwo also said something. The two alchemy masters took action at the same time, and the color of the world changed in an instant. I saw old man Shenong offering the flame of living things, while Yao Wanwo activated the 9 nether wind flame. Two top-level exotic fires intertwined in the air, forming an indestructible flame barrier. Although Hun Zuzi's nihility swallowing flame fire is powerful, it cannot break through the two of them in a short time when faced with the combination of the two strange fires. 3 kinds of strange fires collided in the air, erupting with a deafening roar, and the entire square was shaking violently. In this earth-shattering showdown, Ji Yufei got a rare chance to breathe. With the help of old Shenong and Yao Wanwo, he was finally able to refine the medicine with peace of mind. However, it is not easy to fuse 2 different medicinal properties. Ji Yufei looked down at the fire cauldron, and saw the golden light and black gas interweaving in the cauldron, which obviously meant that the 2 medicinal properties were mutually repelling. If this goes on, the short flame baby jumped into the fire cauldron and began to exert its magical purification ability. Xiaoying's ability is really amazing. Under the effect of Xiaoying, the impurities in the Hun Zuzi Chuden were removed one by one, leaving only the pure energy. Ji Yufei focused on controlling this process, and fine beads of sweat gradually oozed out of his forehead. Fusion of 2 different medicinal properties is also a huge challenge for himself. However, even so, Ji Yufei still felt that the energy was a little insufficient. Ji Yufei frowned slightly, thinking secretly in his heart. Friend Ji Yufei, today I will make a good relationship, don't waste so much energy. At this moment, an old but powerful voice came. Ji Yufei looked up and saw that Shenong waved his hand, and a bright green light flew out of his fire cauldron and headed straight for Ji Yufei. The light contained a strong vitality, which was obviously the residual energy in Shenong's fire cauldron. Friend Ji Yufei, I will also contribute a little. Then, Yao Wanwo also learned from Shenong. As he spoke, another blue light flew towards Ji Yufei. The actions of the 2 alchemy masters undoubtedly surprised everyone present. You know, this is the precious energy for refining the 9th grade Xuanden. Just give it away so easily. However, thinking about it carefully, the actions of the 2 old men are not unreasonable. Helping Ji Yufei at this time is also an investment to some extent. After all, Ji Yufei has achieved such success at a young age, and his future is promising. If they can establish a good relationship, it will also be a good thing for them. Chapter 282. With the help of old Shenong and elder Wanwo of the Yao clan, Ji Yufei finally gathered enough energy. Ji Yufei didn't hesitate, took a deep breath, formed a seal with his hands, and the fire in the cauldron surged. Over the entire square, the energy fluctuations became more and more violent. Everyone held their breath and stared at Ji Yufei's fire cauldron. This scene is probably the first of its kind in the entire continent. The little medical fairy and Xun'er looked at this scene, feeling nervous and excited at the same time. The two of them naturally knew that this was a great opportunity for Ji Yufei. If you can successfully refine the 9th grade Xuanden, you will definitely become famous all over the world. That is the well-deserved #1 alchemist in the mainland. A good husband and a good person have their own destiny. The little medical fairy said softly. Yes, with the help of 2 seniors, I believe that my husband will succeed. Xun'er also nodded, with a smile on her lips. Ji Yufei, on his side, felt grateful in his heart when facing the gifts from those 2 people. Regardless of whether they have other selfish motives. The help just now really solved my urgent need. Ji Yufei naturally knows that in this continent, there is no free lunch. Thank you 2 seniors, Ji Yufei will keep it in mind. Ji Yufei shouted to the 2 of them. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yufei stopped delaying and quickly drove 2 pill balls into Xiaoying's body. Suddenly, 2 vast beams of light spurted out from the small mouth and shot straight into the fire cauldron. As this indescribable vast energy poured in, strange changes occurred inside the fire tripod. I saw a tiny point of light slowly emerging inside the cauldron, emitting a heart-stopping fluctuation. Boom! The moment that tiny spot of light appeared, the originally clear sky suddenly changed color. Dark clouds and black crows enveloped the entire land, as if the end was coming. Black thunder flew through the clouds, carrying destructive power. The low thunder sounded continuously, making people tremble with fear. Many people looked horrified, having never seen such a terrifying sight. And as the lid of the fire cauldron in front of Ji Yufei slowly opened, a medicinal fragrance that was so strong that it couldn't be dissolved instantly filled the air. The aroma was so strong that it seemed to be real, condensing into beads of different colors in the air. Densely packed beads fell from the sky, like a grand rain of pills. Such a miracle made all the alchemists present tremble. Many people even couldn't help but knelt on the ground and paid homage to this wonder of heaven and earth. The rain of pills falls, and the mysterious pills come out. After many years, I finally saw Xuanden come to the world again. Ji Yufei, it's a pity that he's not from my medicine clan. The Yaodan clan leader sighed sincerely, with a complicated light shining in his eyes. As the leader of the medicine clan, he is well informed and naturally knows what this Danyu means. That is a strange phenomenon in the world that will only appear when the 9th grade Xuanden is refined. Other alchemists have also heard of this rumor, and seeing it with their own eyes now, their faces were full of shock. They knew that this day would go down in history and become a good story in the pharmaceutical industry. Success! A delighted smile appeared on Ji Yufei's face, and his eyes shone with joy. As an alchemist, no one wants to be famous. At this moment, Ji Yufei successfully refined the 9th grade Xuanden under the spotlight, and Ji Yufei gained a huge amount of emotional value. Open black lens bracket ding, the medicinal pill produces emotions of appreciation, envy, jealousy, and melancholy, and the emotional value increases by 10 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding, old Shenong feels amazed and relieved, and his emotional value increases by 15 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding, Yao Wanwo produces emotions of shock and admiration, and the emotional value is increased by 12 close black lens bracket. The system's beeps kept ringing. Ji Yufei felt a huge amount of emotional value pouring into his body, and he was secretly happy. The harvest this time was unprecedentedly rich. However, the birth of Xuanden was not smooth sailing. As the red rain dissipated, thunder suddenly descended from the sky. Boom! A thick black thunderbolt fell from the sky and headed straight for the newly formed Xuanden. Unlike other elixirs, Zhan Dan's tribulation is not artificially intercepted, but must be allowed to pass through by itself. Only in this way can Zhan Dan truly possess its terrifying medicinal properties. Everyone held their breath and watched this scene nervously. Even Ji Yufei looked solemn. Although he had confidence in the mysterious elixir he had refined, no one dared to take it lightly in the face of the thunder and disaster of heaven and earth. Fortunately, the energy of this mysterious elixir is extremely abundant. The crystal clear elixir emits bright light, forming an invisible barrier to block all the violent thunder. Boom, boom, Boom! Thunderbolts continued to fall, but they were still unable to break through Zan Dan's defense. The whole process lasted for half an hour, and finally, the thunderstorm gradually dissipated. As the last thunderbolt dissipated, an astonishing medicinal aroma filled the sky. The rich aroma swirled and danced, and actually condensed into the shape of various herbs, spreading all over the sky, forming a strange picture. Call out, just when everyone was distracted by such a strange phenomenon in the sky. Suddenly, a ray of light and shadow suddenly flashed, and that ray of light and shadow was like lightning, quickly rushing away from the medicine mountain. Behind him, the rich red fragrance was as strong as substance, leaving a long trail in the air. That's the 9th grade Xuanden. It actually wants to escape. When the light and shadow appeared, the whole Yaoshan mountain was boiling instantly. Countless people stood up suddenly, looking at the light and shadow in the sky with fiery eyes, and greed surged in their eyes. Under the temptation of the 9th grade Xuanden, not many people can remain calm. Some alchemists with higher cultivation are even ready to make a move and want to snatch it. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded, and a huge pressure instantly enveloped the whole scene. Those who were ready to make a move suddenly woke up, and they broke out in cold sweats. They remembered that this was the thing of the young patriarch of the Jiyu clan. How many people in the world dared to snatch it? Just kidding. What's more, just talking about Ji Yufei's cultivation, who else dares to say that he can beat Ji Yufei except Yao Dan, the patriarch of the Yao clan? No one dared to fight for it. Ji Yufei flashed and grabbed the Xuanden. However, just when he was about to touch the Xuanden, something strange happened. The Xuanden suddenly shone brightly and turned into a naked beauty. The beauty had skin as white as snow and a beautiful face. She was looking at Ji Yufei pitifully with pleading eyes. What's wrong with this pill? Seeing this scene in the sky, Xiao Yixian and Kair were full of surprise. They had never seen such a strange scene before. The pill had just been born and could actually turn into a human form. Moreover, the human form of the pill also made them feel strange. A pill was actually seducing their husbands. This was simply too absurd. Chapter 283. 80.6%. In the sky, the naked figure fell steadily in front of Ji Yufei. With a delicate body, extremely delicate facial features, and a pair of beautiful eyes, Li Hua looked at Ji Yufei with some fear like rain. I didn't expect. This Zan Dan is actually a weak girl. Not to mention, I suddenly felt that she was quite pitiful. Oh, it's a pity. Such a spiritual creature will eventually be swallowed by humans. Her pitiful appearance has successfully aroused the protective desire of many people. The next moment, I saw that the originally delicate and pitiful figure suddenly changed her expression, as if she had been struck by lightning. Her whole body trembled, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, as if she was facing the judgment of death. The beautiful woman's figure suddenly retreated, trying to escape Ji Yufei's control. However, just as she started to escape, Ji Yufei was already prepared and blocked her way in a flash. Your life was created by me. Of course, I am also qualified to take it away. Ji Yufei's tone was cold, his eyes were like daggers, and he looked directly at the newly born intelligence in front of him. This thing, to put it bluntly, is a genius earth treasure refined by man. It's a thing, inhuman. After all, this 9th grade Xuanden was born against the laws of heaven. Without the help of the spiritual power between heaven and earth, it would have been impossible to be born in the world. Ji Yufei knew very well that if such an elixir with spiritual intelligence was allowed to grow, it would probably cause endless trouble in the future. A being with such a powerful spiritual intelligence just after birth, if left alone, there is no guarantee that it will not cause catastrophe. What's more, the purpose of refining the 9th grade Xuanden is to take it, not to create a new life. If we let it continue like this, wouldn't Lingzi become a living person? It is most appropriate to erase its intelligence before it has much memory. Seeing Ji Yufei's cold eyes, the beautiful woman became even more frightened. Her legs became weak and she could hardly stand still. But even so, she was still unwilling to die like this. A trace of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes, as if she was determined to fight to the death. However, she underestimated Ji Yufei's determination after all. Ji Yufei flicked his fingers, and a soul mark appeared out of thin air, sinking into the woman's eyebrows like lightning. In an instant, the woman's beautiful face was distorted, and the look in her eyes gradually faded away. The next moment, Her figure began to become transparent, as if she would disappear into the void at any time. After a moment, the beautiful figure completely disappeared, replaced by a pill the size of a dragon's eye, which was exuding dazzling brilliance, with mysterious lines flowing on its surface, and exuding a refreshing fragrance. The whole process went smoothly without any sloppiness. Everyone in the audience was stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. It wasn't until Ji Yufei reached out to put away the elixir that everyone woke up from a dream. Realize that this thrilling show has come to an end. Little friend Ji Yufei, you are truly a wizard in refining medicine. The Zandan you refined today is truly world famous, and no one can match it. Old Shenong said it sincerely. As a leading figure in the world of medicine refining, his words naturally represent the highest praise in the pharmaceutical industry. This praise undoubtedly indicates that Ji Yufei will irreversibly become the first person in the world to refine medicine. Senior has given you too much praise. Ji Yufei smiled lightly, bowed to the old man Shenong, and responded humbly. Young Master Ji Yufei is so humble, which really makes me ashamed. Today's battle has opened my eyes and benefited me a lot. Yao Wangwo also praised him repeatedly, with a look of sincere admiration on his face. Yes, after this battle, the world of medicine refining will usher in a new era, and little friend Ji Yufei is the real pioneer of this era. The Yaodan clan leader actually also said something. It's really overrated. Of course the three of them have contributed to this. Haha, thank you so much for the gifts. Ji Yufei also smiled and thanked him. Originally, the title of the best alchemist in the world should belong to me. Only Hun Zuzi's face was gloomy, his eyes full of unwillingness and jealousy. The title that I originally aspired to win has now become someone else's honor. This feeling is really uncomfortable. At this moment, Hun Zuzi was probably in a state of unspeakable suffering. In my mind, I estimate that 10,000 horses are galloping. However, facing Ji Yufei's tyrannical strength, this guy didn't dare to act rashly. This person is so outstanding that I, Xiaoyan Chongqi, will never be able to match him in my lifetime. Xiaoyan was among the crowd, but he was not qualified to play. Just now, the wonderful alchemy performances in the sky were enough to prove that Ji Yufei's current knowledge of alchemy has reached its peak. As for Xiaoyan, although he studied under Yaochen and obtained the true inheritance of Yaochen, at this time, he could only refine an 8th grade low-level elixir at most. Husband, congratulations, I knew you could definitely do it. The little medical fairy and Kair couldn't hold back for a long time. They rushed forward and hugged Ji Yufei's arm tightly, their eyes full of admiration and pride. As Ji Yufei's wife, they know better than anyone else what this title means to Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei gently stroked the hair of his two wives, with a doting smile on his lips. With them by your side, no matter how many achievements you achieve, it is the icing on the cake. Let's go, let's take you to the Shenong Mountains and relax. Ji Yufei changed the subject and invited everyone to visit the Shenong Mountains. He didn't plan to stay in the medicine world for long, as this was the territory of the medicine clan after all. Even though he was the most popular person at the moment, it was inevitable that he would attract some covetousness and trouble. After bidding farewell to the chief of the medicine clan and others, Ji Yufei took Xianxia and the others out of the medicine world and headed straight for the Shenong Mountains. The Shenong Mountains are located at the southern end of Zhongzhou, with steep terrain and dense vegetation. But because there are poisonous insects and beasts all year round, it is difficult for ordinary people to get involved. However, these dangerous environments are not worth mentioning for a strong man of Ji Yufei's level. The scenery along the way is beautiful, with towering ancient trees and spiritual energy. Ji Yufei, walking slowly with a few women, enjoying the beautiful scenery and talking happily. Suddenly, Ji Yufei stopped and looked at Xiao Ying beside him with a serious expression. The others also stopped. At this moment, on Xiao Ying's forehead, the pink fire lotus mark that originally symbolized the pure lotus demon fire actually showed some strange black lines. The lines were winding like vines, complementing the fire lotus mark, revealing an indescribable sense of evil. What's going on? Xiao Yixian discovered Xiao Ying's abnormality, her beautiful eyes widened, and her face was incredible. Ji Yufei did not answer immediately, but stared at Xiao Ying intently, with a hint of joy in his eyes. After a while, Ji Yufei let out a long sigh and a bright smile bloomed on his face. Xiao Ying, you succeeded. It seems that the wisp of fire from the void-swallowing flame has been absorbed and refined by you. Chapter 284. Ying Ying. A childish and sharp cry suddenly sounded, breaking the tranquility of the Shenong Mountains. Xiaoying's lava-like eyes shone with excitement, as if she had discovered something new and strange. I saw it stretching out its small and exquisite palms and gently grabbing the void in front of it. In an instant, the energy between heaven and earth seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force and converged crazily towards Xiaoying's palm. At first, it was just a faint thread of energy, but it soon gathered into a huge vortex visible to the naked eye. The vortex rotated faster and faster, and its diameter continued to expand, eventually covering an area of several hundred feet in radius. The surrounding trees swayed violently under this powerful suction force, and their branches and leaves flew flying. Some young trees were even uprooted and involved in the terrifying whirlpool. Ji Yufei and others stood in the distance, watching this scene in surprise. Even with their cultivation level, they couldn't help but be shocked by the terrifying suction power displayed by Xiaoying. In just a few moments, the huge energy vortex condensed into a group of colorful energy crystals. The surface of the crystal block shone brightly, as if it contained endless energy. Xiaoying swallowed the energy crystal block in one gulp without hesitation. As Xiaoying swallowed, Ji Yufei clearly felt that streams of pure energy were pouring into his body. This feeling was like someone was constantly injecting energy into his body, which made him feel extremely comfortable. Xiaoying, well done, Ji Yufei couldn't help but praise. The little medical fairy and Xun'er looked at each other, their beautiful eyes shining with surprise. Is this the devouring power of the legendary void-swallowing flame? The little medical fairy couldn't help but ask, with a tremor in her voice. That's right, Xiaoying not only successfully digested the wisp of void-devouring flame Zaihuo, but also perfectly inherited its terrifying devouring power. Ji Yufei nodded in confirmation, his eyes shining with excitement. This is such a great opportunity, Xun'er exclaimed, her beautiful eyes full of envy. As a 9-color sky-devouring python, she knows better than anyone else the terrifying power of swallowing. If he could perfectly control this power, it would undoubtedly bring Xiaoying's strength to a higher level. But, if this devouring power falls into the hands of others, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. Ji Yufei changed the subject and frowned slightly. How to say? The little medical fairy asked curiously. Although this power is powerful, it is also extremely dangerous. If an ordinary person masters this kind of power, it is likely to be counterattacked. Not only will his own fighting spirit be swallowed up, but even his life force will be eaten away. Ji Yufei explained. Moreover, the energy absorbed through the power of devouring is extremely complex and cannot be directly absorbed and utilized by the human body. Hearing Ji Yufei's explanation, the little medical fairy and Xun'er couldn't help but take a breath. Only then did they realize that behind this seemingly powerful power, there was such a terrible hidden danger. But, Xiaoying is different, it is born with the ability to purify strange fires and can solve this problem perfectly. Ji Yufei changed the topic and a smile appeared on his lips. As soon as these words came out, both the little medical fairy and Xun'er showed expressions of sudden realization. In that case, shouldn't we go back? After all, you still have a 9th grade mysterious pill waiting to be taken. Xun'er suggested. That's right, I have visited all the places I should visit, and I have seen the entire scenery of the Shenong Mountains. It seems it's time to do what needs to be done. Ji Yufei nodded. Soon they returned to the ancient world. Now, Ji Yufei is about to take the 9th grade Xuanden. This elixir is different from ordinary elixirs. As a master of alchemy, he is well aware of the terrifying power of the 9th grade Xuanden. If he takes it rashly, even a strong man of his level may run the risk of being burst. Therefore, Ji Yufei spent a lot of time and carefully prepared dozens of potions to reconcile the violent medicinal properties of Xuanden. Finally, after 10 days of careful preparation, Ji Yufei felt that the time was ripe. Ji Yufei also came directly to the secret room and saw that the secret room was surrounded by all kinds of strange runes. I saw these runes shining with mysterious light, forming a powerful barrier in an instant. This barrier seems to be able to isolate all interference from the outside world. That's right, absolutely no one can be disturbed at this moment. The little Dr. Fairy and Xun'er stood outside the secret room, looking nervously at the door of the secret room. Don't worry, with Xiaoying here, and the medicine carefully prepared by my husband, there shouldn't be any problem. Xun'er on the side comforted her. At this moment, Ji Yufei took a deep breath and put the crystal-clear 9th-grade Xuandan into his mouth. In an instant, an indescribable terrifying energy exploded in Ji Yufei's body. The energy was like a huge wave, raging and roaring inside his body, as if it was going to tear his body apart. Ji Yufei's expression suddenly changed and his body began to tremble violently. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he did not expect that the power of the 9th-grade Zondan would be so terrifying. At this moment, Xiaoying's petite figure suddenly appeared next to Ji Yufei. It formed seals with its hands, and mysterious runes flew out of its body, shrouding Ji Yufei inside. With Xiaoying's help, the violent energy gradually calmed down. Ji Yufei only felt that waves of gentle and pure energy were pouring into his limbs and bones, nourishing every inch of his flesh and blood. Time passed by minute by second, and Ji Yufei's aura continued to rise. From the late 6-star stage, it soared all the way to the early 7-star stage and the mid-stage 7-star stage. The whole process lasted 10 full days. When Ji Yufei opened his eyes, a terrifying pressure instantly erupted from his body. The pressure was so strong that people in the entire ancient world could clearly feel it. Is this true? This is the aura of the 7-star fighting saint. Oh my god, the young patriarch has actually broken through to the 7-star fighting saint realm. It's incredible. The talent of the young patriarch is simply unbelievable. In the ancient world, countless strong men felt this aura and exclaimed in surprise. The eyes of everyone in the ancient clan widened, with expressions of disbelief written all over their faces. You know, the 7-star fighting saint is an extremely terrifying realm. Even if we look at the entire ancient clan, there are only a few people who can reach this level. Ji Yufei, on the other hand, has reached this level at a young age. His talent is simply breathtaking. 7-star fighting saint. Nowadays, the only people in the clan who can surpass the young clan leader are the clan leader and the Black Annihilation King. Elder Ji Yushang murmured to himself, with tears of excitement flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, the other elders also nodded. Good. My ancient clan has such a peerless genius, I believe that the entire continent will witness the glory of our ancient clan in the future. At this moment, the elders of the ancient tribe were all excited. Chapter 285. I understand your expectations of Ji Yufei. Just don't be too happy too soon. At this moment, Ji Yulai spoke again. Elder Ji Yulai, where did you get that from? Many elders looked at Ji Yulai with a question mark on their faces. After all, Ji Yufei is the hope of the entire Ji Yu clan. Now that Ji Yufei's strength has broken through, this is a great thing. How can they not be happy? As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, a person who is superior to others will be criticized by the crowd. We old guys all know this truth. Ji Yulai frowned. That's right, Ji Yufei is really too good. At this age, he has such a cultivation level. If he grows up a few years later, I'm afraid that if he stamps his feet, the whole continent will tremble. Now there is no doubt that the forces of the entire continent are paying attention to Ji Yufei. At this time, I wonder who else is secretly planning something bad. On this continent, the sects and ancient races are all polite on the surface. But since ancient times, who doesn't understand that this continent has always been based on strength? Competition is everywhere. Everyone is worried that one side will be unprecedentedly powerful and surpass everyone. How can Ji Yufei not be targeted now? We should be more cautious indeed. The ancient clan can't lose Ji Yufei. Outside Ji Yufei's retreat, Wuxia and Xianxia stared at the closed stone door with wide eyes and looked at it with admiration. The terrifying aura that just came out from inside made it almost impossible for them to stand still. The pressure alone made the entire ancient clan tremble. Daddy is so strong. I want to be as powerful as Daddy when I grow up. Xianxia clenched his fists, with a firm light in his eyes. Yes, I will also become as powerful as Daddy with my sister. Wuxia nodded vigorously, and his slightly immature face was full of yearning. Being the disciple of Master is the luckiest thing in my life. Ling Shi, who was standing by, watched this scene silently, with a smile on her lips. Now Ji Yufei is a recognized genius in the whole continent, and his cultivation has reached such a level. Master is so awesome. As a disciple, I feel confident. But, from now on, I have to do my best to practice hard and live up to Master's cultivation. I have to be worthy of the words, disciple of Ji Yufei. The pressure is huge. In the secret room, Ji Yufei sat cross-legged, with a layer of light golden halo around his body. With every breath, surging Dou Qi would overflow from his pores, forming small cyclones around his body. Mid-stage 7-star Dou Sheng. Ji Yufei muttered to himself, with a slight smile on his lips. He could clearly feel the changes in the Dou Qi in his body, and the power was several times stronger than before. Just one 9th grade Zan Dan could allow him to directly jump from a 6-star Dou Sheng to the middle stage of a 7-star Dou Sheng. This effect was really shocking. But unfortunately, at this level, the body is already quite sensitive to the power of the pill. Even if I swallow the 9th grade Zan Dan again in the future, I may not be able to achieve this effect, unless I take a higher level 9th grade Jin Dan. However, with this came a hint of regret. Thinking of this, Ji Yufei couldn't help but clench his fist. If the 9th grade Zan Dan can still play the same role as before, he would be willing to refine a few more. After all, relying on this kind of pill to break through is many times faster than conventional cultivation. And if I were to rely solely on the accumulation of cultivation, it would take at least several years to make progress at this level. It seems that if I want to go further, I have to find a way to refine a higher level 9th grade Jin Dan. Ji Yufei sighed lightly. But now, where would there be such an opportunity to practice the higher level 9th grade Xuandan? Even the 9th grade Xuandan that I just took is rare in this continent for 100 years. Forget it, now is not the time to think about these things. At the same time, somewhere above the ancient Saint Mountains, a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. Ziyan looked up and looked at the magnificent palace of the ancient clan below, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. This powerful aura, could it be? Brother Ji Yufei, what kind of monster are you? Ziyan couldn't help but exclaimed. I still remember clearly that not long ago, when Ji Yufei left Dragon Island, his cultivation level was only the early stage of the 6-star Dou Sheng, just like me. But now, after a short period of time, the other party's aura is different from the past, and there is a faint pressure of the 7-star Dou Sheng. When I thought of this, Ziyan could no longer suppress her curiosity. In an instant, Ziyan appeared above the ancient Saint Mountains. Now Ziyan can enter and leave Ji Yufei's clan at will. It is necessary to confirm. The next moment, Ziyan's figure appeared beside Xianxia and Xun'er and others. Ziyan, how come you have time to come here? Xianxia stepped forward and took Ziyan's hand, and asked in a gentle voice. I have almost dealt with the affairs of the clan recently, so I thought of coming to see you. Ziyan stuck out her tongue and blinked playfully. Then, Ziyan's eyes fell on the cheering Chanel. Auntie. Chanel excitedly threw herself into Ziyan's arms, rubbing her little face against her body, very intimate. At this moment, the stone door not far away slowly opened. Accompanied by bursts of violent airflow, a slender and upright figure walked out steadily. It was Ji Yufei who had just broken through the 7-star Dou Sheng realm. Seeing Ziyan coming, he raised a gentle smile. In fact, he had sensed the girl's aura during his retreat, but he had not had time to come out to greet her. Everyone was talking to each other, and the atmosphere was warm and lively. And on a verdant mountain not far away, in a simple and elegant bamboo building, Xun'er was leaning against the window, looking at the distant sky. Feeling that Ji Yufei had broken through the 7-star Dou Sheng realm. At this moment, Xun'er's eyes flashed with a trace of relief, and a faint smile rose at the corner of her mouth. Brother Ji Yufei, congratulations, this is another step closer to the road to immortality. Xun'er murmured to herself, with a bit of emotion in her tone. She looked down at the jade bottle in her hand, which contained the healing pill that Ji Yufei had given her before. Thinking of this, Xun'er gently stroked the jade bottle, and her eyes became softer. She knew that maybe from now on, she and Ji Yufei would never be together again, but she would never forget this friendship and this concern. And the young man had now reached a height in cultivation that she could not reach. Xun'er was sincerely happy for Ji Yufei and wished him well from the bottom of her heart. But at the same time, a hint of bitterness rose from the bottom of her heart. The next moment, Xun'er sighed lightly and carefully put away the jade bottle. How could she bear to take the elixir in the jade bottle? The past scenes appeared before her eyes, and the laughter and joy of her youth seemed to still echo in her ears. However, everything has become a thing of the past and it is difficult to trace it back. Xun'er closed her eyes and tried to suppress those thoughts. Chapter 286. Now, Everyone in the ancient clan was overjoyed at Ji Yufei's breakthrough. In just a few short months, this young patriarch has jumped directly from the 6-star Dou Sage to the 7-star Dou Sage. With such an astonishing cultivation speed, even if one looks at the entire Dou Qi continent, it would be difficult to find an opponent. But it was Ji Yufei's performance at this pharmacopoeia conference that attracted the most attention from many elders of the ancient clan. The astonishing refinement of the 9th grade Xuanden not only made Ji Yufei the #1 person in the world of medicine refining, but also pushed the prestige of the ancient clan to its peak again. From now on, I am afraid no one will dare to underestimate the strength of the ancient clan. Nowadays, Ji Yufei is almost the leader in the clan. Even the clan leader, Ji Yuan, had to carefully consider Ji Yufei's opinions when discussing clan affairs. Especially when it comes to matters concerning the Soul Clan, Ji Yufei has a very high say. As for the Soul Clan, the elders of the ancient clan are very concerned about it recently. All of this stems from the shocking secret revealed by Ji Yufei at the Pharmacopoeia conference. The Soul Clan actually hides top-notch exotic fires such as the Void-Swallowing Flame. As we all know, the Void-Swallowing Flame is a well-known presence on the alien fire list. This kind of strange fire not only has extremely high temperatures, but also has terrifying devouring power, capable of devouring almost all energy in the world. At the Pharmacopoeia conference, the Nihility-Swallowing Yanzi fire displayed by Hun Zuzi was so powerful that even many of the powerful fighting saints present were frightened by it. Just a ray of fire is like that. If it were the original fire of the Void-Swallowing Flame, how powerful would it be? What is even more unsettling is that the Soul Clan seems to have been deliberately hiding the trump card of the Void-Swallowing Flame. In the past years, no one has ever seen the Soul Clan use such a powerful strange fire. This can be considered a big threat to the entire continent. In order to prevent problems before they happen, the ancient clan naturally pays attention to every move of the Soul Clan. This naturally caused strong dissatisfaction among the Soul Clan. But the Soul Clan guys can only gnash their teeth secretly, but there is nothing they can do. After all, with Ji Yufei's current strength and the huge mountain of the ancient clan behind him, even the leader of the Soul Clan might not dare to provoke him easily. In a valley somewhere in the ancient sacred mountains, Ji Yufei was sitting cross-legged with a solemn expression. Since the last time he took the 9-ranked Zon Dan and successfully promoted to the 7-star fighting saint, he has been thinking about how to further improve his combat power. Although his current cultivation level is no longer what it used to be, Ji Yufei knows that there will always be stronger beings in this world. In the land of Dou Qi Continent, there are countless powerful people hidden. You may not be able to stand out from the crowd just by relying on your cultivation. Therefore, Ji Yufei set his sights on the training of fighting skills. As we all know, fighting skills are the special skills of practitioners. An excellent fighting skill can often have a miraculous effect of moving 1,000 pounds. Although Ji Yufei's current fighting skills are already at their peak, there is still room for improvement. Especially those fighting skills that rely on strange fire are even more promising. Thinking of this, Ji Yufei stretched out his right hand, and in the palm of his hand, 2 different fires, Qinglian's Earth Heart Fire and Sea Heart Flame, complemented each other, exuding a breathtaking aura. Under the background of these 2 kinds of strange fire, Ji Yufei's eyes became brighter and brighter. Buddha's Angry Fire Lotus. Ji Yufei slowly spit out a word. That's right, this Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus is a fighting skill that is based on different fires and can be produced by the perfect fusion of 2 or even several different fires. Once mastered, its power is powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. As the number of types of different fires incorporated into it increases, the power of the Buddha's Angry Fire Lotus will increase exponentially. If one can gather 10 kinds of strange fires, they can even compete with heaven-level advanced fighting skills. Such powerful fighting skills are undoubtedly a huge temptation for Ji Yufei now. Just let me try it. Ji Yufei's eyes flashed and he quickly started to use his skills. Red flames emerged in Ji Yufei's palm, gradually enveloping 2 groups of strange fires. As the alien fire becomes more and more intense, the blending of the 2 becomes more intensive. In the blink of an eye, 2 balls of strange fire were slowly spinning in his hands. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, flames suddenly burst into the sky. The raging flames swept around like a tide, turning everything in its path into ashes. Ji Yufei frowned and closed his eyes slightly. After a long time, When the terrifying energy fluctuations gradually subsided, Ji Yufei slowly opened his eyes. This power is no joke, directly triggering a nuclear-like explosion. The ancient sacred mountains seemed to tremble with the explosion. Fortunately, Ji Yufei arranged the seal in advance. It didn't cause much damage. Success. A smile appeared on Ji Yufei's lips. Unexpectedly, on the first try, he successfully merged the two different fires and refined this unique fire lotus. It's not perfect yet, but it's a good start. However, just the fusion of two different fires is obviously not enough. However, we have to try 3 kinds of strange fires, which may be more powerful than the previous ones. If this continues, even if there is a seal, this place may not be able to withstand such a crisis. The corner of Ji Yufei's mouth raised, and he flew towards an empty place in the ancient Saint Mountain range. Come on, 3 different fires. Ji Yufei closed his eyes again and held the blue fire lotus he had refined previously in his palm. On the other hand, golden red and blue strange fires complement each other. 3 kinds of strange fires slowly rotated. Blue, golden red, dark blue, 3 completely different flames swirled in the void, gradually intertwining. A more terrifying aura was brewing in the flames, with a faint tendency to violently burst out. Ji Yufei's expression was solemn, and veins on his palms and forehead bulged. Dou Qi rushed through his body like a river bursting its banks, rolling through. Boom! Another loud noise. This time, it was indeed more powerful. The energy that burst out could no longer be described in words. Horror! Horror like this. The entire ancient Saint Mountain range was suddenly filled with mushroom clouds. Well, not bad. Ji Yufei nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that he had a clue, Ji Yufei's confidence increased greatly. He took a deep breath and made another move. This time, there were as many as 4 kinds of strange fires involved in the fusion. The Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame, the 9 Nether Wind Flame, the Sea Heart Flame, and the Pure Lotus Demon Fire Origin, the 4 top strange fires gathered together, which was truly a grand occasion that shocked the ancient times. With a series of spells, the 4 groups of strange fire gradually merged into one. Golden red, dark blue, cyan and pink intertwined, and finally condensed into a 4-color fire lotus. The fire lotus was full of light and exuded a heart-pounding breath. Boom! With waves of waves sweeping across the entire mountain range. At this moment, Ji Yufei was even shocked and his arms were slightly numb. What kind of fighting skill was that just now that could have such a terrifying destructive power? Following the sound, I saw an old man with an old face appearing at the edge of the cliff at some point, looking at everything in front of him with a look of shock. Chapter 287. Now, Ji Yufei stood on the edge of the huge pit filled with smoke and dust, staring at the mess in front of him with burning eyes. At this moment, within a few miles, there was no grass growing, and the earth was cracked, as if it had been punished by heaven. Such a spectacular sight is rare in the entire continent. For those who don't know, I thought some hellish natural disaster just happened here. Ji Yufei closed his eyes slightly, feeling the surging power in his body. The blow just now was far beyond his expectation. Even I didn't expect that this wave of impact would be so powerful. System, view the properties panel. The corners of Ji Yufei's mouth rose. He thought silently in his heart. The next moment, an illusory light curtain unfolded in front of his eyes. Open black lens bracket Buddha's angry fire lotus, intermediate level of heavenly level. When used, it combines 4 different types of fire, with the power to destroy the heaven and the earth. Closed black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evaluation. Startup stage, unlimited potential close black lens bracket. If you fuse 4 strange fires at the beginning, the power will reach the intermediate level of heaven. If you fuse 8, 10, or even more strange fires, the power of this fighting skill will probably directly surpass the late level of heaven. Ji Yufei's eyes flashed, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. What concept? At this rate, it probably won't take long. The next moment, Ji Yufei took a deep breath, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Although he now has enough emotional points to directly upgrade the level of this fighting skill, he does not intend to do so. Ji Yufei believed that with his own abilities, he could develop this fighting skill to that level, or even higher. Looks like I have to keep trying. Ji Yufei gave a low drink and started trying again. This time, Ji Yufei planned to directly fuse the 5 kinds of strange fires. I saw his hands forming seals, and 5 different colors of strange fire slowly condensed in his palms. Golden red, deep blue, cyan, pink, plus a touch of deep black, 5 kinds of strange fires intertwined and circled, gradually blending into one. Boom! A colorful fire lotus bloomed in Ji Yufei's palm, exuding a terrifying pressure. The aura was so strong that the surrounding space began to distort. Ji Yufei looked solemn and concentrated on controlling the fire lotus. As the number of fused alien fires increases, the difficulty of control also increases exponentially. However, this did not stop Ji Yufei from moving forward. He gritted his teeth and continued to try to fuse the 6th alien fire. The moment the 6-color fire lotus took shape, the whole world seemed to tremble. The terrifying pressure even alarmed the ancient warriors who were dozens of miles away. That's right, it's not the power of the explosion, but just the coercion, which makes people feel like they can't breathe between heaven and earth. Needless to say, there was an explosion. It was so terrifying that several peaks disappeared. Not enough. Ji Yufei's eyes were red and veins popped out on his forehead. He knew he could go further. The moment the 7th kind of strange fire joined, Ji Yufei felt that the fighting energy in his body was like a flood bursting from a dam, rushing towards the colorful fire lotus. Give it to me! Ji Yufei roared angrily and tried his best to control this violent force. However, this force was too terrifying, and even with his current cultivation level, it was difficult to fully control it. Boom! After a loud noise that shook the earth, the colorful fire lotus exploded. The terrifying energy swept across like a tsunami, instantly raising dozens of miles around to the ground. Ji Yufei was hit by this huge force and retreated repeatedly, leaving deep footprints on the ground with every step he took. It wasn't until he retreated several hundred feet that he could barely stabilize his body. This fluctuation could not subside for a long time, and the strong wind caused by it rolled up gravel, and trees more than 10 miles away were uprooted in an instant. Looking back, Ji Yufei was stunned at this moment. The scene at this moment is like purgatory. This sea of fire may not be extinguished in a few days. Call. Ji Yufei breathed a long sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Looking back at this moment, I saw that a huge crater with a diameter of several miles had been blown out of the place. A sea of fire rolled in the pit, and raging flames shot up into the sky, as if they were going to set the entire sky on fire. A heat wave swept through the entire place. This power! Ji Yufei murmured to himself, his eyes full of shock. Even he didn't expect this fighting skill to be so terrifying. At this moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air on the other side of the mountain range. What the hell is going on here? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a dignified face. It was none other than Ji Yuan, the patriarch of the ancient clan. I saw an old-looking elder beside Ji Yuan, it was Ji Yulai. Even though Ji Yufei was far away, he could naturally feel that the 2 men were paying attention to him at the moment. It seemed that these 2 people were still alarmed. The corners of Ji Yufei's mouth raised slightly. It seems that Ji Yufei is creating a new fighting skill. Ji Yulai spoke slowly at this moment. He just watched the whole process from the sidelines. Even Ji Yulai thought this process was rare in a century. New fighting skills, the aura just now scared even me. Tell me, what kind of fighting skill is this? Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows and stared at Ji Yulai with burning eyes. Ji Yulai also directly explained the origin and cultivation process of Ji Yufei's use of Buddha's angry fire lotus. After listening to Ji Yulai's story, Ji Yuan exclaimed, "What a boy! The original fighting skills have such power. If they are perfected, I am afraid that even the 9-star fighting saint will be threatened." Ji Yuan couldn't help but admired. This is true. After all, just looking at this messy volcano, the deep pit that cannot be extinguished for a long time. Everyone knows it, this move is no joke. Yes, if this fighting skill is practiced to the extreme, it may be comparable to the emperor-level fighting skill. Ji Yulai on the side also nodded repeatedly. Maybe it was because he was too amazed, but this sentence really praised Ji Yufei to the sky. My ancient tribe should be greatly prospered. Ji Yuan suddenly spoke, with a happy smile on his face. With Ji Yufei's current combat power, in the entire ancient world, apart from Ji Yuan, Ji Yufei is probably the most powerful. It's time for great excitement. Ji Yulai also smiled, but then sighed, it's just that now the imperial road is cut off. Hearing this, the smile on Ji Yuan's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a touch of melancholy. His talent is not bad either. If he had been in ancient times, he would have had the hope of becoming an emperor. But now, the imperial road is cut off, everything has become a luxury. Unless, go to the Tuosh ancient emperor's cave. If Ji Yufei breaks through to the 9-star fighting saint, our ancient clan might be able to gather all the emperor jade together. After a moment, Ji Yuan suddenly spoke, with a flash of light in his eyes. Clan leader, are you serious? As soon as these words came out, Ji Yulai was shocked and looked at Ji Yuan in disbelief. During these years when Ji Yuan was the clan leader, he sought stability in everything for the stable development of the clan. Ever since the failure of the Shao clan, Ji Yuan has been pursuing a strategy of steady development, striving for stability in everything for fear of making any mistakes. 4 words, as steady as an old dog. Ji Yuan did not answer, but looked sternly in the direction of Ji Yufei in the distance. Chapter 288. At this moment, Ji Yufei stood proudly on the edge of the huge deep pit, his eyes swept across the messy land in front of him, and a sense of lofty ambition rose in his heart. Within a radius of several miles, no grass grew, and the earth cracked, as if the end of the world had come. The rolling heat waves swept in, and the flames jumped and surged in the deep pit, as if they were going to burn the entire sky to ashes. At this moment, Ji Yufei was above the deep pit, admiring his masterpiece. With the terrifying fighting skill of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, only those 9-star fighting saints in the world can defeat me. Ji Yufei whispered to himself, with a confident light flashing in his eyes. On this continent, now he has officially entered the ranks of the best. This also solved a small knot for Ji Yufei. After all, Ji Yufei had wanted to try the Buddha's Wrath Lotus for a long time. This time, Ji Yufei had never expected that he would be able to complete the creation of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus fighting skill so smoothly. Ying. At this moment, a childish cry suddenly sounded. Ji Yufei looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Xiaoying's petite figure appear on his shoulder at some point. I saw Xiaoying's lava-like eyes flashing with excitement. It seemed that she was also quite yearning for the earth-shaking scene just now. The next moment, Xiaoying flew in front of Ji Yufei and raised her little hand, and the flame in her palm instantly condensed. In Ji Yufei's surprised eyes, a fire lotus took shape in her palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fire lotus was colorful and exuded a terrifying pressure that made people's heart palpitate. It was exactly the same as the Buddha's Wrath Lotus that Ji Yufei had just used. Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Ji Yufei laughed out loud, his eyes full of joy. This Buddha's Wrath Lotus is a move created by Ji Yufei, and no one can use it except him. Even in the entire continent, I am afraid there is no one else who can perform it. However, at this moment, Xiaoying condensed it easily, and the speed was several times faster than Ji Yufei's own performance. This is a great thing. Ying. Xiaoying's young face showed a proud look, as if seeking Ji Yufei's praise. Not bad, little guy. Ji Yufei was stunned at first, and then laughed. The next moment, Ji Yufei reached out and gently touched Xiaoying's little head, his eyes full of doting. Xiaoying was immediately excited, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in her lava-like eyes. Ying. Xiaoying called again, and her young voice was full of excitement. This little guy seemed to be acting cute with me. I saw it wave its little hand, and a half-foot-sized, pink, and even a little bit beautiful fire lotus appeared out of thin air. This was Ji Yufei's strongest move. The fire lotus that blended 7 kinds of fire was enough to threaten the existence of the 8-star Dou Sheng. In an instant, a pressure once again covered the area within a radius of 10 miles. Xiaoying, this place can't stand another fire lotus. Ji Yufei said with a smile. In an instant, the fire lotus in Xiaoying's little hand gradually dissipated. Ji Yufei took a breath and was almost speechless because of the shock of the scene just now. This is a trick that he spent a lot of effort to create, and even he needs a long time to perform it. However, Xiaoying condensed it with his hands. This ability to control fire has far exceeded Ji Yufei's imagination. Ying. Xiaoying seemed very happy at this moment. Haha, this little guy seems to be showing off to me. Good guy, you always surprise me. Ji Yufei couldn't help but admire, with a flash of excitement in his eyes. With Xiaoying as his right-hand man, he no longer needs other people to help him restrain the enemy in the future. Because, as long as he has a thought, this little thing can condense the fire lotus at the fastest speed. After all, in terms of controlling the flame, Xiaoying, the spirit of the strange fire, is much stronger than him. Originally, Ji Yufei was still worried that it would take some time to condense the fire lotus. And the process of fighting often changes in an instant. So this move originally requires cooperation, and the people around him should restrain the opponent first. Now it seems that it is not necessary at all, because, as long as Ji Yufei's mind moved, this little thing would be able to help him condense the fire lotus at the fastest speed. What's more terrifying is that in terms of controlling the flame, Xiaoying, the spirit of the strange fire, is stronger than himself. Just when Ji Yufei was immersed in joy, two figures suddenly fell from the sky and landed not far in front of him. Ha ha ha, Ji Yufei, congratulations on creating such a unique skill. A hearty laugh came from the side. The visitors were none other than Ji Yuan and Ji Yulai. It is estimated that at this moment, these two old guys couldn't help but want to come and chat with Ji Yufei. Hello, Patriarch. Ji Yufei hurriedly saluted, and his attitude became very respectful. Ji Yuan and Ji Yulai's eyes swept over the huge deep pit, and their eyes were full of shock. Such a close observation is more shocking than from a distance. The strong heat wave is also felt more real. Even with their cultivation, they didn't expect that this fighting skill would be so terrifying. Not bad, not bad. The power of your fighting skills has far exceeded my expectations. Ji Yuan nodded repeatedly, with a pleased smile on his face. Yes, to be able to create such a unique skill at such a young age, there must be a successor to my ancient clan. Ji Yulai also had a look of admiration. This time, I also read an ancient book before, so I gave it a try. Facing the compliments from the two elders, Ji Yufei didn't dare to make excuses and quickly said modestly. This is true, Ji Yufei has indeed read the book. But it's not an ancient book, but Doupo's original work. Now that he has mastered so many strange fires, creating this fighting skill is a matter of course. That guy Yan Jin is probably jealous of your fire control skills. Ji Yuan suddenly sighed, a complex look flashed in his eyes. Ji Yufei was stunned when he heard this, and then remembered that Yan Jin was the leader of the Yan clan. Besides himself, there is another person in this world who has fused the different fires together. That is Yan Yan. Speaking of flames, the leader of the Yan clan has the cultivation of the late 8-star Dou Sage, and possesses two kinds of strange fires, the 9 nether golden ancestral fire and the volcanic stone flame. The Yan tribe is famous for its powerful ability to control fire. Each tribe member has a golden flame pattern on their forehead. Yan Jin is not only the strongest member of the Yan clan, but also one of the strongest among the 8 ancient races. He is much stronger than the leaders of the ancient races such as the Medicine Clan and the Spirit Clan. But the difference with Ji Yufei is, Ji Yufei took advantage of the technique. Yan Jin, on the other hand, relied solely on his control and understanding of flames, as well as his high cultivation level, to forcibly fuse the two strange fires together. On this point, Ji Yufei actually admires Yan Jin. Chapter 289. Although Yan Jin has his own method for controlling fire, Ji Yufei now has the advantage of his skills in the condensed fire spirit. It has many advantages over Yan Jin. Moreover, the room for improvement is definitely greater than those of the old-timers. At this moment, Ji Yuan's eyes were shining with excitement. He looked around at the messy scene, and a smile appeared on his face. It was a mess for more than 10 miles. It may take a long time to restore vitality here, but Ji Yuan doesn't care. In fact, the more severe the destruction here, the happier he is. After all, the greater the destruction, the stronger Ji Yufei's combat power. Ha ha, one day, let's invite Yan Jin and Lei Ying to gather with the ancient clan, and let them see how magnificent the talented descendants of my ancient clan are. Ji Yuan laughed and turned to look at Ji Yufei, with a hint of expectation in his tone. No wonder. Ji Yuan has pinned all his hopes for the great prosperity of the clan on Ji Yufei. The confidence and pride were beyond words, as if they saw a bright future for the ancient tribe to rise again. And the ancient clan had such a genius as Ji Yufei, how could they not show off? Ji Yuan probably couldn't wait any longer at this moment. That old guy Lei Ying might come to you for a discussion regardless of his face. Ji Yuan continued, with a meaningful smile on his face. Hee. The corners of Ji Yufei's mouth rose slightly. Lei Ying, the clan leader, thinks highly of me. Lei Ying, whose cultivation has been stagnant in the 8-star fighting saint for many years. In the 8-star fighting saint stage, basically no one dares to say that he is absolutely better than Lei Ying. He and Yan Jin joined forces and could even contain the 9-star fighting saint's strength, the void-swallowing flame. The words of the patriarch are very well founded. That Lei Ying has always been aggressive and has a very impatient temper. Although Ji Yufei is a junior, his current strength is enough to be on par with the older generation of strong men. That guy Lei Ying, 8 out of 10 Juhui, couldn't hold it back and insisted on having a show. Quote. When Ji Yulai heard this, he nodded in agreement. When Ji Yulai said this, a complex look flashed in his eyes. Obviously, in his heart, Ji Yufei is no longer the descendant who needs protection, but a strong man who can be compared with the leaders of the Yan clan and the Thunder clan. Clan leader, Grandpa, you two praise me like this, aren't you afraid that I will be proud? Ji Yufei couldn't help but feel flattered when he heard the two elders praise him so much. He bowed his hands humbly, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Tianzhao, how can you do it without being arrogant or crazy? Ji Yuan laughed loudly when he heard this and waved his hand. As he finished speaking, his eyes were filled with relief. Now Ji Yufei has finally grown up. Unless he encounters a surprise attack by a top powerhouse like him, it may be difficult to encounter any fatal danger while walking on the continent. This kind of confidence made Ji Yuan feel confident. But even though it was just a joke, Ji Yufei really wanted to try with that Lei Ying. As long as the goal is to become the strongest in this continent, how can we not have the desire to challenge the strong? Who doesn't know that Yan Jin and Lei Ying, the two masters of the late 8-star Dou Saint, are almost unmatched in their respective fields? Then Lei Ying's control of thunder and lightning. It's like Yan Jin controlling flames. Everyone knows that the people of the Thunder clan are good at controlling the power of thunder and lightning, and they often use thunder and lightning to temper their bodies. As the #1 master of the Thunder clan, Lei Ying is now ranked second in Dou Qi Continent in terms of controlling the power of thunder and lightning. Absolutely no one dares to claim first place. The three of them chatted for a while, and Ji Yuan gradually understood that Ji Yufei's fighting skills still had a lot of room for improvement. This is an even more terrifying existence. In other words, Ji Yufei's heaven-destroying fighting skills just now can actually be improved. As long as more exotic fires can be integrated, its power will increase exponentially. Even if it's not an improvement in realm, can you continue to become stronger just by collecting strange fires? However, this strange fire cannot be found casually. Well, that's it. It seems that it's time for the tribe to collect some strange fires. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan's eyes flashed and he made his decision immediately. As soon as Ji Yuan finished speaking, his whole aura suddenly changed. The coercion spread instantly, causing the surrounding air to stagnate. Obviously, Ji Yuan couldn't wait any longer at this moment. Although the number of strange fires in the world is rare, except for the strange fires at the top of the list of strange fires, the other strange fires are not the only ones that exist. With the huge strength of my ancient clan, if you really want to find the strange fire, I'm afraid there will be results soon. Ji Yuan said in a deep voice, his eyes shining with confidence. Thank you, Patriarch. Ji Yufei was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly handed over his hands to express his thanks. If he can fuse a few more strange fires, his technique will definitely be more perfect, and the power of the Buddha's angry fire lotus will be even higher. Ji Yuan's decision undoubtedly helped Ji Yufei greatly. If we didn't use the power of the ancient tribe, collecting strange fire would not be as easy as imagined by just one person. While the ancient tribe was busy, there was another scene deep in the soul world. In the dark and deep hinterland of the soul world, there stands a majestic palace. The palace was completely dark, as if it could swallow up all light. At this moment, in the main hall of the palace, a tall figure was standing in the center. I saw that figure covered in black armor, and his face could not be seen clearly. But the heart-pounding pressure was actually permeating the entire hall. Damn the young man of the ancient clan, he actually broke through to the 7-star Dou Sheng in such a short time. The next moment, the figure's low voice was full of anger and unwillingness. As soon as these words came out, the temperature of the entire hall dropped suddenly, and the cold air spread, as if to freeze all life. At this moment, a figure walked quickly from outside the hall. The person who came was none other than Hunzuzi, who had stole the limelight in the pharmacopoeia before. Elder Zhuwu, this is all my fault. If it weren't for making wedding clothes for Ji Yufei, he would never have been able to refine the 9th grade Xuanden. Hunzuzi came to the center of the hall and knelt respectfully in front of the black-robed figure. When Hunzuzi said this, his face was full of regret. That's right, this time, he has completely disgraced the Soul Clan members. The young pill that he worked so hard to refine finally became a wedding dress for others. HMPH, what excuses are you looking for? It's nothing more than you're too weak. Everything in this world is based on strength. You don't even reflect on yourself, and you're still looking for excuses for your weakness. The black-robed figure snorted coldly, his voice full of disdain. Hearing this, Hunzuzi trembled all over, and his face became even paler. What Elder Zhuwu taught me is. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the figure, and could only explain carefully. Chapter 290, Ji Yufei broke through the 7-star Dou Sheng. This news was not deliberately publicized. But soon after, it was like a storm that swept across the entire continent in an instant. This is definitely a big deal for the entire Dou Qi Continent. At the age of 30, he is about to reach the top of the continent. This speed is too shocking. Haha, the people of the Soul Clan are now beginning to pay attention to this little thing. Ji Yufei stood on the top of the mountain and chuckled. He knew that many things, in fact, they could not be hidden from the Soul Clan. Because the Soul Clan has arranged spies in various ancient races. They have been planning for hundreds and thousands of years. The spies planted in the ancient clan have a very high status. What the elders of the ancient clan can understand, the spies of the Soul Clan can also understand. However, it doesn't matter. What is coming will come. The ancient clan is full of joy and excitement, and the excited discussions of the clan members can be heard everywhere. The younger generation regards Ji Yufei as a goal, and they are determined to follow Ji Yufei's footsteps. Even some respected elders could not help but sigh that Ji Yufei's talent was far beyond their imagination. Ji Yufei, however, just as the Ji Yu clan was immersed in joy, a pair of cold eyes were silently watching all this. Not only the news of Ji Yufei's breakthrough, but also the fact that he created the terrifying fighting skill of Buddha's Wrath Lotus was discovered by the Soul Clan. For a while, the entire Soul Realm was shaken. In a towering palace in the deepest part of the Soul Realm, the air seemed to solidify. In the dim hall, two figures came out with terrifying pressure. Interesting, I saw a figure clenching his fists at this moment, and the fighting spirit filled the entire hall for a while. The space was trembling. That kid, his cultivation speed is faster than many duty strongmen in ancient times, and his combat power is not bad. If he is allowed to continue to grow, I am afraid that another strongman like Ji Yuan will appear soon. A low and hoarse voice echoed in the hall, and the person who spoke was Zhuwu Tunyan. Its eyes burning with black flames stared at Ji Yufei in the picture, with fear and a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. When Ji Yuan was mentioned, Zhuwu Tunyan's huge body trembled involuntarily. The tragic battle 1,000 years ago seemed to be just yesterday, and Ji Yuan's terrifying strength still made it feel scared. Now with the help of the Soul Palace to collect soul essence for devouring, his strength is now different from the past. He has cultivated to the level of 9-star Dou Sheng, and it is difficult to find an opponent in the entire continent. But as long as Ji Yuan is mentioned, it is still difficult to hide the fear in his heart. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air in the hall. It was a handsome middle-aged man, exuding a frightening pressure from head to toe. It was the head of the Soul Clan, Emperor Hun Tian. Shu Wu, your worries are also my worries. Ji Yufei is a monster, and the word, evil, is not enough to describe him. The voice of Emperor Hun Tian was low and magnetic, but it contained a trace of solemnity. As the head of the Soul Clan, he was always conceited and rarely showed up. On weekdays, Emperor Hun Tian would not show up easily. After all, Emperor Hun Tian was one of the 5 strongest people in Dou Qi Continent 1,000 years ago, and he was only one step away from the level of duty. As long as he moved his hands, he could shake the entire continent. However, at this moment, facing a young man who was only in his early 30s and could rival the 8-star Dou Sheng, even he couldn't help but be moved. 30 years old, 8-star Dou Sheng. I dare not even think about it, and he also created such a terrifying fighting skill. If we let it go on like this, our plan can't be delayed any longer. Zhu Tunyan said in a deep voice, with a hint of anxiety in his tone. Before, the Soul Clan's grand plan was delayed because of some abnormal actions of the ancient clan. And now, Ji Yufei's strong rise has put great pressure on the Soul Clan. If Ji Yufei grows to a 9-star Dou Sheng, then the Soul Clan's advantage over the ancient clan will not be as great as before. Hearing this, Emperor Hun Tian frowned slightly. At this moment, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes as deep as the starry sky. That kid is now showing such a heaven-defying talent, the ancient clan will definitely do its best to protect him. It will be very difficult to kill him. After a moment, he slowly spoke. This is true. After all, Ji Yuan is in charge, and Ji Yufei cannot be moved for the time being. Let's follow the previous plan and start with the spirit race. The blood of this race is much weaker, and the strongest in the race is only in the early stage of 7 stars. When Void Swallowed Flame heard this proposal, he fell into deep thought. It seems that he didn't expect that Emperor Huntian would make such a decision. Could it be that Ji Yufei would just let it go? But now there is really only this way. Okay. Void Swallowed Flame's body leaned forward slightly, as if he couldn't wait. Not bad. This move is a risky move. Because of Ji Yufei's rise, the soul race can only choose to take risks. At the moment when the two reached a consensus, the temperature of the entire hall dropped suddenly. In that case, let's set off this storm. Let the whole continent see the strength of my soul race. There was a hint of excitement in the low voice of Emperor Huntian. Upon hearing this, the void-devouring flame slowly rose into the air, with black flames surging around it, as if it was going to burn the entire hall to ashes. Spirit Clan, I'll let you be the appetizer. Zhu Tunyan grinned. At this moment, the door of the hall was suddenly pushed open. A man in a black robe walked in quickly. It was Hunzuzi. Patriarch, Lord Zhu, there is a bad news. There was a tremor in Hunzuzi's voice. Huntiandi and Zhu Tunyan heard the words, and their faces sank at the same time. Speak. Huntiandi spit out a word coldly. The ancient clan seems to be ready to collect strange fire for Ji Yufei. Now the people of the ancient clan seem to have started to act. With the strength of the ancient clan, I'm afraid it won't take long to find a lot of them. As soon as these words came out, the whole hall fell into a dead silence. Huntiandi and Zhu Tunyan looked at each other. This is not a trivial matter. The previous subordinates of the Soul Clan brought back news that the power of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus would continue to increase with the number of strange fires. Now the ancient clan actually spent so much manpower to find strange fire for Ji Yufei. If Ji Yufei gets more strange fire, the power of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus will definitely rise to a higher level. If it drags on, it seems that we have to speed up the destruction of the spirit race. 3 days. Within 3 days, I want to hear the news of the destruction of the spirit race. Soul Emperor said in a deep voice, with a flash of cold light in his eyes. Zhu, it's up to you. Don't worry, I will do it myself this time, and I will never let anyone escape from the spirit world. As for Ji Yuan, you need to contain him. Zhu Tunyan nodded, with a hint of ferocity in his dark eyes. Chapter 291. The ancient world is peaceful and quiet. The early morning sun shines on the ancient tribe's territory, as if it has covered this sacred land with a golden veil. It's no wonder that the ancient clan has recently sent many people to various parts of the mainland to collect strange fires. The ancient tribe is much quieter than usual. Ji Yufei, Xianxia and Wu Shuang walked slowly on the stone road leading to the ancestral hall. The two children looked around excitedly, with curious expressions on their little faces. It's no wonder that this is the first time for these two children to offer sacrifices to the ancestors of the ancient tribe. Dad, where are we going? Xianxia asked quietly. After all, these two little guys haven't gone to the ancient clan's ancestral hall yet. The ancestral hall of our ancient tribe. Ji Yufei looked at the two little guys and said something. Dad, are you going to worship your ancestors? Xianxia asked with her little face raised, her big eyes shining with expectation. That's right, when we enter the ancestral hall later, you two have to be nice. Ji Yufei smiled gently, stretched out his hand and rubbed his daughter's little head. Wuxia also nodded. Looking at the childish but determined expressions of the two children, Ji Yufei couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. Ji Yufei held the two children's hands and walked towards the simple and solemn ancestral gate. Push open the heavy door. The two little guys followed behind silently. The ancestral hall of the ancient tribe is not accessible casually. In this ancient clan ancestral hall, there are many ancient clan elders guarding here on weekdays. Moreover, even the ancient jade from the ancient clan is placed in the ancestral hall. This shows the importance of ancestral halls in ancient tribes. The ancestral hall looks very spacious, and the ancestral totems of the ancient tribes are also carved on the surrounding walls. Incense candles and offerings were placed on it. The air is filled with the faint scent of sandalwood. Ji Yufei led the two children to the main altar, took out the incense candles he had prepared, lit them respectfully and inserted them into the incense burner. "Come on, kneel down," Ji Yufei said softly. Xianxia and Wu Shuang knelt obediently on the futon, imitating Ji Yufei's example, clasping their hands together, lowering their heads and closing their eyes. The descendants of Ji Yufei, together with their children Xianxia and Wu Shuang, would like to offer a libation of clear wine and shame to the ancestors in front of their spiritual thrones. Ji Yufei took a deep breath and murmured. At this moment, Ji Yufei felt like he was traveling through time and space, talking to his ancestors who had passed away. Nowadays, the ancient clan has high hopes for themselves. For Ji Yufei, he was responsible for the rise and fall of this generation of ancient clans. No one would be without pressure. Although Xianxia and Wu Shuang were young, they felt the sacred and solemn atmosphere, with awe-inspiring expressions on their little faces. As the incense slowly burns out, Ji Yufei walked slowly out of the ancestral hall gate with his two children. At this moment, a figure walked towards him. "I've met the young patriarch." The man saluted respectfully. Ji Yufei took a closer look and saw that the person coming was Ji Yuyong, the elder who had been in charge of the ancestral hall for a long time. I saw Ji Yuyong wearing a gray robe and looking at Ji Yufei with an awkward smile. HMPH, when our Soul Clan's big plan is launched, the ancient clan will be annexed by our Soul Clan sooner or later. Ji Yuyong snorted in his heart, but on the surface he still looked kind and kind. Elder Guiyang, no need to be polite. Ji Yufei nodded slightly and responded politely. You still have to be polite when it's time to be polite. The moment their eyes met, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded in Ji Yufei's mind. Open black lens bracket byte. The ancient sheep is in a proud mood, and its mood value is increased by 10. Close black lens bracket. Ji Yufei's heart trembled, but his face remained calm. He smiled and exchanged greetings with Ji Yuyong, then left the ancestral hall with his two children. On the way back, Ji Yufei frowned slightly, thinking a lot in his heart. Proud, this old fox actually feels proud at this moment. Could it be? Ji Yufei thought to himself. Thinking of this, Ji Yufei couldn't help but speed up his pace. He needed to think about this matter carefully. However, with the strength of Ji Yuyang's 5-star fighting saint, he couldn't cause much trouble. Ji Yuyong was a spy sent by the Soul Clan, and Ji Yufei already knew that. Daddy, walk slower. Xianxia trotted to follow Ji Yufei and asked doubtfully. Ji Yufei looked back and saw that the two little guys were out of breath and couldn't keep up with his pace. Sorry, Daddy has something on his mind. Ji Yufei finally came back to his senses, slowed down and said softly. What is Daddy thinking about? Wu Shuang tilted his little head and asked innocently. It's nothing, I'm just thinking about some things in our clan. Ji Yufei shook his head slightly and said with a smile. The Soul Clan suffered successive setbacks and suffered heavy losses. First, the two main halls of the Soul Palace were destroyed. Then there was the time when the ancient Bodhi tree was born, and a member of the 10-star Dou Emperor bloodline was lost. In the recent incident in the Demon Fire space, 2 more powerful 5-star fighting saints were lost. It stands to reason that the Soul Clan should be seriously injured and need some time to recuperate. But Ji Yuyong felt proud at this time. There is no need to think about what the Soul Clan will do. If the Soul Clan wants to make a big move, they will probably choose the weakest. Eldar. Ji Yufei thought for a while, then said these 2 words out loud. Thinking of this, Ji Yufei stood up suddenly. That's right. It seems that we must pay more attention to the movements of the Eldar during this period. At this moment, Xianxia and Wu Shuang ran in, jumping up and down. Dad, are you going to the Spirit Clan? Xianxia asked, blinking her big eyes. Did you hear that? Ji Yufei was a little surprised. Sister Lingxi seems a little homesick. If Dad wants to go to the Spirit Clan, he can take Sister Lingxi back. Wuxia nodded and said innocently. Hearing this, Ji Yufei couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. Although these two children are young, they have learned to consider others. Okay, then I will take Lingxi back to the spirit world. Ji Yufei responded to the two children with a smile. That's right, the best way is to go to the Eldar in person. And if I stay in the ancient tribe, there will be no progress. As for collecting strange fire, judging from this, it will take some time. After saying that, Ji Yufei got up and walked out of the study and came to the courtyard where Lingxi was. I saw Lingxi sitting under an ancient tree, holding an ancient book in his hand and studying it carefully. The sunlight shines on Lingxi through the gaps in the leaves, giving the 15-year-old girl a soft halo. Especially that long snow-white hair, which is particularly dazzling in the sun. Ever since Ji Yufei came back from the pharmacopoeia, this girl has been working harder and harder. Lingxi, Ji Yufei called softly. Master. Lingxi looked up when he heard the sound, saw it was Ji Yufei, and quickly stood up and saluted. No need to be polite. Lingxi, do you want to go home? Ji Yufei smiled and waved his hand. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lingxi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Master, I'm really thinking about it. I haven't seen my aunt for a long time. Lingxi answered respectfully. Okay, then my master, I will take you back this time. Ji Yufei nodded and said gently. Thank you, master. Hearing this, Lingxi finally couldn't help showing joy in his eyes and bowed deeply. Chapter 292. Seeing Lingxi's happy expression, Ji Yufei secretly made some calculations in his heart. This time when he returned to the spiritual clan, in addition to letting Lingxi visit his relatives, he also took this opportunity to observe the situation of the spiritual clan. If the Soul Clan really wants to attack the Spirit Clan, they must be prepared in advance. But for Lingxi, it was indeed a joy from the bottom of her heart. Ji Yufei naturally understood that this girl's parents were dead. I was raised by my aunt since I was a child. Although this girl never mentioned going back for a visit, Ji Yufei knew that it was time for her to go back and take a look around. Get ready, we'll set off in a moment. Ji Yufei whispered to Lingxi. Lingxi nodded and turned to pack his luggage. Ji Yufei looked at her back, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. No matter what, he would not let the Soul Clan succeed. Even if it is for my good disciple, I have to go there. The spiritual world is like a paradise surrounded by immortality. The mountains and rivers here are beautiful, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, and there is a spiritual energy everywhere. I saw mountains surrounded by mountains, peaks and mountain streams gurgling past, shining with crystal luster under the sunlight. Among these mountains, there is a particularly towering peak that stands out. It looked like a long sword pointing straight into the sky, standing proudly on the top of the mountains. At this time, two people, a man and a woman, were standing on the top of the mountain. The woman is wearing a simple and elegant white dress, with black hair like a waterfall, skin as good as snow, a pair of clear and bright almond eyes, and a noble and elegant temperament between her eyebrows. This woman is none other than Lingxi's aunt Linglu. And the middle-aged man beside Linglu. He was dressed in a green shirt, with a handsome face and picturesque eyebrows, and his whole body exuded an elegant and scholarly atmosphere. This person's name is Ling Qingshan, Linglu's husband. The cultivation level of both of them is not low. Linglu has reached the advanced semi-saint realm, and Ling Qingshan also has the strength of a star-fighting saint. There is actually a reason why it is said that the cultivation level is not low. On the entire continent, such cultivation is naturally nothing. But in the entire spiritual world, such cultivation is definitely considered good. At this moment, the two of them were standing on the top of the mountain looking into the distance, with a bit of emotion on their faces. Qingshan, have you heard? Young Master Ji Yufei of the ancient clan has now reached the realm of the 7-star fighting saint. Linglu suddenly spoke, his tone full of exclamation. I heard about it. At such a young age, he has the cultivation of the 7-star fighting saint. This young Master Ji Yufei is truly the most talented person among all the geniuses. Moreover, I recently heard that Master Ji Yufei has created another powerful fighting skill. If we, Xun'er, can join his sect, we will have a bright future. Ling Qingshan nodded with admiration on his face. Yes, Ji Yufei's current cultivation level has reached the level of an old monster like the leader of the Spirit Clan. You know, in the entire Spirit Clan, there are only a dozen or so strong warriors with Dou Sheng cultivation. It is a great honor for such a small clan to be able to have a relationship with the young clan leader of the ancient clan. This continent has been preying on the weak since ancient times, and it is difficult for small tribes like the spiritual tribe to protect themselves. Now having a relationship with the ancient clan is of great significance to the entire Spirit Clan. Thinking of this, Linglu's eyes flashed with relief and pride. This girl has been with the ancient clan for a long time. Should we go over and see her? Linglu looked into the distance and said softly. As relatives of Lingxi, although Linglu and Lingqingshan entrusted Lingxi to Ji Yufei, they always cared about this little girl in their hearts. The couple has not had any children of their own for so many years. In their hearts, Lingxi is like their biological daughter. Okay, let's leave for the ancient world tomorrow to see Xun'er. When Lingqingshan heard this, he nodded slightly. While the two were discussing, the sky suddenly became overcast, with dark clouds rolling and strong winds. The entire spiritual world seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Jia Jia Jia, a burst of eerie laughter came from the sky and echoed in the mountains, which was creepy. What's going on? The tribesmen in the spirit world looked up at the sky one after another, their faces full of surprise and uncertainty. Some Dou Sheng elders quickly flew to high altitudes and stood ready, watching the visions on the horizon with vigilance. I saw a dark shadow slowly walking out from the depths of the dark clouds, with a tall figure and a powerful aura. Taking a closer look, he turned out to be Hun Zuzi from the Hun clan. Hun Zuzi, you are so brave, you dare to break into my spiritual world. A middle-aged man in a green robe shouted angrily and took the lead to attack Hun Zuzi. However, facing the attack of this 5-star fighting saint, Hun Zuzi just sneered and repelled it with a casual move. The middle-aged man screamed and fell like a kite with a broken string. He was obviously seriously injured. You're just a 5-star fighting saint, but you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. Get away. Hun Zuzi's eyes were cold and his tone was full of disdain. Hun Zuzi, you are the one who is so presumptuous. What do you want to do by breaking into my spiritual world? Do you really think there is no one in our spiritual clan? Just when Hun Zuzi was arrogant, a crisp but majestic voice suddenly sounded. As soon as he finished speaking, a white shadow came from the sky and landed opposite Hun Zuzi. This woman looks like she has white hair. Although it is full of traces of time, the face and skin appear particularly delicate. Especially those eyes are bright and sparkling, exuding wisdom and majesty. This woman is Ling Yuan, the leader of the Spirit Clan, and her cultivation has reached the middle stage of the 7-star fighting saint. Hun Zuzi naturally knows this person. Ling Yuan, you are worthy of being the leader of the clan, and you do have some tricks up your sleeve. Hun Zuzi snorted coldly, but did not take it seriously when faced with Ling Yuan's question. Ling Yuan looked at Hun Zuzi coldly, and with a casual move, an invisible force swept out, forcing Hun Zuzi back a few steps. In the Dou Sheng realm, every time you cross a realm, it is like crossing a chasm. In other words, compared with the 6-star Dou Sage and the 7-star Dou Sage, the strength of the two is completely different. As a late 6-star Hun Zuzi, he was naturally invincible. Hun Zuzi's expression changed slightly, but then he returned to his arrogant expression. This guy's confidence naturally comes from his hidden skills. Who would have thought that my Hun Zuzi's strength has already surpassed the 6-star level and entered the early stage of the 7-star level? But that's it. The next moment, Hun Zuzi sneered. As Hun Zuzi's words fell, a powerful pressure swept over the entire audience in an instant. Hun Zuzi was seen quickly forming seals with his hands, and fighting energy surged out of his body. In an instant, this guy's momentum suddenly increased. Suddenly, the strong fighting spirit caused a strong wind. The gravel beneath his feet was blown away. What? This is impossible. This Hun Zuzi is actually in the early stage of 7 stars. The repulsed 5-star fighting saint expert from the spirit tribe murmured, his eyes full of surprise. Chapter 293. At this moment, everyone in the spirit clan realized that Hun Zuzi had saved something before. Several spirit tribe Dou Sheng elders began to discuss at this moment. But even so, the spiritual clan leader Ling Yuan's cultivation level is still higher than that of Hun Zuzi. On the top of the mountain, Linglu and his wife looked solemnly at the tense scene in the sky. The originally peaceful spiritual world was now shrouded in gloom, with strong winds howling and dark clouds rolling, as if indicating that some kind of disaster was about to come. Xianxia, the situation seems to be very bad. Ling Lu's slender hands tightly grasped Ling Qingshan's sleeves, a trace of uneasiness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Don't worry, with the clan leader here, it shouldn't be a big problem. Ling Qingshan gently patted the back of his wife's hand and comforted her. But at this moment, Ling Qingshan's eyes also showed deep worry. That's right, since this Han Zuzi can come, it is definitely not that simple. It seems that there is indeed a clan leader sitting in charge at this moment, but I always feel that this soul is a bit strange. The two men's cultivation levels were actually very close, but the patriarch's cultivation level happened to be higher than Han Zuzi's. If it was just Han Zuzi himself, he should be able to handle it. But what if more than Han Zuzi comes here? Thinking of this, Ling Qingshan clenched his fists faintly. In the sky, Ling Yuan, the leader of the spirit clan, stood in the sky, wearing white clothes and making a sound in the strong wind. I saw Ling Yuan's wise eyes staring closely at Han Zuzi opposite him. Han Zuzi, what do you want to do when you come to my spiritual world to run wild? Are we, the spirit clan, still afraid of your Han Zuzi? Ling Yuan's voice was as sharp as ice. Although Han Zuzi showed the strength of the 7-star fighting saint in the early stage, Ling Yuan did not show too much panic. After all, Ling Yuan, as the leader of the clan, can still keep his composure. We must not lose our position at this critical moment. Once he is in chaos, the entire spiritual clan will collapse in an instant. Now of course what I have to do is to be stable. Following Ling Yuan's question just now, the entire spiritual world suddenly became silent. Countless tribesmen looked up at the sky, looking at Han Zuzi and Ling Yuan. That's right, this Han Shuzi came to the spirit clan for a purpose. Haha, I came to the spirit world with no ill intentions. I just want to borrow the ancient jade from the spirit clan for use. Han Zuzi looked around, with an evil smile on his lips, and slowly spoke. The next moment, Han Zuzi was suspended in midair, his black robe moving without any wind, and his whole body was filled with a heart-stopping cold aura. This simple sentence was like a bomb that instantly exploded in the spiritual world. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Hee. No malicious intent. What nonsense are you talking about? Who in the entire continent doesn't know what this Tuosh ancient emperor jade is? That is the key to the ancient emperor's cave. It is said that there is a treasure inside that can advance to the level of Dou Qi. At that time, the ancient emperor's jade was robbed by the entire continent. In the end, the ancient jade was divided into 8 pieces, and each of the 8 ancient tribes took a piece for safekeeping. Now it is the treasure of the 8 ancient tribes. Every clan regards it as a treasure and keeps it carefully, even the ordinary elders in the clan rarely see it. How can such a valuable treasure be borrowed just by borrowing it? Han Zuzi, do you know what you are talking about? When Ling Yuan heard this, a cold light grew in her eyes, and her voice was so cold that it seemed like it could freeze the air. Haha, Chief Ling Yuan, the Tuosh ancient emperor jade is an ominous thing. If it stays in the spiritual world, it will only bring disaster to you. If you leave it to me, you can find peace, maybe it will be better, right? Facing Ling Yuan's sharp gaze, Han Zuzi just smiled. This was obviously a bit of a joke. What this means is beyond comprehension. It is nothing more than saying that you, the spiritual race, are too weak and are not qualified to keep this Tuosh ancient emperor jade. If he handed it over, it would be a way of life for the spiritual clan. As one of the 8 ancient tribes, this spiritual tribe naturally has some background. How can I bear this humiliation now? As soon as these words came out, the spiritual world was in an uproar. Many tribesmen looked at each other with anger in their eyes. This man with a weak soul actually dares to speak so shamelessly. How can we, the spiritual people, be those who are greedy for life and afraid of death? Han Zuzi, it seems that it's time to teach you some lessons today. Ling Yuan could no longer suppress the anger in her heart, and the momentum around her body suddenly exploded. The spirit clan has suffered such a great humiliation. As the leader of the clan, if he does not take action, how will the spirit clan gain a foothold on this continent in the future? Before he finished speaking, Ling Yuan rushed towards Han Zuzi like an arrow from the string. Her slender figure left a graceful arc in the air and arrived in front of Han Zuzi in an instant. Boom! Ling Yuan's jade hands turned into claws and she grabbed Hun Zuzi head-on. This claw seems gentle, but it contains amazing power, as if it can tear apart space. Hun Zuzi snorted coldly and ducked, narrowly avoiding this fatal blow. The two of them were going back and forth in midair, fighting fiercely. Every collision caused the sky and earth to change color and the wind howl. However, what surprised Ling Yuan was that the strength of Hun Zuzi was even more powerful than he imagined. Although he had the upper hand, he was unable to defeat him in a short period of time. It's no wonder that one is in the early stage of the 7-star fighting saint, and the other is in the middle stage of the 7-star fighting saint. I'm afraid it will be a protracted battle to determine the winner. Seeing that it was difficult to decide the outcome, the other strong warriors of the Spirit Clan could not sit still. Let's do it together. Following the order, several figures rose into the air and attacked Hun Zuzi. Suddenly, the sky was full of brilliance, energy was surging, and the scene was spectacular. With the joint efforts of many powerful spirits, Hun Zuzi finally showed his weakness. His figure became miserable, his robes were torn, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Lord Zuwu should succeed. However, just when everyone thought victory was in sight, Hun Zuzi suddenly laughed up to the sky. This crazy laughter was accompanied by a strange sense of pride, which made everyone present feel a palpitation. At this moment, bursts of shrill screams suddenly came from the distant sky. The voice was full of despair and fear, which made people shudder. What happened? The faces of the elders of the spirits gathered here were extremely ugly. Because they clearly heard that those screams came from the spirits. Before they could react, the sky in the distance was suddenly shrouded in darkness. It was a palpitating darkness that seemed to swallow all the light. Wah wah! Endless black flames seeped out from the void, sweeping over like a tide. In a blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered by this terrifying black flame, and the world suddenly fell into darkness. What is this? Faced with this sudden change, even Ling Yuan's face finally showed panic. Her eyes, which were always full of wisdom, were now full of shock and confusion. Ling Yuan, after today, there will be no more spirits in the world. Looking at the scene in front of him, the smile on his face became more and more ferocious. Chapter 294. With the bursts of laughter from Hun Zuzi. At this moment, the jet black flames swept over like a tide, swallowing up the entire sky in an instant. The originally blue sky was completely covered, as if even the sun, moon and stars had been swallowed up. This terrifying black flame not only blocked the light, but also brought a suffocating sense of oppression. The Eldar people looked up at the sky in horror, only to see countless tiny light spots flickering in the boundless black flames, like countless hungry locusts staring at them eagerly. What is this? An Eldar elder asked with a trembling voice. As soon as he finished speaking, those tiny black light spots swooped down toward the ground crazily, as if they had found their target. They penetrated the defenses of the Eldar and penetrated directly into their bodies. Ah! The shrill screams came one after another. The people of the spirit tribe were horrified to find that the fighting energy in their bodies was draining away at a speed visible to the naked eye. It felt like an invisible hand was frantically sucking out their fighting energy. Quickly find a way to stop them, Linglu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes full of anxiety and fear. Ling Qingshan gritted his teeth and formed seals with his hands, and a blue light shield instantly enveloped him and Ling Lu. However, those black light spots easily penetrated the light shield and continued to swallow up their fighting spirit. These useless things can't be stopped at all. Ling Qingshan's face was pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In the sky, Ling Yuan saw the people being tortured like this and could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Ling Yuan's eyes that were usually kind to the clansmen were now flashing with fierce murderous intent, like a furious lion. Hun Zuzi, if you dare to harm my fellow spirit tribe members, I will cut you into pieces today. Ling Yuan shouted sharply, and an astonishing momentum erupted from her body. The slender body instantly turned into a stream of white light, shooting towards Hun Zuzi. I saw Ling Yuan's jade hand turned into claws, with a cold light flashing between the 5 fingers. This claw seems gentle, but it contains the power to destroy heaven and earth. The air was torn under this claw, making a sharp whistling sound. Hun Zuzi's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his hand to block. Boom! The moment the two of them fought, a deafening loud noise erupted. The air waves spread out in all directions, scattering the surrounding clouds. However, Ling Yuan did not stop there. She turned around and stepped forward again. The jade hand was like a spiritual snake coming out of its hole, continuously blasting towards Hunzuzi's vital parts. Every strike carries monstrous rage, and every move contains the intention of killing. Ling Yuan had already exerted his strength to the extreme at this moment, using fierce moves and vowing to kill Hunzuzi on the spot. Hunzuzi was beaten back and forth, and the black robe on his body had been torn, revealing his scarred body. The arrogant look on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by deep fear. Damn it, I didn't expect this old woman to be so powerful. Hunzuzi cursed loudly. At the same time, the situation on the ground was getting worse. Those tiny black light spots are like tarsal maggots, and no matter how hard the Eldar clan members struggle, they cannot get rid of them. Even the powerful elders could only watch as the fighting spirit in their bodies was being drained away bit by bit. Damn it, the Soul Clan is determined to attack our Spirit Clan. Linglu said through gritted teeth. With the strength of our Spirit Clan, we are simply unable to resist the Soul Clan. Ling Qingshan looked around and saw clan members falling to the ground one by one, groaning in pain. A trace of despair appeared on Ling Qingshan's usually elegant face. Hurry and ask for help from the Ancient Clan, Thunder Clan, and Yan Clan. The Soul Clan has started a war for no reason, and the other tribes will definitely not sit idly by and ignore it. At this moment, an elder suddenly shouted loudly. That's right, the relationship between the 8 ancient tribes was complicated. Although the Spirit Clan has not had much close contact with other tribes over the years. But when it comes to resisting the Soul Clan, other tribes will definitely not sit back and watch. In an instant, several stronger tribesmen immediately flew in different directions, trying to break through the blockade of the black flames. However, they flew not far before they were engulfed by the black flames. Screams continued one after another, and in the end only a few people fled back in embarrassment. The space is blocked, we can't get out, a tribesman who was covered with wounds said with difficulty. This news was like a basin of cold water, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. Everyone realized that the Soul Clan was well prepared this time, and they had planned everything long ago. In the sky, Ling Yuan is also trying to tear apart the space and seek help from the outside world. However, no matter how hard she tried, the seemingly fragile space barrier turned out to be hopelessly strong. HMPH, do you really think that our Soul Clan is unprepared? Hunzuzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered proudly. At this moment, the vast black flames in the sky suddenly began to squirm. Countless black flames climbed and gathered like living creatures, and finally condensed into a tall figure in midair. The figure was surrounded by black flames, with strange black runes all over its body. His eyes were like 2 bottomless black holes, exuding a heart-stopping devouring aura. With the appearance of this figure, the entire world was filled with an extremely ancient and strange aura. The black flames that were originally raging now made a strange whining sound, as if welcoming their master to come. Void swallowing flame, Ling Yuan's pupils shrank sharply, and his face was full of shock. As the leader of the spirit tribe, Ling Yuan naturally knew the horror of this existence. The legendary void devouring flame that can devour everything in the world has now actually appeared in the spirit world. Set up the formation, all the tribes be on alert. Ling Yuan shouted loudly. After hearing the order from the leader, all the spirit tribe members who could still stand immediately took action. They released the little fighting spirit left in their bodies, gathered together to form a huge light shield, covering the entire spirit world. However, facing this formation that was set up with the strength of the entire tribe, the black flame figure in the sky just raised a finger lightly. Don't overestimate your own abilities. A low and majestic voice sounded. The next moment, the finger gently pointed out, and the formation set up by the spirit tribe with all its strength collapsed instantly. Countless rays of light splashed in all directions, like broken glass. At this moment, the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of all the spirit tribe members was completely shattered. They looked up at the sky in despair, only to see the black flame figure looking down at all living beings like a demon god, emitting a suffocating pressure. In front of this terrifying existence, even Ling Yuan, a 7-star Dou Sheng, seemed so small. In her eyes full of wisdom, there was only deep despair and fear at this moment. Could it be that my Ling clan will be ruined in my generation? Ling Yuan murmured to herself, her voice filled with endless sadness. Chapter 295, In the far west of Zhongzhou, two figures flew rapidly across the sky, piercing the sky. At this moment, Ji Yufei was wearing a black gold robe, with a pair of eagle eyes looking down at the land of Zhongzhou. Lingxi, who followed closely behind Ji Yufei, had long snow-white hair flying in the wind, looking elegant and refined. That slender figure was gliding behind Ji Yufei like a fairy. I guess this girl can't wait to take this girl back this time. Thinking of this, Ji Yufei looked back at Lingxi who was following behind him. Ji Yufei frowned. Why did Lingxi's previously calm face now show a trace of uneasiness and anxiety? His beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned, and a hint of worry flashed in his beautiful eyes. Logically speaking, this girl should be happy. Lingxi, what's the matter? Are you shy about being close to home? Ji Yufei noticed that his beloved disciple seemed to be worried, so he asked softly. Lingxi seemed to be distracted at the moment, and it took him a long time to react. Master, I don't know either. I always have a bad feeling. Always feel that. Lingxi shook his head, with a bit of confusion in his tone. Hearing this, Ji Yufei frowned. It's not just Lingxi. In fact, Ji Yufei himself had a bad premonition. It seems there is no time to delay. In that case, let's speed up a little more. After pondering for a moment, he said. After saying that, Ji Yufei's whole body was filled with golden light, and his speed suddenly increased a lot. Lingxi didn't dare to neglect when he saw this, and quickly started to use his skills to follow closely. The two figures turned into two streaks of light in the sky, speeding towards the spirit world at an astonishing speed. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the entrance to the spiritual world finally appeared in front of me. However, when the two came near the entrance, the sight in front of them surprised them. I saw that the entrance that was supposed to be guarded by the strong men of the spirit race was now empty, and the surrounding silence was terrifying. What is even more shocking is that the space barrier of the spiritual world has been completely closed, as if an invisible wall completely isolates the entire spiritual world from the outside world. That's not right. It wouldn't be like this under normal circumstances. Lingxi said something faintly, and the uneasiness in her heart became stronger at this moment. As the proud daughter of the Ling clan, her premonitions about Lingxi have been extremely accurate since she was a child. I feel so uneasy at this moment, I'm afraid. The spirit tribe is really in big trouble this time. Are the members of the spirit tribe okay at the moment? Thinking of this, Lingxi couldn't help but feel a dull pain in his chest. Now, Ji Yufei frowned. At this moment, my mind couldn't help but recall the scene when I met Ji Yuyong in the ancient clan's ancestral hall. The proud look on the old fox's face seemed so suspicious at the moment. In any case, the people of the ancient tribe have always been cautious and ruthless in doing things. This incident may have been planned for a long time. Now the spirit clan is completely closed. The 8th level is related to the soul clan again. Could it be that the soul clan really took action? Ji Yufei murmured to himself, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If the soul clan really attacks the spirit clan, the situation may be worse than they imagined. With the strength of the spirit clan, there is no way they can compete with the soul clan. What's more, if we were to deal with the spirit clan, with the soul clan's always ruthless and cautious methods, they would definitely not send some miscellaneous soldiers here. Not good. It seems that we can only ask the clan leader to take action. Thinking of this, Ji Yufei took a deep breath, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. As he spoke, he took out a crystal-clear jade slip from his arms. This is the space jade slip given to him by Ji Yuan. He can summon Ji Yuan to help in critical moments. Now I don't care much anymore. Ji Yufei crushed the jade slip without hesitation. In an instant, the color of the world changed. I saw the fragments of the jade slip turning into dots of starlight, condensing into a complex rune in the void. The rune emitted a dazzling light, as if it would light up the entire sky. Immediately afterwards, the runes began to rotate rapidly, forming a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex, the space began to twist and deform, and a crack slowly emerged. The crack grew larger and larger, and finally turned into a space passage large enough for one person to pass through. The passage exudes heart-stopping fluctuations, as if it is connected to some distant time and space. The next moment, a figure slowly walked out of the passage. The person who came was tall, dressed in luxurious robes, with a majestic look and a burning gaze. It was none other than Ji Yuan, the patriarch of the ancient clan. As soon as Ji Yuan appeared, the whole world became silent. The terrifying aura of his peak 9-star fighting saint instantly enveloped hundreds of miles in radius, and even the air seemed to freeze. What happened? Ji Yuan asked, his voice low. I gave Ji Yufei the space jade slip so that Ji Yufei could summon him in times of crisis. Since Ji Yufei used this thing, it means something big has happened. But currently, it seems that there are no enemies around, which makes Ji Yuan feel a little surprised. The next moment, before Ji Yufei had time to answer, Ji Yuan's eyes suddenly froze. This is the land of the far west. Ji Yuan looked around, frowning. Oh, it turns out to be the aura of void-devouring flame. The next moment, Ji Yuan's expression became more solemn. What a man Ji Yuan was, and his vision was so high. How could the 9-star Dou Sheng's perception be unable to detect anything? Before, it was too far away to detect it. Now that the distance is closer, naturally, the aura of the void-devouring flame can be sensed from outside the spiritual world. Clan leader, the spirit clan's space suddenly closed, and something went wrong. You sense the aura of the void-swallowing flame again. I'm afraid the soul clan is killing the people of the spirit clan in the spirit world right now. Seeing this, Ji Yufei quickly explained. The soul clan is so bold. Ji Yuan frowned, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Ji Yuan could naturally guess the reason why the soul clan invaded the spirit clan. How can I stand by and watch at this moment? The next moment, Ji Yuan stopped talking and took action directly. The next moment, Ji Yuan raised his right hand, his fingers slightly spread, and a bright golden light instantly condensed in the palm of his hand. The light contained heart-stopping energy fluctuations, as if a miniature sun was blooming in his palm. Ji Yuan pushed lightly, and the golden light flew towards the empty space in front of him. In an instant, the color of the world changed. Wherever the golden light group passed, the air was instantly evaporated, forming a vacuum channel. Huge pressure swept across 100 miles, and even Lingxi on the side barely hid behind Ji Yufei to support him. When the light group came into contact with the space barrier of the spiritual world, a deafening loud noise came. Boom! Watching the terrifying energy fluctuations sweep across all directions, the clouds within hundreds of miles were shaken away by this force. The ground shook violently, as if a magnitude 9 earthquake had occurred. Ji Yufei stared at this scene dumbfounded and was shocked in his heart. Ji Yufei had never seen Ji Yuan take action before. It is said that this 9-star fighting saint is so terrifying, but now it seems that this is definitely not hearsay. A random strike from Ji Yuan can trigger the tides of heaven and earth and change the laws of nature. Chapter 296, Other Side. In the sky above the spiritual world, black clouds pressed down on the city, and monstrous black flames swept in like the end of the world. The last glimmer of hope in the hearts of the spirit tribe people was completely extinguished as the formation was shattered. An atmosphere of despair enveloped the entire spirit world, and everyone knew that this time, the spirit clan might not be able to escape. Ha 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 ha. Looking at this scene, Hun Zuzi couldn't help but laugh to the sky. At this moment, this guy's sinister face was filled with pride and arrogance, as if he had seen the moment when the spirit race was destroyed. Ha ha ha. Spirit tribe, once upon a time, you were one of the 8 ancient tribes and were arrogant. Now, you have to bow down at the feet of my soul tribe. Hun Zuzi laughed wildly. Facing such arrogant Hun Zuzi, a trace of sadness flashed in Lingyuan's eyes. Now the Eldar have lost power. Looking around, he looked at the clansmen who had lost their fighting spirit. Lingyuan felt a sting in her heart. As the leader of the clan, he is fully aware of his responsibilities. Even in the face of such a desperate situation, he could never give up easily. Fellow clansmen, even if we can't defeat them, we can't let the Soul Clan kill and destroy our spirit clan so easily. Lingyuan looked miserable, but there was still a sense of determination in her voice. Before he finished speaking, Lingyuan's whole body momentum suddenly exploded. Her petite body instantly erupted with astonishing energy fluctuations, and the surrounding air was distorted. Boom! There was a loud noise, and overwhelming fighting energy surged out of Lingyuan's body. The power was so strong that it even made the surrounding rocks tremble. In the blink of an eye, a huge fighting spirit of thousands of feet condensed and took shape in front of Lingyuan. The horse was completely silver-white and emitted a dazzling light, as if it could pierce the sky. Go! Ling Yuan shouted sharply, and the Pai Lian roared out immediately, carrying a heaven-destroying aura and heading straight towards the black flaming figure in the sky. Ling Yuan's move seemed to ignite the last flame in the hearts of all the spirit tribe people. The patriarch is right, we must not sit still and wait for death. Even if it means death, the Soul Clan must pay the price. Fight for the glory of the Spirit Clan. For a time, the entire spiritual world was boiling. All the tribesmen who could still stand burst out with their final strength, and streaks of fighting spirit of different colors rose into the sky. The scene was spectacular, with countless energy blasts overwhelming the sky, as if they were going to light up the entire sky. Every step of the exercise contained the determination and anger of the spirit tribe people, and with an aura that looked back upon death, they bombarded towards the void-swallowing flame. That's right, although the spirit clan has long since declined, the spirit of the 8 ancient clans is still there. At this moment, the people of the spiritual tribe have already prepared their aura that they would rather be broken than destroyed. Lord Nothingness, seeing this astonishing scene, even Hun Zuzi couldn't help but change his expression. The next moment, this guy hurriedly hid behind void-swallowing flame, for fear of being affected by the power of the entire spirit clan. After all, if the spirit clan declines again, this attack contains the power of the entire clan. A cultivation level like Hun Zuzi's is not enough to match this power. Rumble, the huge energy collided with the black flames in the air in an instant. A puff of dust and smoke swept across the entire place. Gradually the dust and smoke dissipated, only to see that the black flame figure in the sky was motionless. Hee. A trace of disdain flashed across the eyes of void-swallowing flame, as deep as black holes. Don't overestimate your capabilities, even if you use the strength of the whole clan. To me, it's nothing more than a drop of a millet shaking a tree. A deep and majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth. The next moment, void-swallowing flame slowly raised his hand, and the palm covered with strange runes quickly formed seals in the air. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with black flames. The scene was like the end of the world. Countless black flames rolled and roared, and finally condensed into a huge black hole vortex behind the void-swallowing flame. The vortex exuded a heart-stopping devouring force, as if it could swallow everything in the world. The attacks of the entire spirit clan seemed so insignificant in front of this terrifying devouring force. Boo-hoo. One after another, huge fighting spirit pilings were sucked into the black hole without any suspense. The low explosion sounded inside the black hole, but it soon became quiet, as if it had never happened. How come? Is this all okay? When Ling Yuan saw this scene, her face instantly turned pale. In those eyes full of wisdom, there is only deep despair at this moment. As the leader of the Eldar clan, I know what this means better than anyone else. Facing such a terrifying strong man, the spirit clan has no hope at all. Well, the spirit race is dead. Haha. Master Shanwu, how can you wastes not imagine this? Today, I will let you see what a real strong person looks like. Seeing this scene, Hun Zuzi's face became even more proud. Ha 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 ha, the void-swallowing flame bursts into laughter. Before he finished speaking, the vast black flames in the sky suddenly began to squirm. Countless black flames climbed and gathered like living creatures, and finally condensed into spherical objects like fetal eggs in midair. Those spheres were surrounded by black flames, and streaks of faint blood seeped out from the black flame clouds, and finally swept into the fetal eggs. The next moment, those balls suddenly rushed to the ground like arrows. Their speed was astonishingly fast, and they rushed into the bodies of the spirit tribe people in the blink of an eye. Ah! The shrill screams came one after another. Those tribesmen who were hit by the ball had blood holes instantly appearing on their bodies, and blood gushed out like a fountain. When Ling Yuan saw this, a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. The next moment, Ling Yuan quickly took action, grabbed a black flame creature in his hand, and examined it carefully. Impossible. This is... Suddenly, Ling Yuan's eyes suddenly tightened, and she took a deep breath. The spirit-devouring clan, how could this race still exist? Weren't they completely wiped out in ancient times? Ling Yuan's voice was full of incredible. As the leader of the spirit clan, she naturally knows how terrifying the swallowing spirit clan is. Speaking of this spirit-devouring tribe, but races in ancient times had the special ability to swallow the blood of other races. According to legend, in ancient times, in order to better continue the development of their own race, the Swallowing Spirit tribe once launched a great war against other ancient races, annihilating many ancient races and seizing the power of their blood. It was also during that era that the Swallowing Spirit tribe was finally wiped out by many ancient races. How could it happen now? Just when Ling Yuan was shocked, the extremely proud Nihility Swallowing Flame in the sky suddenly let out a painful groan. Master Nothingness, what's wrong with you? Hun Zuzi panicked and asked quickly. This is Gu Yuan. Why is he here? Void Swallowing Flame did not answer. He looked towards the sky in the distance and murmured in a low voice, his words full of disbelief. Chapter 297. At this time, in the sky, as the space ripples, 3 figures slowly appeared. In an instant, the light and clouds in the sky were like divine soldiers descending from the sky. The leader was none other than Gu Yuan, dressed in luxurious robes and looking as majestic as a mountain. Behind Gu Yuan, Ji Yufei and Ling Shi followed closely, with solemn expressions. The huge black flame body of Void Swallowing Flame trembled slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as deep as black holes. Gu Yuan, why is he here? The low and hoarse voice of Void Swallowing Flame was full of incredulity. This sudden change caused the entire battlefield to freeze instantly. The already desperate Eldar clan members raised their heads one after another, with the flame of hope rekindled in their eyes. The name Gu Yuan. In today's Dou Qi Continent, it is like an insurmountable peak, representing the supreme power of the ancient tribe. Ling Yuan's originally pale face instantly turned red, and her eyes flashed with excitement. That's right, just now, the entire spirit clan was ready to die. Now, Gu Yuan's arrival has made this spirit clan heave a long sigh of relief. Chief Gu Yuan. Ling Yuan's petite body trembled slightly. The other Eldar elders also looked ecstatic, as if they had grasped the last straw. They know that as long as Gu Yuan takes action, today's crisis in the spirit clan is expected to be resolved. The proud look on Hun Zuzi's face disappeared instantly, replaced by deep shock and fear. It turned out to be really him. Impossible. Our actions are obviously extremely secretive. How could Gu Yuan get the news so quickly? The next moment, a trace of panic flashed in Hun Zuzi's sinister eyes. Gu Yuan, how did you know about this? The huge body of Void Swallowing Flame slowly turned towards Gu Yuan, with a hint of shock in his voice. It can be seen that the momentum of the Void Swallowing Flame just now has weakened a bit in an instant. Obviously very afraid of Gu Yuan. How dare you Soul Clan do it, and are you still afraid that people will know about it? Gu Yuan glanced at Shu Wu Tunyan coldly, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This sentence made Xuan Wu Tunyan choke so much that he couldn't say anything. The Spirit Swallowing Clan, I never expected that this clan's disgusting abilities could actually reappear on the mainland. After saying that, Gu Yuan's eyes fell on the black flame creatures on the ground, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The Void Swallowing Flame saved your life that time. This time, I will definitely not give you another chance. Gu Yuan's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the momentum around him exploded, like a volcano about to erupt. Void Swallowing Flame felt the astonishing murderous intent on Gu Yuan's body, and couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. HMPH, I am a spiritual being from heaven and earth, but you still want to kill me. Do you think I am still as strong as I was back then? The next moment, Void Swallowing Flame quickly calmed down and snorted coldly. Before he finished speaking, Void Swallowing Flame suddenly thrust out his palms. In an instant, monstrous black flames erupted, sweeping over like a vast ocean. The terrifying suction force surged out of its body, as if it was about to swallow up the entire world. Then I want to see how much progress you have made over the years. Facing this earth-shattering scene, Gu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, and there was even a hint of teasing in his eyes. Everyone held their breath when the suction like a black hole enveloped them. Even Ji Yufei and Ling Shi looked solemn and did not dare to act rashly. However, the next moment, a scene happened that stunned everyone. Ji Yuan's figure did not move, but a vast sea-like fighting spirit erupted from his body. That power was mixed with a terrifying soul impact, sweeping out like a stormy wave crashing onto the shore. This trick is enough to fool the juniors. Your devouring power is of no use to me. Ji Yuan's faint voice sounded, as if he was telling an ordinary fact. The enveloping black flame was as fragile as paper in front of this force, and was shattered to pieces in an instant. Countless fragments of black flames scattered in the air, like a strange black rain. Immediately afterwards, Ji Yuan raised his right hand, spread his fingers slightly, and waved violently. The next moment, a ball of bright golden energy condensed in the palm of his hand. That energy contained heart-stopping energy fluctuations, as if a volcano was erupting in the palm of his hand. Boom! Ji Yuan struck out with a palm, and the golden light shot through the sky like a meteor, directly attacking the void-swallowing flame. The huge body of void-swallowing flame flew out uncontrollably under this palm and hit the mountain peak in the distance heavily. The towering mountain collapsed in an instant, sending smoke and dust everywhere, and the scene was spectacular. He is worthy of being at the pinnacle of the 9-star fighting saint. Ji Yufei was shocked as he watched Ji Yuan defeat the void-swallowing flame in an understatement. He deeply felt how big the gap was between himself and Ji Yuan now. When everyone in the spiritual tribe saw this scene, they were even more stunned. They never expected that the void-swallowing flame, which was as terrifying as a demon in their eyes, would be so vulnerable to Ji Yuan. Damn it, if only I were promoted to the soul of the Emperor realm now. Nihility-swallowing flame struggled out of the ruins, his heart filled with unwillingness. It recalled that the two main halls of the Soul Palace were destroyed before, which greatly affected the speed of soul source accumulation. Later, the Soul Palace started a war in the northwest continent with the intention of harvesting souls, but was also destroyed by the ancient tribe. All of this makes it slower and slower to move away from the soul of the Emperor realm. Ji Yuan did not give Wu Tunyan a chance to breathe. His figure flashed and he was in front of Wu Tunyan in an instant. Die! Ji Yuan shouted sharply, and his whole body glowed with golden light. Every move he made contained the power to destroy the world, and the void-swallowing flame was retreating steadily under this violent attack. Bang! 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 With several loud noises in succession, void-swallowing Yan's huge body was riddled with holes. Black flames continued to overflow from those wounds, as if they were about to collapse at any time. Lord Nothingness! When Hun Zuzi saw this scene, his face was full of horror. He knew very well that if void-swallowing flame was killed, the Soul Clan's plan would be completely in vain. However, Hun Zuzi was powerless at this moment. He could only watch Wu Yanyan being suppressed and beaten by Ji Yuan. That feeling of powerlessness made him feel deep despair. But the coercion emanating from Ji Yuan was enough to make Hun Zuzi understand the fact. That means you must not move around at this moment. Even if you move a little bit. Death and destruction. Thinking of this, Hun Zuzi trembled slightly. Boom. Just when Ji Yuan waved his palm to attack the void-swallowing flame again, a huge space crack suddenly tore open next to the void-swallowing flame. The next moment, a huge black hand poked out from the pitch-black crack. This huge black hand collided violently with Ji Yuan's golden palm print in midair. Chapter 298. Boom. When these two huge energies collided, the sky and the earth lost color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Two extremely terrifying forces raged crazily in the void, and the surrounding space shattered inch by inch like fragile glass. Countless space fragments were floating in midair, like a strange space rain. Huge shock waves swept across all directions, the mountains on the ground collapsed one after another, and the earth trembled violently, as if a magnitude 9 earthquake had occurred. Countless members of the spirit tribe were blown away by this powerful wave of air and fell to the ground in embarrassment. When the aftermath of the two palm prints gradually dissipated, peace returned to the world. However, the damage caused by the blow just now was clearly visible. Within a radius of dozens of miles, not a blade of grass grows, the mountains and rivers are broken, and it is a mess. Ling Yuan stared at this astonishing scene in stunned silence, a trace of shock and horror flashing through her beautiful eyes. Who can actually counteract the palm of Patriarch Ji Yuan? Ling Yuan's petite body trembled involuntarily, and her voice was full of disbelief. Yes, look at the entire continent. There are only a few people who can offset Ji Yuan's palm. As the leader of the spirit clan, Ling Yuan is extremely sensitive to the aura of the powerful. Ling Yuan could naturally clearly feel that there was a terrifying aura in that space crack. That aura was as powerful as Ji Yuan. How could it be? It won't be, Ling Yuan murmured in a low voice. The other elders of the spirit clan also looked horrified and started talking about it. They never thought that in this Dou Qi Continent, there would be someone who could compete with Ji Yuan. However, Unlike the shock of everyone in the spirit race, Hun Zuzi's sinister face showed a look of ecstasy. Emperor Soul, you are finally here. Hun Zuzi's eyes full of conspiracy shone with excitement as he shouted loudly. Hearing this name, Void Swallowing Flame's huge black flame body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Soul Emperor has finally arrived. If you don't come back, I'm afraid I'll have to explain myself here. A trace of happiness flashed through Niuwu Swallowing Yan's eyes as deep as black holes, and there was a hint of relief in his low and hoarse voice. Emperor Soul, except for Ji Yu Yuan and Ji Yu Fei, everyone present was stunned by this name. This name is no less influential than Ji Yu Yuan in today's Dou Qi Continent. The name Soul Heaven Emperor is no joke. The current leader of the Soul clan among the 8 ancient clans, and one of the 5 most powerful men in the Dou Qi Continent 1,000 years ago. It is only one step away from the Dou Emperor level. Could it be that today the 2 powerful men are going to meet in our spiritual clan? In the astonished eyes of everyone, a figure slowly walked out of the crack in the space. The person who came was tall and straight, wearing a black robe without wind, with a strange black mist surrounding him. Especially his handsome face had a bit of evil charm, and a pair of eyes as deep as the abyss shone with a heart-stopping light. As soon as the Soul Emperor appeared, the whole world seemed to fall into silence. His terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, and even the air seemed to freeze. Ji Yu Yuan, I'm surprised that you noticed it so quickly. Emperor Hun Tian's eyes were as bright as a torch, and he looked directly at Ji Yu Yuan, with a playful smile on his lips. Is it unexpected? The fact that your Soul clan hid it makes me even more surprised. Ji Yu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, a trace of amusement flashed in his majestic eyes. Hearing what Ji Yu Yuan said, Emperor Hun Tian also frowned slightly. At the beginning, when the last leader of the ancient spirit-devouring clan was killed by your Soul clan, I didn't expect that he would be swallowed by the void-devouring flame, thus giving the void-devouring flame the ability to possess the spirit-devouring clan. Ji Yu Yuan's voice was as calm as water, but it contained astonishing pressure. No wonder, for countless years, so many ancient races have declined, but only your Soul race has remained prosperous. As Ji Yu Yuan revealed the secrets hidden by the Hun clan one by one, the Hun Tian Emperor's expression gradually became serious. A trace of surprise flashed across the deep eyes of the Soul Emperor. It was obvious that he did not expect that the Soul clan's secret hidden so deeply would be revealed by Ji Yu Yuan. I thought that the Soul clan's plan was perfect, but I didn't expect that Ji Yu Yuan had already noticed everything just after it started. After this battle, the other ancient races will definitely be on guard. It will be difficult to find such an opportunity again. Just as the 2 top powerhouses were confronting each other, a tender scene was unfolding on the other side of the battlefield. Ling Shi's slender figure was like a white lightning and came to the Linglu couple in an instant. There were tears in those clear beautiful eyes, and the voice was full of longing and worry. Xie, when Ling Lu saw Ling Shi, tears of joy suddenly welled up in her beautiful eyes. He directly opened his arms and hugged Ling Shi tightly. You've grown up. Ling Lu's voice was full of endearment. Sire, this time, your aunt and I almost never see you again. Ling Qingshan stood aside, looking at the 2 people hugging each other and crying, and patted Ling Zai's shoulder gently. Aunt, uncle, actually I was able to arrive in time this time, thanks to Master. A few days ago, Shanel and Wuxuang mentioned to Master that I was a little homesick. After hearing this, Master decided to bring me back to visit my relatives. Who knew that this happened to happen? Master saw that something was wrong and immediately invited Ji Yu Yuan, the leader of the ancient tribe, to come and help. Ling Shi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said softly. Speaking of which, this time I really have to thank Master Ji Yu Fei and his 2 children. If it weren't for them, I'm afraid my Ling clan would. After listening to Ling Shi's narration, Linglu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Linglu's voice stopped abruptly, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. That's right, if Ji Yu Fei hadn't arrived in time, the Ling clan would probably have been destroyed today. At this moment, Ling Yuan's angry roar suddenly came from the sky. Emperor Hun Tian, you Hun clan are so despicable and shameless, I must make this matter public. Ling Yuan's petite figure was suspended in the air, with angry flames flashing in her beautiful eyes, pointing at Emperor Hun Tian and shouting. Ling Yuan, you don't have to say it so seriously, this time, it's just a little joke. Faced with Ling Yuan's rebuke, Emperor Huntian didn't care. A hint of teasing flashed across his deep eyes, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although this joke was understated, it was particularly true. This continent has always been dominated by the strong. In front of a strong man like Emperor Huntian, the weak spirit race is just a chess piece at the mercy of others. Joke. My spirit race was almost wiped out, and you told me it was a joke. Ling Yuan was so angry that he trembled all over when he heard this. In this battle, countless people in my spirit race died and wounded, and many of them had blood feuds. Emperor Huntian, what you did today, the spirit race will never let it go in the future. Ling Yuan's voice was filled with deep hatred. Haha, that depends on whether your spirit race has the strength. Looking at Ling Yuan's angry look, Emperor Huntian smiled slightly. Chapter 299. For a moment, Ling Yuan was choked by the words of Emperor Huntian. That's right, in this continent, weakness is a sin. As the patriarch of a clan, I should have understood this. For so many years, my cultivation has not been able to break through. Thinking of this, Ling Yuan bit her lips fiercely, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The huge black flame body of void-swallowing flame shook slightly, and a chilling low laugh came out. As if seeing through Ling Yuan's thoughts. Hee, just some ants, if they die, and if they live, they will suffer. A trace of disdain flashed in void-swallowing flame's eyes as deep as black holes, and he slowly spoke. This sentence is like a sharp knife, piercing into the hearts of every member of the Ling clan. The Ling clan people who had originally calmed down fell into extreme anger and sadness again at this moment. Countless Ling clan members had red eyes, staring at the huge body of void-swallowing flame, their eyes full of flames of hatred. The relatives and friends of the Ling clan had just died tragically at the hands of this demon, and now they were being humiliated like this. This pain and anger almost burned their sanity out. Ling Yuan's petite body trembled slightly, and a trace of grief and anger flashed in her beautiful eyes. As the clan leader, she could understand the feelings of the clan members at this moment better than anyone else. Looking at those grief-stricken clan members, Ling Yuan's heart was broken. Void-devouring flame, my Ling clan and you are irreconcilable. I will definitely kill you in my lifetime. Ling Yuan took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, looked up and looked directly at void-devouring flame, and said word by word. Although Ling Yuan's voice was not loud, the words were spoken very clearly. The pair of beautiful eyes that were usually gentle were now filled with cold murderous intent, as if to completely freeze the demon void-devouring flame. Ha 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 ha, it's just impotent rage. However, facing Ling Yuan's oath, void-devouring flame once again let out a creepy laugh. Today, if Ji Yuan had not intervened, the spirit clan would have been completely wiped out of this world. There would be no chance to speak now. The huge body of void-devouring flame swayed slightly, and the surrounding black flames rolled and roared, as if mocking the spirit clan's arrogance. This sentence undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, and the anger of the spirit clan was ignited again. Countless clansmen glared at void-devouring flame, wishing to tear void-devouring flame into pieces. However, the people of the spirit clan also knew in their hearts that void-devouring flame was telling the truth. If Ji Yuan had not arrived in time, the spirit clan would have been destroyed. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Ling Yuan suddenly turned to Emperor Huntian, and a sharp light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Back then, our 7 clans confronted the Shao clan together, and the Shao clan was forced to divide the ancient jade into 8. Now, what your Soul clan is doing is to seize all the ancient jade, which has threatened the other 6 clans, and the 6 clans will not tolerate you. Ling Yuan's crisp and pleasant voice echoed between heaven and earth. That's right, as the clan leader, you must keep calm at this moment. No time to think about other things. Ling Yuan's words were powerful and every word was precious. He knew very well that with the power of the Ling clan, the Soul clan could not threaten it at all. The purpose of these words was to gather the power of the other 5 clans to deal with the Soul clan together. Now that he relied on the ancient clan, he had to find a way to make Emperor Huntian give up. After all, no matter how strong Emperor Huntian was, he would not be stupid enough to fight against the 6 clans at the same time. After hearing this, Emperor Huntian's deep eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Is seizing the ancient jade unacceptable to everyone? Why didn't anyone go to destroy the ancient clan? The ancient jade of the Shao clan had long been seized by the ancient clan. The next moment, Emperor Hun Tian snorted coldly, with a sarcastic smile on his lips. This sentence was like a heavy bomb, instantly throwing the problem to the ancient clan. After all, it was an indisputable fact that the ancient clan took the ancient jade of the Shao clan. Now Emperor Hun Tian said this, just to put a hat on the Jiyu clan. The Jiyu clan and the Shao clan have always had a good relationship. Now that the Shao clan is in decline, the descendants of the Shao clan put the ancient jade in the Jiyu clan for safekeeping. What's wrong with that? However, Jiyu Yuan remained calm. His majestic eyes swept over everyone present and he spoke slowly. It is your Hun clan that is truly plundering and robbing. You are willing to destroy the Ling clan and use the evil power of the Devouring Soul clan to plunder the Dou Emperor's bloodline. I think that if the secret of the Devouring Soul clan is revealed, no one in the world will stand on the side of the Hun clan. Jiyu Yuan saw that Emperor Hun Tian did not speak, and continued. As the voice fell, the powerful pressure on Jiyu Yuan swept the whole audience again in an instant. It seems that Jiyu Yuan is determined to protect the Ling clan today. Emperor Hun Tian frowned at this moment. So that's it. The power just now. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned by the secret revealed by Jiyu Yuan. Even some elders of the Spirit clan were horrified, and they were obviously unaware of this secret. At this moment, recalling the swallowing power just now, everyone suddenly realized. Yes, compared to the seizure of the ancient jade, the evil power of the Devouring Spirit clan is absolutely unforgivable. Ling Yuan heard this, a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes, and then she immediately reacted. The Shao clan has been in decline for many years and cannot protect the ancient jade. There is nothing wrong with the ancient clan taking over, but the behavior of the Soul clan is unforgivable. Ling Yuan naturally knows this. This sentence directly choked Emperor Hun Tian. At this moment, Emperor Hun Tian was speechless. Jiyu Yuan intervened, plus several other tribes. Now we have to weigh the pros and cons carefully. Humph, it's useless to talk more. For a moment, Emperor Hun Tian snorted coldly, said nothing more, and turned around to leave with Void Tunyan and Hun Zuzi. In an instant, a black light flashed through. I saw the figures of Soul Emperor and others disappearing from the same place. As the Soul clan people retreated, the entire spiritual world finally returned to peace. At this moment, Ling Yuan took a deep breath, turned to face Jiyu Yuan, and bowed respectfully. Clan Chief Jiyu Yuan, thank you very much. This great kindness will be unforgettable to our spiritual clan. Following Ling Yuan's movements, all the Ling clan members knelt down and saluted Jiyu Yuan. Thank you to Patriarch Jiyu Yuan for saving your life. No need to be polite. This time, if Ji Yufei hadn't sent a message and crushed the Space Jade slip, I wouldn't have been able to arrive in time. Facing the gratitude from everyone in the Spirit clan, Jiyu Yuan did not put on airs and said very politely. Hearing Jiyu Yuan mention Ji Yufei, Ling Yuan's eyes immediately turned to Ji Yufei and looked him up and down. I have long heard that the young patriarch of the ancient clan has extraordinary talents. When I see him today, he is indeed extraordinary. Ling Yuan exclaimed. This is not a courtesy to Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei shocked Ling Yuan. You must know that Ling Yuan is hundreds of years older than Ji Yufei, but Ji Yufei's cultivation level is on par with his own. This kind of talent is truly rare and unheard of in 1,000 years. Chapter 300. Clan leader Ling Yuan is too praised. Ji Yufei smiled slightly, with a look of humility on his face. Although facing an old senior like Ling Yuan, Ji Yufei naturally respects him. However, Ji Yufei's demeanor and behavior were not at all rigid, but showed a calm and composed demeanor. This confidence does not come from nowhere. Today's Ji Yufei is no longer the junior who needed to look up to the strong. With his cultivation as a 7-star fighting saint and his terrifying fighting skills such as creating the Buddha's angry fire lotus, he is already qualified to be on an equal footing with these powerful men of the older generation. What's more, Ji Yufei has always been neither humble nor arrogant. This magnanimity made Ling Yuan even more impressed by Ji Yufei in front of him. This time, it's a coincidence that my disciple Ling Shi was going back to the ancient clan to visit relatives. I happened to find out that the Spirit clan space was completely closed. I realized something was wrong, so I invited the clan leader to take action. Ji Yufei said slowly. Speaking of this, Ji Yufei inadvertently glanced at Ling Shi behind him. Yes, this time, the void-swallowing flame, I don't know what method it used, was able to seal the entire space of my spiritual world, and we didn't notice it. It's really weird. When Ling Yuan heard this, she also looked confused. As the leader of the clan, Ling Yuan knows everything about the spiritual world. However, this time, he didn't even notice that the space was sealed. No matter how you put it, this matter is too strange. It's normal for you not to notice. Even I wouldn't be able to notice this if I were too far away. At this moment, Ji Yu Yuan's majestic voice sounded. Because, the void-swallowing flame swallowed the entire spirit space into its belly. As he spoke, Ji Yu Yuan stretched out his hands, drew a circle in the void, and explained. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was shocked and speechless. Even Ling Yuan's pretty and calm face showed an incredible expression. Swallow an entire space. Ling Yuan's slender body trembled slightly, obviously shocked to the extreme by the news. This kind of thing, how is that possible? Who would have thought that void-swallowing flame could have such terrifying abilities? However, unlike everyone's shock, Ji Yu Fei's heart was unusually calm. As a time traveler, I am naturally not surprised by this incredible ability. No matter what, if the ability of the spirit-devouring clan reappears in the world, it must be controlled. Ling Yuan's crisp voice sounded again. Mentioning the swallowing spirit clan, a cold murderous intent suddenly flashed in Ling Yuan's beautiful eyes. That ancient race is too harmful to the world. They can devour the power of Dou Emperor's bloodline from other races to replenish themselves. If these methods are allowed to continue, the consequences will be disastrous. Good, this matter cannot be delayed. It seems it's time to invite Yan Jin, Lei Ying, Yao Dan, Shi Yi, to get together and talk. Ji Yu Yuan pondered for a moment and then slowly spoke. The names Ji Yu Yuan just read out were the heads of several other ancient races. Each one of them is a well-known strong man on Dou Qi Continent, with unfathomable strength. Clan Chief Ji Yu Yuan is right, that's what it should be. Ling Yuan immediately agreed. That's right, this is exactly what Ling Yuan expects. Only by uniting with other ancient races can we fight against the ambition of the Soul Clan. Only in this way can the spirit race have a chance to survive in this continent. Leave this matter to our spirit clan. Ling Yuan's slender body straightened slightly. After saying that, Ling Yuan turned around and prepared to give an order, asking the people in the clan to pass the matter to the other 4 clans. Wait a minute, however, at this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded. I saw a thoughtful expression on Ji Yu Fei's face at this time. Everyone also looked at Ji Yu Fei with doubts on their faces. I think this matter should not be rushed. Seeing that everyone was a little confused, Ji Yu Fei continued. After hearing Ji Yu Fei's words, Ji Yu Yuan and Ling Yuan couldn't help but look at each other. Even the surrounding spirit clan elders looked puzzled and didn't understand why Ji Yu Fei decided to stop this. I feel that if those 4 clan leaders leave at the same time, it may give the Soul Clan an opportunity. Why not let them arrange the affairs of the clan first, and then come here before it is too late? Ji Yu Fei looked around and saw everyone's doubtful eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly realized. Even Ji Yu Yuan's majestic eyes flashed with admiration, obviously surprised by Ji Yu Fei's foresight. Ling Yuan was stunned for a long time. Yes, for so many years, the Soul Clan has always been cunning. Since it can take action against the spirit race, it is naturally possible to take action against other races. This Soul Emperor just left so happily, there was no way he was cheating. Maybe just wait for the clan leaders of the other clans to leave, and then take advantage of the situation to lure the tiger away from the mountain and take action against the other clans. He is worthy of being the young patriarch of the ancient clan. Not only did he have such cultivation at such a young age, but his foresight impressed everyone present. Okay, Master Ji Yu Fei's words, Ling Yuan will inform the tribesmen who go to summon him. Ling Yuan also came back to her senses and nodded quickly. As the topic ended, the Eldar began to clean up the mess. The corpses of the spirit clan can be seen everywhere in the entire spirit world. Some even have no corpses left behind, only a scorched black mark. Countless elf clan members knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. The shrill cry echoed between heaven and earth, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The atmosphere of sadness enveloped the entire spirit world. In just a short while, the price paid by the spirit race was really too high. At this moment, Ling Shi stood in the crowd, looking at the shocking scene in front of her, with tears in her eyes. The clear eyes were full of sadness and anger, and her slender body trembled slightly, obviously deeply shocked by the tragic scene in front of her. At this moment, a warm big hand gently fell on Ling Shi's shoulder. Ling Shi turned around and saw that it was Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei naturally felt sorry for his beloved disciple, but he just stood beside Ling Shi without saying anything. To survive on this continent, some things are inevitable. That's right, she must learn to be strong in this world and grow up from suffering. Master, why is this happening? What did my spirit race do wrong? The tears in Ling Shi's eyes finally burst out, and she said with a choked voice. Ji Yufei sighed softly. This kind of pain cannot be soothed with a few words. Ling Shi, remember, hatred is a double-edged sword. It can make you stronger, but it can also make you lose yourself. Ji Yufei's voice was low and deep, but it seemed that every word hit Ling Shi's heart. Master is right, I can't keep crying. Crying is useless. I want to turn this grief and anger into strength. Hearing the master's words, Ling Shi wiped the tears from her face. Very good, this is my apprentice Ji Yufei. Seeing the renewed fighting spirit in Ling Shi's eyes, Ji Yufei nodded with relief.